Good morning. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. It is 9:47 a.m. on Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. We are holding this hearing via a hybrid format, which public witnesses testifying both via Zoom and here in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building, and government witnesses testifying via Zoom. The hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janiceward4.com/live. Here's some brief reminders about the committee's protocols for witnesses participating virtually. All witnesses participating in this Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Representatives of bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. Subsequent representatives from the same organizations testifying on the same agency will be given 3 minutes. Unaffiliated public witnesses will be given 3 minutes as well. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we can stay on schedule. We will be calling up witnesses in several panels, and council members present will have 10 minutes to ask each panel questions. We will start with the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, first with public witnesses and then government witnesses, and then we will move to the Child and Family Services Agency. If you have technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of their testimony for the record by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system. The record for this hearing closes at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February 28th. The Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and the Child and Family Services Agencies are both vital district government agencies that aim to promote the health, safety, and well-being of children and families in the District of Columbia. We are here today to assess the performance of both agencies over the past year to determine what is being done right, areas that can be improved, and what policy changes and additional resources are needed to make those improvements. We'll start by reviewing how the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children continued to establish itself, including by developing a website, case management database, and online complaint form, as well as its investigative processes and procedures. We'll also discuss OFC's 2023 annual report and its many insightful recommendations. We will also be assessing the district's ongoing absenteeism crisis and specifically the current system of educational neglect. We'll look into what the data is telling us and what we can and should be doing differently to get kids back into school, because clearly the current system is not working. We'll also examine the high level of vacancies in CFSA, especially among our social workers, and what that means for caseloads, staff morale, and retention, and how children and families are affected. We'll review the successful soft launch of the 211 warm line, what the data from the first several months have shown us, what will it take to bring this fantastic new resource for families in need to its full capacity and meet its full potential later this year. I also want to discuss with advocates and agency leaders, the challenges that I hear most about from youth and families, including kinship care and specifically informal family planning arrangements, difficulties assessing housing and mental health services, as well as the unique needs of youth who are involved in both the juvenile justice and child welfare system. I look forward to hearing from and engaging with our public and government witnesses today about all these issues and more, so we can all work together to improve services and outcomes for our children and families who need it most. At this time, I would like to recognize and see if we have any of our colleagues here with us. I know a few of them said they would be hopping on later. Seeing none of them, I will now begin our testimony for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, starting with public witnesses. We have a panel that includes Leah Castellas, Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center, Stephanie McLennan, Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. You are welcome to come up. If you are in person, if you are in Zoom, please make sure you have your hands raised. All right. First up, we have Leah. Did I say your last name right?
Castellas?
Castellas.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
Thank you.
It's a strange one.
No, it's great. It's great. Thank you so much for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson Lewis-George and committee staff. My name is Leah Castellas. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the performance of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. Over the past year, the office has continued the process of establishing itself. Although the office suffered some setbacks in this first full year of operations, the office has made significant progress in carving out its role as a critical resource for CFSA-involved children and families, as well as the DC Council. My testimony today will address the office's accomplishments over the past year, the support needed to ensure continued success, and the office's second annual report. The first year was a time of great activity for the office, including community engagement efforts, going live with the complaint form, establishing permanent physical office space, and hiring the 2 ombuds analyst positions. We applaud the work done thus far, and we are very glad that the role of the ombudsperson for children is now permanently filled. We ask now that the office, as well as this committee, turn to hiring the now vacant position of the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson for Children. Without securing a full leadership team in the office, the roles and duties defined in the enacting legislation cannot be meaningfully fulfilled, including reporting on data, metrics, and trends within the office's purview of information, and identifying and offering solutions for systemic issues. Additionally, the office will need to hire for a now vacant ombuds analyst position, as well as the legal analyst position. All 3 positions play a critical role in the office's work and need to be filled to ensure the effectiveness of the office. The second annual report provides important insights in the district's child welfare system and serves as a solid foundation from which to expand future reporting. For example, the report's qualitative information regarding the nature of complaints received reflects some of the same concerns we have for our own clients. There, however, are opportunities for the office to take the data analysis further to identify system issues and potential solutions. The crux of the report focuses on CFSA, but the child welfare system encompasses much more, including agencies like DBH, OSSI, DHS, just to name a few. The office is in a position to more thoroughly and deeply understand what children and families need to be better connected with resources, services, and supports. The responsibility to ensure the needs are met rests with all districts' family-facing agencies. Additionally, we understand there were barriers to obtaining even a high-level data on dual-jacketed youth. We therefore welcome the opportunity to continue to work with the office and this committee to remove those barriers and strengthen the crossover youth section of the report to ensure it captures the entire population and provides comprehensive data. We are encouraged by the office's progress and appreciate their transparency and desire to continue to strengthen their ability to serve DC children and families as well as the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Next, we will have Stephanie McLennan. Stephanie, could you accept the upgrade to panelist? There you go.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Stephanie McClellan, and I'm the Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children in their extended families when the children's parents are not able to care for them. In the 6 years since our founding, we have helped over 800 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 DC children. Today, I am testifying regarding the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. DC Kin Care Alliance was one of the original proponents of this office, and we are pleased that the office has been established and staffed by highly competent and thoughtful professionals. We want to provide commentary on case summaries B and C in the office's fiscal year 23 annual report, which are both cases of kinship diversion, also known as hidden foster care. CFSA calls it safety planning or informal family planning arrangements. Kinship diversion occurs when a child has been abused or neglected, and CFSA is involved in planning for the child to live with a caregiver who is not the parent or legal guardian. We have testified many times about this practice and how it can set up families and children for failure. With respect to case summary B, the office explains that 6 children were diverted to live with relatives after the homicides of both parents. An emergency family team meeting was held, at which time 4 children were diverted to live with the maternal grandfather in another city, and 3, including a 16-year-old and her child, were diverted to live with the maternal grandmother. 13 days after that family team meeting, CFSA closed its case. Less than a month later, the office received constituent concern about the maternal grandmother's alleged mental health status and unwillingness or inability to care for one of the children. This case was designated as an informal family planning arrangement, which CFSA says occurs when the family develops their own plan. CFSA identifies and offers immediate support and services, and no further CFSA involvement is needed. No safety check, no background check, child protection register check, or other assessment of the parental or potential caregivers' homes are conducted, nor is there any determination of whether the caregiver has the mental or physical ability to care for the children. According to CFSA, parental consent is required for all IFPAs, except in the case of the unexpected death of a parent. There was no parent to consent to this IFPA because they were both dead. When the children were left without any parent, they were neglected children, and the agency was involved in arranging for the children to live somewhere other than their parental home without any legal authority to do so. CFSA contacted the maternal grandmother because she was identified as the family's contingency plan in a prior investigation. Such a contingency plan is not a will, power of attorney, or standby guardianship that could legally transfer parental rights to another person. The report raises concern about lack of support services or follow-up for this family and recommends a, quote, kinship care assessment, end quote, which is not defined. CFSA has consistently represented that IFPAs occur when no follow-up services are needed. Even if CFSA were to provide services in this instance, there was little they could do when a caregiver lives in another jurisdiction, as the maternal grandmother did, and CFSA would not be able to assist in applying for benefits such as TANF, Medicaid, SNAP, and housing because they're run by other DC government agencies, and the caregiver often needs legal authority and/or legal documentation to do so. As a result, many kinship families who take in children in these circumstances cannot provide for the basic needs of these children. Case summary C represents the situation where a mother leaves her newborn baby in the hospital without completing the required paperwork to name the child. As a result, the child has no official name, and under applicable DC law, DC Vital Records cannot issue a birth certificate. The hospital calls the CPS hotline because the newborn has been abandoned, and CPS arranges for the child to be diverted to a relative or other caregiver. Since the mother is not present to consent, CPS will divert to someone based on a prior, quote, contingency plan, end quote, whomever the mother may have listed as an emergency contact on her hospital paperwork or otherwise. This raises significant concerns as newborn babies are being handed over to third parties without any consent of a parent or without any determination of whether the child will be saved. The report notes that CFSA told the caregiver to contact the court to obtain legal custody of the baby, but a custody order does not grant the right to name the child. It can take months to get an order, and judges may not be comfortable granting someone the right to name a child if they don't have the consent of the parents in the court record, especially if there's no evidence that the parents have been served or even know that the caregiver is caring for the child. If CFSA had removed the child, the case would come before a judge within 72 hours, and that judge could authorize the naming of the child and the issuance of the birth certificate for the child. The caregiver would be licensed as a foster parent for the child and would receive the foster care subsidy to help support the child. A social worker would be assigned to help the caregiver get appropriate supports or services, which would have been really helpful in this case because the child had a birth injury and the caregiver needed to get immediate and continuing medical care for the child. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, I want to start with Leah. You mentioned in your testimony 2 recommendations for the OFC annual report, including all cases with recommendations incorporating recommendations for other agencies. Can you talk about the benefits of adding those two things to the annual report, how will they improve the public understanding of OFC's assessments?
Absolutely. And I actually think Stephanie's testimony kind of touches on this. As you can see, there are issues across many of our family-facing agencies. So being able to access things like TANF or SNAP or housing supports, those come up in our child welfare cases as well. And so ensuring that recommendations are not solely focused on just CFSA, right, are focused on the full child welfare agency, I think, or child welfare system, I should say, could be very helpful to understanding where the pain points are or where we could provide more supports as a district, right? And so I think as the agent or as the office expands itself, there'll be lots of opportunities for them to further engage with different agencies, right? You know,
Yeah.
what part of their report is the behavioral health piece, right? And so a lot of that actually lies with our Department of Behavioral Health and the services that
That's
they're
right.
able to provide.
Yeah.
As you heard back in December. So.
Yeah. I know you mentioned in your testimony that you'd like to see more data analysis in OFC's annual report. Can you talk more about what additional data and analysis you'd like to see and how it would be beneficial for the public to have?
Definitely. So I think a lot of it it's really good data to start with, but for example, with placement stability, right? So they report there were 588 placement changes. Of those, 372 were considered disruptions, but we don't know where those disruptions occurred, right? So CFSA has really been focused in making this is, for example, has been focused in making more specialized placements. It would be helpful to know if any disruptions are coming out of those more specialized placements, like professional foster parents, for example. And so if those disruptions are coming out of there, it'd be helpful to know to understand how we could strengthen some of those specialized placements we're more investing in as our population of foster children shrinks and the needs continue to remain, though.
Got it. That makes sense. Stephanie McClellan, I want to come to you. Thank you for your testimony on kinship care. I will be asking CFSA and OFC about kinship later on today. You mentioned cases in which when the parents are deceased, either and other family and or CFSA decide where the youth should live, but neither have the legal right to do so. Can you elaborate more on why the agency and family members are not in a legal position to be making these decisions for youth?
Thank you for that question. They are in a position to make decisions legally. The way they are doing it is not authorized by law. So if they were doing it according to the laws the council had passed, what would happen is these children would be still placed with the relative caregivers, but they would be licensed as foster parents. The relative caregivers would undergo the appropriate background checks to make sure that they're able to care for the children, and they would receive the supports and services that they're entitled to through the foster care service to take care of the children. So the CFSA is certainly the agency who should be dealing with the children in these circumstances. Our objection is that they don't do it pursuant to the laws that the DC Council have passed and made clear how they want CFSA to do this. And basically what we're asking is for CFSA to do their job the way that it was intended to be done, with the protections and the supports and services in place, as opposed to just
Got it.
dropping the kids and running.
Gotcha. That makes sense. One thing you also mentioned was the OFC annual report recommends a kinship care assessment, which we saw, but the term is not defined. What would you like that assessment to include?
I don't think any type of kinship care assessment would be helpful in the context of CFSA placing children outside their legal authority to do so. One of the reasons that is important for CFSA to place children within their legal authority to do so is that's already taken care of. They do what they're supposed to do. They do the background checks. They provide the supports and services because they're legally required.
Got it. Okay. Actually, I want to ask that same question. Leah, if there were a kinship, a care assessment, what do you think it should include?
That's a great question. I think CLC finds that there needs to be a balance of keeping families together. And so I would love to follow up with more of a detailed response, but I think in general, we would like to see, what kind of supports
Mhm.
the families need. I believe last year, 2 years ago, we testified about some of this. And one thing we really focused on is how do we know that families are actually being connected to the resources and those resources are then supporting them. So I think we'd love to see that come into place, and I can definitely follow up with some more details.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses. We're going to now turn to our government witness. Joining us today is the newly confirmed ombudsperson for children, Patrina Jones-Jess. Thank you, Madam Ombudsperson, for being here today. Good morning. If there's any other members of your team who may help you in testimony today, I'm going to ask that they also raise their hand as we administer the oath before you begin your testimony. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Ombudsperson. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce the individuals in the room. To my right is our Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson, William Thomas. To my left is Antonio Baxter, and he's representing the AFO. We also have in the room Rashonda Swales, and she is an Ombuds Analyst for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. So my name is Patrina Jones-Jess, and I am honored to serve as the district's ombudsperson for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, also known as the OFC or the office. This appointment became effective in January 2024, and thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the work completed by the office during fiscal year 2023 to date in fiscal year 2024. The enabling legislation for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children passed in 2020 and was later amended and made effective as DC Law 23270 on April 5th, 2021, legislatively establishing the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children as an independent, impartial agency responsible to the Council for helping to improve outcomes for CFSA children by holding CFSA and other child and family serving agencies accountable for their responsibilities under the law. Our mission is to work collaboratively across systems that impact CFSA children to foster improved outcomes, strengthen service delivery, and increase accountability. I am very proud of the work that has been done to set up the office and to establish an investigative process that addresses complaints from constituents. Moreover, building relationships with CFSA's leaders and employees has been a priority for the office, allowing for open discussion about child welfare policy and practice, as well as opportunities to witness and acknowledge the agency's many accomplishments as they work to transform the district's child welfare system. During fiscal year 2023, the office, in partnership with the district's Office of the Chief Technology Officer, otherwise known as OCTO, developed its website, case management database, and online complaint form as required by the enabling legislation. These electronic and online systems went live on February 6, 2023. The office has continued to improve the case management database since the initial launch by adding other functionality, such as a data dashboard, the ability to add and track completed tasks per case, and a function to attach and store documents relevant to an investigative case. The OFC started capturing data on its operations during fiscal year 2023 to monitor internal performance. Data captured by the office includes the number of complaints received during each fiscal year, as well as sources of complaints and number of open and closed complaints. Although the OFC has only started receiving complaints in February 2023, we have been able to identify topics and trending from the complaints submitted so far. For example, the closure of relative caregiver cases prior to the completion of a comprehensive needs assessment for the family, improving CFSA's perception in the community, and improving communication between the school system and CFSA. As we continue to receive complaints, we will be able to identify systemic issues for further examination and develop recommendations for improvement. A focus for the office was to recruit and hire office staff. In fiscal year 2023, 4 positions were posted and individuals were hired and onboarded. Those positions are the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, filled in December 2022, the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson, filled in February 2023, and 2 Ombuds Analysts were hired in July 2023. The Chief Deputy Ombudsperson and Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson positions are defined in the office's enabling legislation. It is important to note that one of the Ombuds Analyst positions was vacated in January 2024. Furthermore, a leadership change occurred in March 2023 with the inaugural Ombudsperson vacating her position. Finally, we expect to hire a legal analyst in fiscal year 2024, and we are moving forward with recruiting candidates to fill our vacant positions. The Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson and I attended the United States Ombudsmen's Association annual conference and participated in the new Ombudsman training. I became a member of the USOA in December 2022. Moreover, I have participated in the USOA Child and Family Chapter meetings monthly, which provides an excellent opportunity to interact with child and family focused Ombuds staff from across the country. The USOA is a wonderful resource and provides relevant and substantial information to assist Ombuds offices in the development of their policies and approaches. The OFC established 2 offices during fiscal year 2023. The OFC partnered with the Department of General Services to identify an office space at 955 LaFont Plaza Southwest. And furthermore, per enabling legislation, the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson was provided an office at the CFSA main office in the summer of 2023. The Office of the Ombudsperson for Children has worked very actively to connect with community and government agencies to introduce the office and its mission. We presented at meetings attended by child welfare advocates and provided training to guardians ad litem. We meet regularly with CFSA's executive leadership team. The Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson and I participated in a training provided by the Office of the Attorney General on the juvenile justice system. And ongoing meetings occurred during fiscal year 2023 and 2024 with district council members and their staff. We have had opportunities to learn from Safe Shores Child Advocacy Center, the Juvenile Justice Initiative at Georgetown Law School. An introduction of the office was conducted with DC Public Schools and DC Public Charter School Board as well. These are only examples of the many agencies, partners, and community members the OFC has interacted with so far. For enabling legislation, the OFC is required to submit an annual report on December 31st each year. OFC's annual report has been submitted in a manner in fiscal years 2023 and 2024. We are pleased to report that the fiscal year 2023 annual report covers the first full year of the office's implementation, first full fiscal year of the office's implementation. The office's annual report can be found on its website at ofc.dc.gov. We also published a mid-year performance report in July 2023 and will continue to do so. I appreciate this opportunity to share with the DC Council and the community the significant work the OFC has completed on behalf of the district's families. I'm committed to the ongoing development of the office's function and scope. Finally, I look forward to further collaboration with community and government agencies to assist in the improvement of child and family outcomes. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your thorough testimony. I'll get right started. I want to start with the vacancies. Speaking of a small team, I see that there are 3 vacancies out of 6 positions at OFC, including your previous position of Chief Deputy Ombudsperson. Can you provide an update on how filling those vacancies is going? How many of the vacant positions have been advertised? And have any candidates been identified?
So it's going well. We have advertised the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson position as well as the Ombuds Analyst positions. They are advertised on Indeed. We have received a number of interested contacts regarding both positions. So we're excited about that. We have a lot of information to go through in order to determine who we will actually interview. But we are excited about the fact that there's so much interest in our positions. I'm also wanting to post the position on the DC Council website as well. So that's an upcoming piece also.
Okay. So what's your sort of your goal date for having these positions fulfilled?
I would love to have them filled as soon as possible, of course, but considering the process for filling these positions, my goal is in April, perhaps May.
Okay. When asked to identify any statutory impediments of OFC's operations, OFC mentioned district laws regarding juvenile justice records. Can you elaborate on that? What are the current issues with the law, and what changes would be helpful to OFC?
Sure. So over the fiscal year 2023, we have completed a lot of work to identify what is needed in order to not only develop the dual jacketed youth report, which was created in collaboration and in partnership with CFSA and DYRS, but also the more expansive, I believe, population, which would be the crossover youth. And so in that process, we have met with a number of potential data sources, organizations that potentially have the data that we need in order to provide that report. And it has been a good opportunities to learn about the district's process for accessing for the juvenile justice records. Mm-hmm. There are actually 2 laws that keep kind of coming up that are serving as a bit of a barrier for us getting access. There are laws 16-2331 and 16.2332. They both address juvenile case records. Mm-hmm. And I think the issue that has come up and has provided some hesitation to some of these agencies is that the OFC is not mentioned in either of those laws. Now, we of course believe that we are covered by confidentiality per our enabling legislation. It does speak to confidentiality. However, I think to make the process a little more smoother, adding the OFC as another party who has access to juvenile justice records would be helpful.
Okay. In pre-hearing responses, OFC said the agency may not close a case if the recommendations submitted to CFSA are not implemented by the agency. Are any current cases open due to this reason? If so, what are the pending recommendations?
Yes. So there's one case that's currently still open that had some findings and recommendations attached to it. We use this strategy because we want to make sure that when we make a recommendation that it is implemented, or at the very least, we have come to an agreement with the agencies involved in regards to how to best address the finding or the issue of concern in a manner that's appropriate. So until we've actually come to that agreement, our plan is to leave that particular case open. In regards to what that case addresses, I'm going to ask our deputy CFSA to speak a little bit on that. And so I'll get that over to him.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis-George. So that particular complaint really looks at visitation policy around reunification cases when the plan is reunification. This particular situation would involve the parent where the visits were not consistent, they were not frequent, they were not a priority. And so they were kind of put on the back burner for the parent and kind of made up and rescheduled and that sort of thing. So we've addressed this with CFSA. We've had meetings around this particular complaint. And so that's the main focus of that particular complaint.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. In pre-hearing responses, OFC said during fiscal year 23, the agency developed and distributed a report on dual jacketed youth in partnership with CFSA and DYRS. Can you all share that report with the committee?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And from what I understand, discussions of a memorandum of agreement or MOA between CFSA, OFC, and DYRS regarding the sharing of data for dual jacketed youth were in progress for quite some time, but there was no mention of this sort of MOA in OFC's annual report or the list of OFC's current MOA. Can you just share an update on whether drafting this MOA is still in progress? And is there an expected completion date?
So we initiated the development of that MOA in fiscal year 2023.
Okay.
That MOA has not been officially signed by the parties identified. There is still some work to be done on that in order to finalize it, but we do need that MOA to be completed in order to move forward with our work in regards to reporting on this population of youth. So in regards to the MOA being finalized, I would say that once we come to a full agreement on that particular document, we could have it signed probably by the summer.
Okay, great. We'll follow up sort of as this process continues, just so we can stay on this on a good timeline here. The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council receives data on dual jacketed youth from the DC Superior Court on a regular basis. Does OFC have access to this data, and would access to this data be helpful?
We do not have access to this data, although we have spoken to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council in the past in regards to this work. I think it would be helpful to learn more about the information that they receive. Sharing with the committee, we have also identified other outcome metrics for this population as well that we're interested in
Receiving.
In informing as well.
Okay. Great. I want to move on to just to complaints. You all receive complaints through your online complaint form, over the phone, over email, and in person as sort of the 4 ways in which you've received complaints. Which of these methods is actually most common? Do you think some methods are more effective than others? And are you planning on making sort of any changes in the year?
So definitely, I would say that phone calls and the use of the online complaint form pretty much are neck and neck in terms of usage by the community. So that's that's our primary source for getting complaints. We have had some come to us in person. Typically, that is usually with some sort of like with a third party helping to manage that process and schedule the time and the place and that sort of thing.
Got it. In pre-hearing responses, you all discussed the procedure for when you receive a complaint about another agency. Can you describe sort of your agency's general cooperation with you all in this process? Have agencies been responsive and transparent with OFC? Is there anything agencies can do better to assist OFC in investigating complaints about them?
Yeah, sure. So we have received complaints that have included other agencies, and in those events, we've had to reach out to those agencies in order to complete a comprehensive investigation. In those instances, when we've reached out to other agencies, the other agencies have typically been very responsive and very open with us. So I would say that from that perspective, things are going very well. I don't think there's anything more that they can do necessarily at this point. I think on our side of things, it's just expanding our reach and introducing ourselves and ensuring that the government and agencies know that we exist and that we will be reaching out to them periodically if their agencies are mentioned in an investigation.
Got it. One thing we've heard concerns from our attorneys representing dual jacketed youth we've heard that CFSA is closing cases of dual jacketed youth prematurely. Has OFC received similar complaints, and what do you think can be done to ensure a case is not closed too early when the youth is also involved with and possibly receiving services from another agency, specifically Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, DYRS?
So in regards to whether we have received similar complaints, we have not received any complaints in regards to dual jacketed youth cases being closed prematurely. I would say that in terms, I think for us, it would be a matter of understanding more so why the cases are being closed prematurely. So that's kind of the piece that we would need to look into more deeply is that understanding. And if that is happening, being able to make recommendations to ensure that the cases are not closed prematurely if that's the case. But having not had many observations of that, this question is a little difficult to respond to without more information.
Understood. I want to talk about educational neglect. As you know, Madam Ombudsperson, the district is experiencing an absenteeism crisis. Our kids are not showing up to school. I know you all mentioned that you've all received some complaints, like as well as we have from DCPS about CFSA policy. Can you explain what the concerns of DCPS are, and are they related to the current educational neglect system?
So when we've received complaints from DCPS, they're typically situations where they have called CPS, Child Protective Services, to a child coming to school who appears to perhaps be experiencing some form of neglect. So a child is coming to school, they're hungry, they're dirty, and the school attempts to address those needs, but then they also call Child Protective Services thinking that perhaps there's something going on in the home. And so, so the complaints from the school systems are typically that we've made these phone calls to CPS, we are not seeing any changes in the child's condition, and we don't know what the status of things are.
Got it.
So that's the primary, I would say that's the primary complaint. The secondary complaint that often comes out of these, cases that we've had where there appears to be neglect and the school's responding to that, is that as we're talking to the school system about what, what's occurring with the child and what they're experiencing as a school in terms of reaching out to Child Protective Services, at some point they'll say, well, interestingly, I haven't seen this child in 3 or 4 days. And then it'll go on to, now that I think about it more, that child has missed 30 days of school. And so the truancy piece or the chronic absenteeism piece tends to come out of that conversation about neglect. That's what we've experienced specifically around the absenteeism piece.
Got it. And I mean, I'd actually, Madam Ombudsperson, I'd just like your thoughts on what district government as a whole needs to do differently to get kids in school. I especially appreciate if you have any thoughts on programs or initiatives that you've seen or know about in other jurisdictions that you believe work well.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. My position is, coming from a state and having worked in child welfare many years, is that the school system itself really is the agency that has the primary role in addressing chronic absenteeism and truancy. in the state that I come from, when I look at that legislation, and just from experience working in child welfare, the focus on addressing absenteeism is related to the schools working with the family, trying to address it locally and directly with the family who they have a relationship with. And then if nothing is changing in terms of an improved attendance record, then the courts get involved. And so, you know, in other states, you have teen court, you have drug courts, you have other types of courts that could be the function that is used in order to address absenteeism if things don't change over time. I will also just add that I recently learned that there's a local task force in the district that's focused on attendance. And I had recently reached out to that group, and I'm hoping to learn more about kind of what the thought is amongst local agencies and individuals in regards to what the needs are to address truancy. I say that because I also believe that we need to really understand what is the root cause of the truancy. And then that will help us identify the strategies and the key activities needed to put in place in order to address it. So if the issue is a safety issue, not necessarily a child welfare sort of safety issue, but in terms of the child just doesn't, the kids pick on the child, or there's some kind of fear of bullying, that's, you know, an issue that has to be addressed. Or if it's a transportation issue, or if it's a child has a health related, you know, issue that keeps them from coming to school. I mean, I think just understanding those issues is going to be important in order to identify what the strategies are, the right strategies to improve attendance in the district schools.
Just finishing up, 3 of the policy recommendation in OFC's annual report related to kinship care. One of the recommendations was that CFSA should conduct a comprehensive needs assessment for all kinship arrangements for children and caregivers prior to case closure. What were OFC's findings that were the basis of this recommendation, and how would kinship arrangements benefit from a comprehensive needs assessment?
Sure, and I'll kick this off, and then I'd like our deputy CFSA ombudsperson to also comment on this one. So the reason that we recommended the comprehensive needs assessment, and I think the testimony given by Ms. McClellan kind of touches on it, is that what we're seeing is there are relatives that come forward and agree to care for their grandchildren or other related young people. The child's placed with them, the case is closed, and then things start to happen in that family because they don't have all of the resources that they need in order to maintain that placement. And so our thinking has been, if there was some kind of comprehensive, you know, just ensuring that housing is stable, or if they need additional furniture in the home, whatever that might be, and ensuring that they have, that family has access to those resources would help stabilize some of these concerns that we're seeing. William, if you wouldn't mind.
I will, yes. So what we're also seeing in some of those complaints is that the caregivers, you know, they step up and you know, of course, they don't want to see their young relative in foster care. So they step up and they make that leap and agree to care for the child or the children. But then in their mind, they're thinking that this is a very temporary situation while the agency works with the family to reunify the kids back with the family. And then the case closes, and so they're left at a place where they don't know what to do next. And we've seen cases come back to us after the case closed because something has occurred where the caregiver can't take care of the child or the children.
Got it. I know you all also recommended CFSA should require all kinship arrangements to or should implement a standard checklist developed for kinship arrangement cases that covers the critical needs of a child during an informal relative caregiver arrangement. What were OFC's findings that, well, I guess what you already said was the basis of that recommendation, but what would be the benefits of such a checklist?
Yeah, so I think the benefit would be that there will be the decreased probability of some critical areas not being addressed and being missed in being able to care for the child or children. For example, in one of the testimonies today, one of the critical areas that was missed, or one of the critical items and documents that was missed, that the caregiver could not retrieve, was the birth certificate for the baby. And because the baby had some medical issues, it was vital that the caregiver obtain that birth certificate. And so with the closure of the case, the agency could not begin to correct that for the caregiver.
Got it. And I also noticed that you all recommended CFSA should require all kinship arrangements to have a second level approval prior to closure. What are the benefits of a second level approval?
Yeah, so again, on our thoughts on that is that, when the social worker and the supervisor are kind of just enmeshed in the case and it gets closed, before closure, we think that a review by a program manager or a deputy director, just to ensure that those critical items are checked off, that it's tied in a nice bow, and that some areas are not missed for that family.
Got it. And I'm curious about your thoughts on informal relative placements. In pre-hearing responses, you mentioned you had received complaints about informal relative placements and resources needed. What kind of issues arose in these complaints? Did any patterns about this type of placement emerge from complaints? And do you think there are issues with policy and a procedure that need to be changed to address the concerns raised in those complaints?
I would say definitely what we tend to see, and we kind of touched on this a little bit, is once that case is closed, the child is placed with the relative, the case is closed by the agency, and then then there's concerns that occur for this particular family, and they cannot get the resources that they need in a timely manner, which is then causing additional stress on the caretaker. I would say that's the primary concern. I would also say, and William kind of touched on this, in the cases that or the complaints that we have received from particularly grandmothers who are serving as caretakers, they often tell us that they saw this as a temporary, they don't want to see their grandchildren or other relatives coming into foster care, so they're stepping up from that perspective. But they saw this as a temporary arrangement. We have had, I can think of one particular individual who basically explained that she had worked for many years and she had provided for herself a retirement. And now that she has these children in her home, it has created a whole new, level of challenges. And then with the case being closed, she's really having to fight for the resources needed in order to maintain that placement. And so, when you might have some thoughts on that.
I agree. And one other thing that we're looking at, Councilwoman, is some of these complaints and cases from CFSA, they're referred to the community collaboratives for support and services. But what we're seeing and what we're finding in some of our cases is that the supports are either very limited or just non-existent. And so the family just doesn't improve once the referral is even made to the community agency that's supposed to address some of those areas.
Got it.
That's an area that we'd like to look into more deeply as well.
Right. Yeah, we'll be asking some of the questions to some of those witnesses today. Madam Busburn, thank you for your testimony. I would like you to end. We have a number of public witnesses watching. Some may be families. Just tell them, what you're here to do and how they can get in touch with your office as you close out.
Sure. So our office is independent and it's impartial. So we are here to help if you have any concerns in regards to accessing services, or if there's been an administrative decision made on a child welfare case that concerns a CFSA child. And we define a CFSA child as a child who is either currently involved with CFSA, previously involved with CFSA, or has at any point been involved in any way been involved in CFSA. If you are aware of a child that follows under that definition, and there's some concerns about decisions made in regards to whether they meet policy, or if they meet the federal or local law, or if there's a practice concern, feel free to reach out to us. If you'd like to file a complaint online, you could go to our website. That's ofc.dc.gov. There is a link there that says file a complaint. You can click on it. There's a very straightforward form. Click submit and we'll receive that, and we'll follow up with you as soon as possible. We're committed to being responsive in that sense. There's also other information. Our email address is ofc.complaints@dc.gov. If you'd like to send us a complaint by email, just kind of briefly explaining what the situation is. And you can also call our main line, which is also listed on our website.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Ombudsperson, for your testimony and service to the District of Columbia and our children and families. Next, we will transition to the performance oversight hearing for child and family services agencies. Again, we will begin with public witnesses. I will invite our first panel of public witnesses: Fernanda Ruiz, public witness; Carly Sessoms, public witness; Kimya Baxter, public witness; John Ewing, public witness; and Dana Abiyash, public witness. If I say your name wrong, please charge it to my mind and not my heart, and feel free to correct me. And please, you will be prompted to become a panelist. Please select yes to do that. Is anybody from that? Baxter. Amy Baxter, I see you. If you're ready, you can come off mute if you would like, and turn your video on if you would like.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Good morning.
Good
How are you?
morning. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me on this platform. I'm very grateful to be here today.
Thank you.
I can start.
Yes, you may begin your testimony.
My testimony, first of all, thank you again for this opportunity to tell my experience with the agency and how things have been going. This has been one of the longest journeys of my entire life. And again, I'm just so grateful to be here. I'm thankful, and I'm very happy that I've actually gotten to a point where I am now in my life, that the agency, numerous agencies that was a key factor in my recovery to become not only a better mother, but a better person overall, I must say. And this platform is introducing me in different ways that I believe that my higher power has only just begun. To say that is only just to recognize that individuals like myself were given chances, but I'm very empathetic with how everything has had happened and still happening for me throughout the duration. NCCF and Child Family Services deposited a belief method into me. They not only was patient with me and my family, they were there. They were attentive. It was so many people that actually rescued me and my children, and I'm so glad that they did. Now, my outcome on life is optimistic. It's improved day by day, and the goodness of everything is actually coming after me. I've worked hard. I believe in people. Again, I'm very happy to say that. I'm so happy to be present in my state of mind and recognizing that there's a plan for all of us. There's a plan to be present. There's a plan to be here. There's a plan to go through. And I'm so understandably knowing that no matter what presents itself in my life today, tomorrow, or whenever it comes, that I feel confident in knowing that I can go through it. I feel confident in knowing that I once again can advocate for myself, and my network is awesome. I smile today because I can. I smile today because I want to. I encourage you to smile today and every day if you can, because there's something about a smile or just an assurance of knowing that if and when if comes, because it will, that more of you will arrive. And growth in this process for me has been astounding. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for giving me immaculate resources, understanding. Blessings be to all on this platform. I hope you guys continue to do the tremendous, great work that has been done. I'm assured that it will be done. And here I am. I wish forward to seeing each and every one of you flourish and thrive in your uniqueness, and blessings on believing beyond yourself. Have a wonderful and great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm so glad you started us off, because there's so many people in the room and in the panelist room who do this work day in and day out from a place of love and care and joy. And I think sometimes they need to be reminded of those things too. So thank you so much for that. Please stay on because we may have questions for you at the end of this panel. Next, we have John Ewing. John Ewing, if you are here, you can come off mute, and if helpful, come off video. Oh, and Kiana Morris Ewing as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So good morning, Councilman Louis George, and thank you for the opportunity to share our experience with you today. My name is Kiana Morris, and my husband is here, John Ewing. We were kinship foster parents to two of our daughters who now we have adopted. We also maintain educational and medical responsibility for our 18-year-old kinship daughter. We became foster parents because my husband's family member passed away. His aunt reached out to us because this individual passed while she was incarcerated. She had 4 daughters, and all of whom were known to the Child and Family Services Agency in DC, and all of whom were in need of permanent arrangements. We started with the oldest girl, who was in dire need of care and was the first one we took into our home. At this point, she was already a teen parent and regularly running away from foster homes to her grandmother's house. She refused to go to any foster home except family and was regularly absent from schools in DC. So we stepped up and brought her home and began the process of licensing. The second oldest sister in the group is well settled with another family member. From there, we became the foster parents of the 2 youngest girls in the sibling set. These children were already in Maryland, staying with a family member of their father's, and came to us on the weekends. Complications arose from that arrangement, and they were removed from that home and placed with respite foster parents until we could get licensed. We recently finalized adoption on those 2 little girls. Becoming a foster parent has been a very difficult and tedious process for us. Our first foster daughter came home in July 2022, and it took until April 2023 to get licensed. Throughout that time, we had our foster daughter in our apartment and then had to move to a larger home without stipend or guarantee of being able to provide her with any income that was necessary to help her care for her own young child. When we embarked on the when we embarked upon the licensing process, we worked directly with CFSA. Despite the fact that the staff dropped our foster daughter off at our home in Maryland, it was months before we were told we needed to transfer to a Maryland agency. We completed our entire packet with DC before we were told we needed to start all over again with Maryland. We were not told who we needed to be in touch with or who we should speak to start all over. There is no manual on how to do this, and the information comes as you inquire rather than from one source. I am a healthcare worker, and I do understand the importance of documentation and paperwork. A lot of times during the process, we felt that kinship parents were not prioritized. We felt like it was assumed we would take these children in because they were kin and make it work without support or resources, which isn't fair. We were living in a small apartment when we started and needed to quickly move to a 6-bedroom home to accommodate our growing family. Licensing takes too much time, and more resources need to be applied to kinship parents. Not knowing our status and delays for our licensing made this process difficult and stressful for the entire family. However, overall, I'm still grateful for this process and this experience. My husband and I do not have any kids together. He has 5 of his own, and I don't have any biological children. I have deeply enjoyed becoming a parent and experiencing the whole range of this experience. My husband says he loves the opportunity to help nurture and to be a part of another child's life. Being able to do this together has doubtingly been wonderful. We are in the process now of changing our kinship license to a regular license so that we can adopt another child soon. Again, thank you for listening to our testimony and the opportunity to share our experience.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your testimony and for being kinship foster parents. If you could just stay on, we may have some questions for you at the end of this panel. Right. I'm just checking to see if Fernanda Ruiz, Carly Sessence. All right, I do not see them. So actually, Ms. Baxter, if you're still here, again, thank you for sharing your testimony and your experience. In your written testimony that NCCF gave you the change to get better, can you talk more about that? How did NCCF give you that change? What services and resources did NCCF provide that really made the difference for you?
Thank you. NCCF, okay, I'll tell you what they did. It was, of course, everything is challenging. That's what life is really all about. If you don't grow, then you just don't go. I'm going to present that statement first. And I'm up for the challenge. It enhances everything about me and the loved ones that I care for and people that I come in contact with on a regular basis. CFSA not only navigated on how to assist me with permanent housing. I was in, I'm still in a studio, but I'm kudos to that. I'm moving next week to a 3-bedroom apartment in Northwest Washington, D.C., American University, Foxhall area. I'm currently living in Cleveland Park. I originally got a rapid rehousing subsidy from the agency about 3 years ago. And the case manager in that area did not follow up with me for permanent stability housing, I believe because of maybe I don't know, paperwork shuffle, but that was done outside of that agency that was independent. However, they assisted me with not only getting a permanent voucher for my housing. They assisted me with obtaining stabilized therapy. They assisted me with paying off my back rent. I am currently a disabled individual, and I care for my oldest son, who is 17, teenager in these days and times, and my daughter, whom I was seeking to get back out of the system for the second time. And they allowed me that platform, if not so much more. I attended classes. They would come and monitor me monthly at my home, at my children's schools. I must say that what they did was beyond what I would say what I would expect, because I was very familiar with the agency, being though this is my fourth time with all of my kids due to neglect. Yes, it was my background with CFSA and NCCF is very extensive. The case managers, they were very welcoming. They were very enlightening. They were very assuring. And I agree. Sometimes I would say, some stuff fell through the loops, but that was my learning. That was the part for me that was a time for me to introduce my educational realm to the community that I live in and to my family, to advocate for myself. And I learned a lot, and I did. And I'm glad to have that knowledge. Therefore, I will look upon my future and passing it on to the next person, being as helpful as I possibly can. What else did they do? They introduced possible job opportunities to me as well in the future. They introduced me back to my community in a whole. In a whole, yeah. So to say that is to say that thank you. Thank you for how this was done. Thank you for how it completed me. Thank you. I say thank you for my children. I'm actually a mother who could see beyond the realm of just being me, just being a, in recovery, just being selfish, truly and awesomely grateful to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ms. Ewing, again, thank you both. Thank you for sharing your testimony and for being kinship foster parents. It's frustrating that unfortunately the difficulties you described, I think, are far too common for our parents who are stepping up in this manner, not feeling prioritized, not having access, support, and resources. And that's not how how that process should go. When we talk about just the time period, sort of April to July to get licensed, what in your view, what took so long? Like, what were were you giving documentation and then having to give more documentation? But like, what were the things that made this process? Because April to July to get licensed is just sounds like a ridiculously long amount of time.
So it was July 22 till April.
Right. Okay.
23. And honestly, speaking to some staff, kind of, building a report with some staff, they honestly told us, you all are kinship. We are dragging our feet. We had done everything that we was supposed to do. The staff, they were making some transitions with the staff. I know, 1 month they'll have one social worker, then the next month it's a new social worker on, and then that social worker wasn't up to speed with what was going on in the girl's case. And that's pretty much,
Yeah.
you know, how it happened for us, or how we understood it. And as I said, we were told we're kinship. This is should be something that we're willing to do, which we were. But we just needed help as well. Like I said, with the first child coming into our home, she was already a teen mom which that child was not in foster care. So that's pretty much to sum it up. They just, it was our responsibility because we were family.
Wow. Okay. Talk me through, like, how do we improve this for kinship families in the future? Sort of what specifically could CFSA have done to make your experience better? And what changes to policies or procedures would you like to see be made to improve support for kinship foster parents in the future?
Well, for me, it's just identifying what agency the child should be with. Because again, we started off with CFSA in DC. However, we lived in Maryland. So basically identifying what agency we needed to be with, that took months for them to figure out that, hey, we don't live in DC, we live in Maryland. So investigating your, I guess, clients or, you know, your case, knowing the case first, for me, would be the investigative piece before, you know, we start moving any pieces to the puzzle around, is knowing your case. And that's it for me. Really just knowing your, and I understand that all of the social workers have a caseload, but maybe they're stretched too thin to where they have too much of a caseload to where they do not know these children that they are dealing with, versus the family. So just knowing that, doing the investigative piece first before you pick, before you reach out to families and, ask, can you do this, or where, can we start the licensing process, is my answer to basically, trying to fix things and doing better.
Yeah, absolutely. If what should be, if you think about this, what should be in a manual or instructions for families interested in kinship care?
Well, that piece of it, again, knowing which agency you'll be dealing with, whom you would reach out to. So a contact person, not just your social worker, above that, because again, you reach out to the social worker sometimes and they're in another case and they can't, give you the questions that you need. So being in the know, but the whole process of kinship, knowing the difference between kinship licensing and regular foster parents licensing, because we had no idea about that until just recently. Knowing that, another thing that could possibly go in the manual, and this is kind of sidebar, is that knowing that, we wanted to adopt another child as well. And we were told, well, before we can have any more children come into your home, then you have to adopt the first two first. So that is also something that can go into the manual.
Got it. Thank you so much. Your testimony has been so helpful. And again, thank you for sharing your story and for being a kinship foster parent. I can't say thank you enough for stepping up in the way that you and your husband have. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us. And thanks again for the opportunity.
Absolutely. Next, we're going to go to our next panel. We have John Davis, public witness, Hunter Jackson, public witness, Veronica Proctor, a public witness, Travis Bailey, a public witness, Mary Catherine West, program manager, DC Action. Great. Got a panel. Everyone's here. I like it. Wonderful. Good morning, Mr. John Davis. You're our first. You can unmute, and if you could turn your video on, if that's a possibility for you.
Okay.
Great. I can see you. Good
Okay.
morning, and you can begin your testimony. I like the
Good.
butterflies.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Janice Lewis George, and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services and committee staff. I am Pastor John Davis of Keep It Moving Empowerment Ministries, also a co-chairperson with Child and Family Services Agency, Thriving Families and Safer Children. I'm really pleased to hear a lot of everything that I've been hearing, because what I've been so entrenched in working on is the warm line. So it has been such an honor for me having a seat at the table as a member of the Live Experience Advisory Council and co-lead of the Warm Line Committee Response and Subcommittee. The time I've spent over the last year working with Director Robin Matthews, staff members, and Lex Advisory Council members, community leaders from all 8 wards throughout the district has led me to be 100% certain that the development of the Warm Line will not only be a necessity, but will brighten the outcomes of many of the struggling families and children. The many hours that I've spent working on this effort is counted with joy on my end, because I can relate to the devastation of our youth and their families when they have limited resources and opportunities to keep their families together. That's what I just was hearing. The Warm Line will aid families in finding alternatives to breaking up their family structure, allow them to be able to search for better solutions to keep their families together, and will help many families to overcome their struggles rather than being punished because of their struggles. The Warm Line will serve as a positive alternative to the CPS hotline. In order to fully implement keeping DC families together, the district needs to continue to have the infrastructure and resources to sustain a Warm Line and community support model that involves agencies, community-based organizations, and community members who are members of our Keeping DC Families Together citywide steering committee. I thank y'all for giving me this opportunity, especially after all of the stuff I heard. This Warm Line is really going to make a big difference for families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay on. I have some questions at the end for you. Next, we have Hunter Jackson.
Good morning to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services and Chairperson Lewis George. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you and testify today. My name is Dr. Hunter Jackson, and I'm a second-year resident physician in pediatric medicine at Children's National Hospital. Prior to medical school, I worked for 3 years as a community health educator in the District of Columbia as well. As a pediatrician in training, I have the privilege of interacting with families in the district in multiple environments, including the inpatient hospital floors, the emergency department, and primary care clinic in the Columbia Heights neighborhood. Most recently, I spent the last month working on the inpatient hospital floor at Children's National, where typically we see a variety of medical conditions. However, I want to share that over the course of my month, I took care of 3 separate children who reside in the district who required hospitalization for close care after suffering from the effects of maltreatment or neglect. One patient was a 4-year-old who was severely malnourished because their guardian had struggled with chronic homelessness and feeding multiple children simultaneously. Another was a 10-month-old who was found unresponsive after inadvertent exposure to fentanyl and cocaine. The third was a newborn who had suffered physical abuse while parents were out looking for work. I share these stories with you not for the effect of shock or to frighten, but to emphasize the ongoing nature of these problems in our community and how CFSA programs are invaluable in both intervention and, more notably, prevention of child maltreatment. These children and their families often face difficulties with lack of resources, inadequate parenting support, and intensely stressful environments. I am here asking for sustained budgetary funding for the Child and Family Services Agency and their programs. These preventative services supported by CFSA, including more recently the Warm Line and group parenting classes, are integral in addressing these challenges upstream to avoid any harm or neglect. They provide individual support and access to local resources that can help our families thrive and mitigate stressors. Similarly, CFSA-sponsored home visiting programs are extremely helpful for expectant parents. They provide parents with knowledge around typical child behavior, expectations for development, strategies for parenting, and help identify particular areas that may be detrimental to young children in home. If challenges are identified early, for example, parental mental health difficulties or financial hardships, support can be provided to prevent additional stressors in the future, thus allowing families to focus on healthy growth. In conclusion, we are responsible for ensuring that the children and families of the district have their basic needs met, including nutrition, hygiene, and shelter, so they can flourish to their utmost potential. CFSA and its programs are essential in supporting and keeping families together. I fear without the continued preventative efforts of these programs that we could witness more harm. Adequate funding for these programs is crucial for the well-being of the children of the District of Columbia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Please stay on because we do have some questions at the end. Next up, we have Veronica Proctor. Good morning, Ms. Proctor. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning. Greetings to Chairperson George and the members of the Committee of Facilities and Family Services and everyone that is present at the oversight hearing. Lovemore, it is an honor to testify today about my time on the Live Experience Advisory Committee. I have served for the past 2 years and have caught the vision that Director Matthews has for this agency, CFSA. The vision is to take the agency from a child welfare system that was sometimes punitive to the parents and caregivers to a child and family well-being system that focuses on keeping DC families together, providing support and resources so that they may thrive. From the time of our first Lex advisory meeting, we hit the ground running. We scheduled meetings. They were virtual. Some of the meetings were held in person. And the first thing that we were charged with was creating a logo for the 211 Warm Line initiative. And it 211 Warm Line initiative. Over a period, it seems as if we would not agree on the logo. I think the design team thought that they had it in the bag, but one of the Lex members would suggest something different that would relate better. Finally, the last draft was done and we had our logo. And participating in designing a logo for the Warm Line, I felt a sense of purpose for me. I was actually part of something that was coming together that would be life-changing. And then we were asked if we were interested in being a chair or co-chair of a subcommittee that was formed around the Warm Line. I became co-chair of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee. This is where I learned about implicit biases used in the past through mandated reporting and the damage that it was caused by it. The language and the training had to be changed. We worked on a model of what the training should involve, and we had several meetings with the committees to ask what should be included in the language or what should be taken out of the language. By the time that my term was up, we had gotten closer to what would be the final model. In a few weeks, we will be taking the new mandated reporting training. The last activity that I want to discuss is the conference that was held in Phoenix, Arizona, with Thriving Families and the Lex Advisory Committee members from all across the United States. This opportunity came through the Annie E. Casey Foundation. For 3 days, we met with, conversed with, and fellowship with people like us who was doing what we were doing. I had an opportunity to meet some phenomenal people working with thriving families, safer children from state to state, looking at the models that they presented, the thorns or situations that had occurred and how they solved the problems. It was a real learning experience watching these Lex leaders explain how they overcome challenges. It was very inspiring. But the amazing thing was everyone wanted to know what we were doing in DC, how we were facing our challenges, what inspired us, what kept us motivated, what we were doing right. I returned from that trip on fire and ready to roll my sleeves up, ready to work because we have a lot of work to do. The soft lunch for the warm line happened shortly after the trip to Arizona. It was so nice meeting the crew that will be taking the calls and the supervisors as well. We're in the process of getting the bugs out, which must be done when starting something new. The good news is that we have a group of dedicated, empathetic, and determined Lex members who want to see the Warm Line initiative work, because this is a wonderful thing for families and communities everywhere. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Travis Bailey.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George and members of the committee. My name is Travis Bailey. I am a resident of Ward 7, testifying as a public witness. Also, I stand in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition and its platforms for a more racially equitable and economically just DC. That includes standing firmly against any mid-year budget cuts to services to services that DC residents, especially those in greatest need, rely on to survive. Food, shelter, victim services, and more. Do not cut services mid-year. My testimony today will focus on the importance of home visiting as a powerful tool in the district's toolbox to reduce child abuse and neglect. In particular, 2 home visiting programs stand out for mention: the Father-Child Attachment Program and Community Family Life Services Parent Education and Home Visiting Program. We asked the DC Council to maintain current investments for both of these valuable programs. My testimony today will focus on the Father-Child Attachment Program. As a Ward 7 resident, I want to focus on Black fathers, whom research has shown are just as involved with their children, sometimes more involved than white and Hispanic fathers, even when they are no longer romantically involved with the child's other parent. Programs like the Father-Child Attachment Program exist because Black fathers, despite being more involved fathers on average than other ethnic groups, disproportionately face more barriers than other fathers. And those can, without counseling and support, prevent positive attachment with their children. According to a peer-reviewed 2012 study in the American Journal on Public Health, the rate of 12-month depressive symptoms is 1.5 times higher among urban Black fathers than among the general population. And Black fathers are more likely than are fathers of different racial or ethnic backgrounds to experience adverse social circumstances associated with mental illness, such as high unemployment levels, discrimination, and poverty. Bringing it back to the Father-Child Attachment Program, this program partners with fathers in the district to provide health education and support, legal advocacy, and links to community resources for both parent and child. The program goes a long way in beginning to heal the systemic damage that our nation has inflicted on Black families, in particular, through exclusionary policy and budget decisions over the decades. By funding programs like the Father-Child Attachment Program, the district made an unintentional and racially just decision to embark on a new path that prioritizes women and families and children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Catherine West.
Good morning, Chairperson Henderson and the members of the Committee of Families and Facility Services. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee as it reviews the Child and Family Services Agency's performance. Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George, for your ongoing support for families in the district. My name is Mary Catherine West, and I am the chair of the DC Home Visiting Council and program manager for early childhood at DC Action. I am a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition and a Ward 1 resident. We appreciate the DC Council's past support for home visiting programs, and we are grateful for CFSA's partnership and the Home Visiting Council this past year. My testimony focuses on the critical role of home visiting in CFSA's portfolio to reach families with unique and particular needs, to effectively prevent child abuse and neglect and improve family outcomes. CFSA directly funds 2 home visiting programs. First, the Father-Child Attachment Program provides targeted intervention to fathers in the district through group parenting classes and home visits. It is the only home visiting program in the district that specifically serves fathers and is a unique space for men to build an intimate and trusting relationship where they can share their needs and get support in their parenting. Child development is a core component of home visiting. When parents understand child development, they can recognize appropriate and predictable behavior of young children and learn to manage their expectations, reactions, and attitudes. This improves their patience and listening skills and reduces acts of physical punishment and yelling. Consistently going into the home gives the home visitor an opportunity to affirm existing positive behaviors and teach strategies to improve interactions. One graduate of the program, Roberto, shared, "My attitude and skills have changed in a positive way in my day-to-day life as a father." Fathers become more self-sufficient and independent through the home visiting program. After they graduate the program, fathers are more equipped to navigate the systems that they interact with as parents and advocate for themselves and their families. Another father, Marcos, shared, "I have benefited most from this program's individualized assistance, which has helped me find the calm in the middle of the storm and fulfill my educational objectives. It also helps me when I need to speak up for myself, and I know how to do this now." Second, Community Family Life Services connects parents impacted by homelessness, domestic violence, or incarceration to parenting support and home visiting. CFLS uses the Nurturing Skills for Families curriculum, an evidence-based curriculum for home visiting. Home visiting allows case managers to build close and personal relationships with families for further support in establishing healthy parenting habits. The one-on-one setting gives parents the opportunity to be honest and share their concerns or experiences that they may not be able to in a group setting. Home visiting provides critical support to families, but the sector faces workforce challenges in part due to inadequate wages for home visitors. In 2023, the majority of home visiting programs reported continuing challenges retaining and hiring staff. Home visitors are highly trained, educated, and passionate about their work and role in their community. Home visitor salaries are not competitive to related fields of social work or early childhood education. The salaries are also inadequate to support a living in DC, which faces high housing and other costs to live. Ultimately, when home visitors leave the workforce due to low salaries, families bear the consequences. Losing a home visitor creates instability in a family's support system and a potential gap in access to critical resources. In past years, the DC Council and CFSA have affirmed the impact of home visiting through recent funding allocations. These investments have been valuable for program administration and must be sustained. Programs rely on this funding to provide high-quality services, and they should be sustained for program stability. DC Action and the Home Visiting Council are excited to continue our partnership with CFSA to uphold home visiting as a proven prevention strategy in the district. We implore the DC Council and CFSA to ensure that home visiting programs receive this maintained and stable investments to support their workers and keep families safe, stable, and healthy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. And just a reminder to all the witnesses to please submit your testimony in writing if you have not done so as of yet. Mr. Davis, I want to come back to you. In your testimony, you mentioned the success of the Warm Line will require more partnership among district agencies. What specific agencies do you think should play a bigger role in ensuring we have resources to provide families who call the Warm Line? What resources do you think we are lacking that would help families who do call the Warm Line? Pastor Davis, you still here? Okay, maybe he stepped, I see him.
Yep, I'm still here. I'm still
Okay, I
here.
see you.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear my question?
Say it again.
In your testimony, you mentioned the success of the warm line requires more partnership among district agencies. I wanted to know what specific agencies you think should play a bigger role in ensuring we have resources to provide families who call the warm line, and what resources do you think we are lacking that would help families who call the warm line?
That's real easy for me. I would say all inclusive. Everybody that's willing to be a part of this should be a part of it, because what happens is, I heard the young lady speak earlier. I mean, somebody should have been in the middle of the Maryland DC transfer. So why wasn't somebody in the middle of that? So maybe we need to have PG police with DC police. Well, this is what I do. I'm a DMV person. So I try my best to make sure that all the agencies, I got a list of them. I try to always, mix them up, because I know one agency might do some things better or more than another agency. So it's so important not to try to put all the weight on one agency. That's what happens. And weight breaks the barrel. So it's almost like we need a way to make sure that people comfortable working with each other. Maryland shouldn't feel uncomfortable because that's a DC problem. Virginia should, because what I'm understanding, because I've been doing this work for a long time, people move around. So the fact that these kids was in DC and moving out Maryland, why we so uncomfortable working with each other? That's what I'm trying to say. Not
Got
just
it.
DC, but we need some people in DC that's willing to reach out to Maryland and Virginia and vice versa. And I've been working with that, as a matter of fact, with the health department and the clergy. They do it. They started doing it. They started, reaching out to the clergy in Virginia and Maryland. So we all been kind of like trying to mix together.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think, and when he says DMV, he means DC, Maryland, Virginia, not Department of Motor Vehicles.
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
He was like, I work with the DMV, not
Yeah.
Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah.
He's speaking of our regional partnerships and making sure we have more regional partnerships across the agencies. When I was thinking about agencies, I was more so thinking about district, but I appreciate you bringing that regional aspect into it. When I think about calls coming to the warm line, when it comes to housing, how are we partnering with, our DC Housing Authority? When we have issues of food insecurity, how are we partnering with Department of Human Services? And ensuring, we have the appropriate SNAP benefits, or, make sure the students have free reduced lunch and are participating in our summer, spring and winter food programs and things of that nature. When I speak about district agencies, and speaking about district agencies, what are some agencies that you would like to see more partnership within the district? I think he might be frozen. Okay, no, he's not. Now you're no longer frozen. On my screen, he's frozen.
Yeah, but I definitely mean all inclusive. I do mean district. I mean everybody in the district as well. But I heard that plight with that family.
Yeah.
It seemed like that should never happen.
100%.
So we have to find a way to stop that from happening. But every agency in the district should want to be on board with this, because that's what we created the warm line for. So we won't have no loopholes or nobody left out in the cold, because everybody's willing to be a participant. And I've been doing that for a long time. Just having all the agencies that's willing to be a part of it. So if a family needs something, it could be a plumber. Have the plumbers agencies there. So I'm just trying to make it simple as I can.
I appreciate it. And thank you. Thank you for what you're doing and all the things that the clergy are doing across the district. It's been amazing. And even in our ward for clergy have stepped up in a great way as well. Is it Dr. Jackson, Nurse Jackson? I know you work in pediatric care, so thank you for your work there. You mentioned in your testimony the importance of preventative services CFSA provides that keeps kids out of hospital due to health conditions caused by maltreatment or neglect. What preventative services do you think are most effective? And are there any preventative services that CFSA does not offer that you think would be beneficial to add?
Thank you. I think the current services are invaluable as far as the group parenting classes. Oftentimes I will encounter in clinics, parents who it's either their first child or they're having another child very quickly after having another, and they're ill-equipped, and there's a lack of knowledge and education and even how kind of to raise a kid as far as like normal behavior and how to respond in certain situations. So I think the group parenting classes are invaluable. Inevitably, we see a lot of, especially in our primary care clinics, we see a lot of kind of the aforementioned things as far as food insecurity, transportation difficulties, and housing instability. And so I think the warm line. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Thank
The
you.
warm line is also impactful in that realm as well, just to connect families. If things come up as far as difficulties paying utilities, or transportation, or having access to childcare as well, because we oftentimes will see maltreatment can occur when it's when children are left without guardians. And lastly, I think the home visiting program that was touched on as well is integral for first-time parents, as far as even identifying detrimental things in the house, as far as things that can be ingested or like where falls can occur or where there are dangerous things located. And off the top of my head, I think CFSA has a lot of potential with the programs they have now, and I don't see any evident areas that are deficient.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Miss Mary Catherine West and Mr. Bailey, I think you both talked about this. Mr. Bailey, you mentioned the Father-Child Attachment Program. It is the only home visiting program in the district that targets fathers. And Ms. Catherine West, you mentioned in your testimony that budget cuts and even threats of budget cuts can destabilize successful home visiting programs and families' ability to remain on them. I know this is not a budget hearing, but as we approach the release of the fiscal year 2025 budget, I think it is important to recognize how damaging uncertainty around budgets can be. Can you talk about the difficulties home visiting programs experience when their financial security is constantly up in the air, and how our families also then affected by this uncertainty? And if Mr. Bailey, if you want to speak specifically about the benefits of having the fathers only group, and why that budget is worth sustaining as we look to the fiscal year 2025 budget.
Sure, I'm happy to start off. I think like you said, the importance of not disrupting critical human services. Let's be real, we're not saving money when we disrupt programs like this. We're just shifting the burden to other already burdened folks. I was raised by a single mom. We need to be supporting fathers and encouraging them to get more involved, to take up more of the needs and tasks that it takes to run a family. These type of programs are critical, not just for the fathers, but to equalize and distribute the burden amongst a family of raising children. So women like my mom, who raised me as a single mom and herself was raised by a single mom, don't have to continue to bear the uncompensated burden disproportionately. So I am going to pause there. I'll just say my final thing, which is budget cuts are just footing someone else with the bill, and it's going to cost the district more in dollar terms in the long run if we disrupt these services, even in a tough budget year. And we have more equitable revenue generating policies we can put in place to make sure those with the least needs can still benefit from these programs. I'll turn it over to Mary Catherine.
Thanks, Travis. Yes, of course, I'll pick up. In thinking about how programs face instability with budget cuts and the threat of budget cuts, we can look at the past year with increased budget at the Father-Child Attachment Program. At Mary Center, they were able to raise wages for their home visitors. Marginally, they still have, a ways to go to get at that, competitive and, really thriving wage. But through this increase, they were able to find a new home visitor to onboard by the end of this month. So that will increase their capacity. Sustaining this budget has also allowed them to open a supervisory position. They're still looking for a candidate to fill that role, but supervision is very critical in home visiting to make sure that the home visitors who are out in the field and witnessing the trauma that some families are going through and helping support them through this. Home visitors need support too to work through those issues and have someone else who says, make sure that you're referencing them to this resource. And so without sustained funding, the program might lose this position and that option for the role to support home visitors and sustain that support. So making sure that the home visitors themselves are supported increases their longevity in the role. And so when a home visitor leaves a role, their caseload is either shifted to a home visitor or supervisor with an already overburdened caseload. So many home visitors are taking 25 is a max caseload families. And so increasing their families on top of that makes it hard for them to give the same amount of resources to the families that they were already serving. And they have to start that relationship building from the start with a new family. So really, the families face the impact of disrupted services and having to build a new relationship from the start. Finally, with the men's only group, as Travis said, this is a space for men to have a space to build some healthy masculinity and talk about their role as fathers in the district. And this is a space that we don't see in many other areas in the district. So, we can hear the stories of how impactful this program has been for the fathers, and we don't want them to lose that space or access to the home visitor or the other men that they are in community with.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to this panel of witnesses for your testimony. Don't forget to please submit your testimony to the committee so that can be a part of the official record. We're going to move to our third panel. We have Tammy, Senior Supervisor Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center. Najiba, I'm gonna get this right. Halimi, Executive Director, Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, FAPAC. Victoria Taplin, Managing Attorney, DC KinCare Alliance. Michaela Deming, Policy Director, DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. And Michelle Sewell, Crisis Shelter Director from DC SAFE. Ms. Coates is here in person. Wonderful. So good morning. Thank you for being here. And you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Is that good?
No, it's someone. Go. Is that working? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's backwards. Red actually means go.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and committee staff. My name is Tammy Rasinga-Cote. I'm a Senior Supervising Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and a parent of 3 children in the district. Over the past year, CFSA has accelerated and expanded its efforts to transform the district's child welfare agency into a child well-being system that connects children and families with resources in their communities with the goal of them never having to come to the attention of CFSA. To this end, the agency has continued to significantly invest in prevention strategies intended to meet families in need with resources rather than separating children from their families. Notably, CFSA has undertaken this work in a spirit of partnership, seeking to deeply engage both its sister government agencies and community members as active participants and co-owners of the agency's transformation efforts. We appreciate CFSA's intentional and inclusive approach to this work, and it's something we'd like to see similarly embraced by other government agencies. CFSA continues to struggle, however, with consistently providing critical services and supports that meet the needs of children in foster care, their families, and their caregivers in areas including placement, access to behavioral health supports, supports for teens and older youth, and effectuating new requirements regarding Social Security benefits for children in care. My written testimony contains much more additional detail on all of these topics. This morning, however, I will focus on the agency's prevention efforts and the need for continued investment and improvement in the agency's placement array. CFSA's goal of transforming from a child welfare agency to a child and family well-being system is both radical and utterly necessary. When district parents struggle to care for their children because of poverty, because they lack the means to pay for food, safe and healthy housing, or adequate clothing, or because they are struggling with serious physical or mental health problems or substance use disorders, or if they are unable to consistently ensure their children go to school, our city's primary solution has been to funnel these families into the child welfare system. This system is built and designed with one primary purpose: to separate children from their parents and place them in foster care. For many years, CFSA has worked within the confines of its primary purpose to try to support families without removing children through service referrals, in-home cases, informal family or kin placements, etc. But ultimately, when a parent is unable to meet the needs of their child, CFSA's role is to take custody of that child until that parent can prove they are able to meet the child's needs. And if the parent can't achieve that within a prescribed window of time, then CFSA's job is to find another permanent home for that child. CFSA's transformation work is a recognition that to minimize the number of families that enter the system, to narrow the front door to only those families where removal is truly the lesser of two evils, the full panoply of district agencies and services must meet these families' needs before they reach CFSA. To this end, CFSA is working to support the integration of DC's human services agencies, programs, and services into a well-coordinated and accessible network of effective resources so that families struggling with poverty and deprivation can receive the help they need before their circumstances crescendo into child abuse or neglect. We must therefore understand this work as essential to preventing the occurrence of child abuse and neglect. CFSA has made significant investments over the past 5 years to increase access to city services and programs designed to address the conditions of poverty, including establishing 11 family success centers and reconstituting the district's 211 warm line. We applaud these efforts, but must note that increased access alone is insufficient to meet needs. As Family Success Center and Warmline staff work to identify families in need and match them with resources, government and community-based programs must have sufficient capacity and, most importantly, be effective at meeting families' needs. CFSA recognizes this. During last year's performance oversight hearing, Director Matthews called for district agencies to take a unified approach to well-being and has since worked to engage numerous key health and human service-related agencies in this work. CFSA is taking the lead in building an integrated human services system that provides a continuum of primary prevention services accessible to all district families. But CFSA cannot do this alone. This work requires the active support and involvement of many other government agencies. Both the executive and the council must buy into this vision and support this shift towards coordination and integration for it to take hold and make a difference in how DC families in need experience their government and community. We urge this committee to take a lead role in supporting CFSA in this work and to pursue the collaboration and coordination across council committees that is needed to make this vision a reality. Regarding placement, we have testified for many years that CFSA's lack of placements for older youth and children with significant behavioral health needs has been harmful to children in the agency's care. We are tentatively pleased, therefore, to see that CFSA's recent investments in specialized therapeutic and supportive placements appear to have resulted in some improvement in placement stability for children in care, based on both CFSA's performance oversight responses and analysis of our own internal case data. While these additions to the placement array are a positive development, the extent to which children in care, including dozens of our clients, continue to experience placement instability remains a significant challenge. Further, although the overall population of foster children is shrinking, the children in care are more likely to need the higher levels of support provided by specialized resource-intensive placements. CFSA therefore needs to continue building out its placement array until it has enough of the right kinds of placements to support the specific population of children in its care. We commend CFSA for its strategic and resource-intensive efforts to improve its placement array over the past year and ask this committee to ensure CFSA has the resources and support needed to continue this essential work. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is the other person in person? Oh, okay. Najabi?
Hi there, good morning.
Oh, hi. Oh, there you go. Okay, wonderful.
Okay, good morning, members of this Facilities and Family Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Najiba Halimi. I'm the Executive Director for the Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, or FAPAC. We advocate for children and families in DC foster care. We have several items to follow up on, the first being youth exiting foster care. In our nation, 20,000 youth age out of foster care every single year. Many of them lack the adequate support and grounding to sustain themselves. Within 4 years of aging out, 50% have no earnings, and those who do make an average annual income of $7,500 a year. Many end up homeless. During our first Foster Youth Summit held last year in May, we learned a great deal about the challenges youth face when they exit the foster care system. A more comprehensive report is available on our website at dcfapac.org. However, in short, youth identified challenges in housing instability, mental, physical, and emotional health, legal and systemic barriers, and financial literacy. As a result of the Foster Youth Summit, FAPAC provided recommendations to CFSA through the Foster Summit report. FAPAC is committed to collaborating with CFSA to implement these recommendations with the goal of systemic improvement. The Pocket Act. In 2022, FAPAC testified in support of the Pocket Act, which would ensure youth receive Social Security benefits to which they are entitled, are provided with the financial literacy education, and are supported by a team of collaborate with as they exit foster care. FAPAC calls on CFSA to provide specific status updates and milestones for implementing the Pocket Act, any challenges they may be facing, and how partner organizations can support them. Family Unification Program, or FUP. Over a year of research has helped us identify that the Family Unification Program, or FUP, was not being properly administered to young people exiting foster care in DC. FUP is a program under which housing choice vouchers are provided to two different populations, one of which being eligible youth who exit foster care within 90 days, in accordance with the transition plan described in Section 475(5)(h) of the Social Security Act, and are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless at age 16 or older. Previously, as a result of insufficient planning from youth, lack of proper referral from CFSA, and other issues at DC Housing Authority, youth had been aging out of foster care without the FUP voucher and definitely without a tangible plan. They then contact foster parents for a place to stay, they return to abusive homes, or they become homeless. For an entire year, FAPAC worked to ensure that one youth would receive the FUP voucher. And we were successful in assisting him. Thank you to the National Center for Housing and Child Welfare for partnering with us, and Ruth for her hard work in connecting us. However, that process took an entire year of advocacy, a FOIA request from CFSA, a meeting with Mayor Bowser and Director Matthews, several meetings with City Council staff, a partnership with the National Center of Housing and Child Welfare, a complaint filed with the newly installed ombudsman, and another complaint filed with the Office of Inspector General. The entire process took a little over a year, and today we're happy to announce that the young man has received his voucher. However, the process needs desperate revamping. Yesterday, we had a seemingly promising and collaborative meeting with CFSA, NCHCH, the DC Housing Authority, and it seems that progress will be coming soon, but we now call on CFSA to ensure that every social worker educates youth about FUP. For every social worker listening today, I'm begging you, please educate the youth in your care about the FUP housing program. In conclusion, FAPAC recommends that the district government make it a priority to fund and support programs that assist youth preparing to exit foster care. Through generous funders, FAPAC has raised enough money to host the first ever weekend-long summit in 2023, which aims to educate youth about their options when they exit care, their rights while in foster care, and how to advocate for their needs. The event was successful. It was greatly attended and highly informative. This year, we are grateful to the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs and the Office of LGBTQ Affairs for financially supporting the 2024 summit. Based on the population trends and youth in care, we anticipate that both the need for and the cost of this program will grow. We ask that the Council and CFSA make it a priority to continue to support worthy educational opportunities for youth exiting foster care, such as the summit. When the city, advocates, foster families, and youth work together, we can creatively problem solve to give youth more access to critical information and empower them towards self-sufficiency. We all want that. Having grown up and aged out with the plan, they will not be successful. Government can't do it alone. You need partners. We're in this together, and we welcome greater collaboration. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Please stay for questions. Next, we have Victoria Taplin.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Victoria Taplin, and I am a managing attorney with DC KinCare Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children in their extended families in times of crisis, when the children's parents are not able to care for them due to mental health and substance use disorders, incarceration, death, abuse and neglect, or other extreme circumstances. I would like to direct the committee's attention to several new requirements that CFSA began imposing in 2023 on applicants for their two caregiver subsidy programs, the Grandparent Caregiver Program, or GCP, and the Close Relative Caregiver Program, or the CRCP. These requirements cause significant delays and added stress for caregivers in desperate need of these subsidies. I don't have time to mention all of them here, so I direct the committee to my written testimony where they are all discussed in full. One is a current lease or mortgage. Until recently, DC residency could be proven by any one of the following: a district-issued ID, a lease or mortgage, or a utility bill. Now program staff is requiring an ID and a current lease or mortgage, and is not accepting a utility bill. With leases that convert to month after expiration of the initial 12-month term, which is very common among public voucher leases in DC, our clients have been told that their lease agreement has expired and that they must obtain a rental verification from their landlord, which is onerous and can take time. If the objective really is to prove that the applicant still lives in DC, an easily obtained recent utility bill showing their name and DC address should be sufficient. 2, verification that a custody order is current. One easy way a caregiver can prove that they are the primary caregiver for a child is to furnish a copy of their custody order. But 2 of our clients who did so in recent months were told by program staff that they had to go to the court clerk to verify that their order was, quote, current. Given that program staff can easily email the court clerk to verify if a more recent custody order has been issued, it seems to be an unreasonable burden on the applicant's time and resources to require them to go to the courthouse. 3, determination of TANF eligibility. All that the subsidy program's governing statutes require of an applicant regarding TANF is that they have applied for TANF. Yet recently, for the grandparent caregiver program, program staff has been requiring a determination letter of TANF eligibility rather than just proof of application. When asked why, the program staff has responded that the GCP regulations require it. While this is technically true, this requirement has never been enforced before, and even if it were, program staff could still move forward with an application with proof that the applicant has applied for TANF and just require that the eligibility determination be made prior to the first subsidy payment so that any TANF award could be deducted from the subsidy rate. Determination of eligibility for TANF typically takes a minimum of 45 days from the date of application. So front-loading that interval onto the 90 days that grandparents typically have to wait to be deemed eligible for the subsidy and then to receive their first payment makes for a total minimum waiting period of 4.5 months. While they wait, grandparents are deprived of vital resources for the children in their care that they cannot make up any other way. We urge that CFSA remove this requirement from the GCP regulations. These are all very burdensome requirements that are not required by statute. They're not necessary for program integrity, and they are anathema to the purposes of these programs to ensure the safety and security of children living with relative caregivers. Some of our clients have told us that these extra requirements are just too much, that they may have to forego receiving the subsidy as a result. We urge CFSA to remove them. I direct the committee to my written testimony in which I highlight some issues with CFSA's Kinship Navigator website with respect to the subsidy programs. For example, the website states that the amount of the subsidy will be offset by the amount a caregiver receives in SSI for the child, and that is no longer true as this offset was removed as part of the Budget Support Act of 2023. This and other problems I discuss in my written testimony should be corrected. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will have Michaela Deming.
I think it's still morning, right? Good morning.
Yes.
Chairperson
1 minute left.
Henderson, right, just in time. Members of the committee and staff, my name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director for the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in the district, and we have 18 member programs. Conservatively, at least 10 to 20% of children are exposed to domestic violence annually, with at least 1/3 exposed during their childhood or adolescence. We know this has myriad effects on mental health development, on access to education, on truancy rates, and attendance. We also know that domestic violence continues to be a leading cause of homelessness, especially for youth. We have previously testified in various committees to the increasing rates of teen dating violence, the associated use of substances, the prevalence of domestic violence as a precipitating factor in femicide and fatal and non-fatal gun violence, and have also cited to data that shows that women in the U.S. are more likely to be murdered during pregnancy or soon after childbirth than to die from the 3 leading obstetric causes of maternal mortality combined, and that Black women are at a substantially higher risk of being killed by partners around pregnancy. Turning our attention to CFSA involvement specifically, we know from their responses, their pre-hearing responses, that domestic violence is one of the leading reasons why people call CFSA for involvement with a family. Also a leading cause for an investigation to be opened and for a substantiated finding following an investigation. CFSA has also noted that education about domestic violence is a prevailing theme for future programming, as identified by their own Community Advisory Council. As DCCADV, our organization is committed to social justice and in addressing the impacts of racism. I also want to note some other pieces of the pre-hearing responses. It's notable that the number of investigations, substantiations, and unsubstantiated findings by CFSA are significantly higher in wards 7 and 8. Additionally, last year, so in FY23, the number of youth placed in foster care or group homes, 80% of them were Black and only 1% were white. So far in FY24, those numbers have increased. So it's 81% of those young people in foster care or in group homes are Black, and less than 1% are white. For reference, according to the census, 46% of people living in DC identify as white and 45% identify as Black. I mention this because as Black families and other families of color navigate safety in the face of domestic violence, this reality impacts their choices to access resources. Reaching out for help to systems that require mandatory reporting carry a significantly higher risk of CFSA involvement and having their children removed from their home than families than their white neighbors. With Black women also experiencing higher rates of domestic violence homicide, including around pregnancy, it's even more important for CFSA to listen to and be responsive to the community-identified safety needs for survivors of color. DCCADV is committed to improving the systems like CFSA that respond to domestic violence and impact survivors. We also have a number of culturally specific service provider member programs and a survivor advisory board of women of color survivors. CFSA data demonstrates the need for strong support of domestic violence programming, education, and domestic violence supportive responses to the consistent needs of DC residents, especially DC residents of color. We have historically partnered with CFSA and know that there was some turnover, and they have now newly hired a DV program specialist. And we encourage this newly hired specialist, in addition to leadership at CFSA, to recommit to strengthening the relationship that we have had historically. It is important that we maintain this strong and close collaboration to ensure that CFSA is supporting survivors of domestic violence, minimizing unnecessarily family trauma and separation, and that all staff are well trained to work with families who present with current or historical domestic violence. We at DCCADV know that domestic violence is preventable. Through proactive partnership with CFSA, we can begin to better address the rise in youth and family violence in the district and give our youth and families the safe and secure lives they deserve. We are committed to being DC's leader in efforts to stop violence before it starts, as well as envisioning wraparound services for all survivors that honor their lived experience, their agency, and their healing journeys. We hope that district leaders across government agencies, including CFSA, will join us. Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Next, we will have Michelle Sewell, Crisis Shelter Director for DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George and the members of the committee. My name is Michelle Sewell, and I am the Crisis Shelter Director at DC Safe. DC Safe serves a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we received over 42,000 calls to our response line, including 17,000 individual referrals. We also recently opened a new 30-unit crisis shelter with the capacity to house 600 survivors per year. We're especially proud of the breadth of our placement capacity and excited about the ability to expand shelter services in the coming year. We know there's a significant need in the community, not only for for emergency shelter, but for the holistic supportive services and advocacy provided by DC Safe. We recognize our clients are whole people, and as they navigate their journey towards safety, that domestic violence complicates all aspects of their lives. This is especially true for our clients with children. Children can be an incredibly motivating factor for clients, but also can be a barrier to achieving safety and stability, not in the least because they represent a long-term tie to an abusive partner if they have children in common. We're pleased to see Children and Family Services and the district as a whole focusing on much needed attention and reconsidering how domestic violence is approached and the reporting requirements of DV advocates. The move towards a non-punitive approach in serving the district's most vulnerable is also reflected in the creation of the Warm Line that connects families to much needed services. A support-focused and problem-solving approach is to be lauded, but it does not address some of the vital concerns that we have about the agency's work with survivors. DC Safe and CFSA have a long partnership through our lethality assessment program, and work with individual clients, particularly with those in shelter. Often we are connecting with individual social workers or through the DV specialist in the Office of Wellbeing. Both these connections are valuable, but they do not get to the heart of a true collaboration that addresses needs on a systemic level that allows us to bring focus and resources to the most at-risk cases. We recently met with the current staff of the Office of Wellbeing. We appreciate their knowledge about the complex nature of DV and feel they are a valuable resource to CFSA. During the meeting, we both acknowledged that they were limited in their abilities to bring direct information around reports made, open cases, and rigorous casework needed for clients. This results in limited meaningful information sharing that hinders the effectiveness of our partnership. Along with working with the DV specialists, we also want to collaborate with CFSA leadership to establish stronger connections and create processes and protocols to strengthen services for our vulnerable clients. I want to share 2 client stories as an example of why collaboration is key. The first case was brought to the Domestic Violence Systems Review and was typical of the cases we envisioned being part of the critical response. The client was assessed as high risk, frequently engaged MPD, and all traditional venues of intervention had been attempted and exhausted. Beyond ongoing domestic violence, there were concerns about the client's housing and ability for her to care for her children. Reports to CFSA had been made by MPD, DHS, and DC SAFE. There are both particular incidents that triggered concerns and ongoing concerns that all agencies were experiencing with this particular client. Because CFSA focused their needs on a specific inciting event, the reports to the CFSA hotline have gone nowhere, and it has been difficult to engage about a broader concern around this family. The Office Wellbeing was helpful with basic information, but did not represent the right decision makers to review multiple agencies' ongoing concerns for this family. The second client came to DC from another state. In addition to experiencing DV, was attempting to care for both a severely disabled child and an aging parent. The client did not have the appropriate mobility equipment to meet the child's needs, was experiencing a disruption in benefits for the family, as well as being displaced. We were eager to try to address these needs in hopes of assisting the family to returning to safety and solid footing, but it quickly became apparent as the client was sheltered with us that the challenges the client had for taking care of her family went beyond our assistance. In this case, we reported CFSA and we stressed the need for immediate intervention. As we stepped up to try to ensure that the family maintained a safe living environment, the client became frustrated and left before CFSA sent someone to visit and intervene with the family. The visit was scheduled 2 days after the initial report. We are a low barrier, client-centered agency and try to provide services in partnership with our clients to address their needs without the scrutiny clients often fear from the agencies like CFSA. When we feel we must call in a concern of child abuse or neglect, it is because we've already done everything we can to address the needs of the family and know we need the outside help. Yet often, even when reports are taken, it is agreed that the concerns are urgent. It can take several days to coordinate a visit. In the case of this client, the family exited our shelter. We no longer had regular contact, and it was difficult to connect the client with CFSA. We want to build a robust partnership with CFSA so we can share an understanding of our roles and limitations and create better outcomes for our clients. It is sometimes we have to be able to do successfully in the past, but recently it has seemed to languish. We're excited to engage more closely with DV specialists in the Office of Wellbeing, but a collaboration with the agency as a whole needs to be deeper. The research shows that domestic violence and child abuse has unfortunate common ties, and that domestic violence can have broad impact to disrupt family stability. A deeper partnership can provide essential collaboration to better serve the families in the district. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, I'm going to start with you. You mentioned in your testimony that the youth in care have inconsistent experiences, and I think we can all agree that the experience of youth in care should not be dependent on their ability to access limited resources of CFSA or other district agencies. One thing you noted was you said improvements in internal communications and practice standards, as well as increased levels of supervision and internal accountability from CFSA are necessary to address this inconsistency. Can you elaborate on that? Sort of what specific changes in those areas would help ensure all kids in care have more similar experiences in care?
So I think, it's hard for us to say what goes on within the agency. We have great communication, but at the same time, we're not involved in their individual supervision conversations. I think what we're reflecting, and we communicate this to the agency as well, what we're reflecting is that when we have kids who are placed either with different placement agencies, or sometimes just, you've got a new social worker, they might not know all the resources that are available within the agency. So we find sometimes that in a certain case, a certain type of placement or a certain type of pathway to getting an educational support or a behavioral health support is possible. And in another case, we might want that same thing, but that team might say, well, that's not possible. And we know it is because we've experienced it in other cases, which just, it just shows us that internally, maybe not everyone has all the same information or the same level of information. And so it's just something we want to continually communicate that that has to be addressed, I think, internally within the agency, but we do see the effect on our kids.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned greater cross collaboration amongst council committees. I
Yes.
appreciate that. I couldn't agree with you more. The work each committee does differs by issue area, but it is inevitably intertwined because of the work affects the same people. And also our committees are just a mashup ridiculously, but that's another conversation for another day. Can you provide like specific examples of areas we can do better in increasing collaboration amongst our committees?
Well, I think we saw a little bit of that in this past fall, where there were some joint hearings between, I think, this committee and the health committee around access to behavioral health for support and supports for youth in care. And I think at least at first, targeting like the health and human services committees, working with this committee, because CFSA is taking the lead on trying to integrate how these agencies operate. I think it would be great if there was more systemic follow-up. So we had a great hearing on December 6th about behavioral health supports and kids in care. But I think it's unclear, like, okay, what's the follow-up to that? Like, as we uncover problems that transcend specific committees, like, how do we make sure that there is systemic follow-up and that there's continual engagement on those issues, because they are very entrenched, longstanding issues that can't get fixed with, I think, just one conversation.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. Fair criticism is something we have to improve upon. And not the expectation that, oh, well, this committee's handling or this council we're handling, because those communications aren't happening and don't happen enough as well. So fair criticism, and that's something we definitely we have to do better. I appreciate that. Miss Najiba, thank you for mentioning FUP vouchers in your testimony. I'll be asking CFSA about these vouchers and other housing issues later on. I think, the agency has really gone in the right direction. I'm excited to see the improvement that was made from last year to this year. And I think that's amazing. And so while utilizing all vouchers is a step in the right direction, there's much more work to be done to provide housing stability. So just wanted to hear from you. Can you describe what changes you would like to see regarding policy and procedure to increase the effectiveness of vouchers and reduce housing instability?
Sure, thank you. So the first is the process of educating youth about what's available. Right now, it's our understanding that some social workers don't know about the FUP voucher. And also CFSA has their own type of financial support that they provide to youth aging out for housing, which seems to compete with the FUP voucher. Social workers are offering that product instead of offering the federal product, which makes more sense to offer the federal product because then it doesn't come out of CFSA's budget. So the first is education all around. Second is the process of youth applying for the FUP vouchers. First, they have to apply with CFSA and fill out their form. Then they have to have a meeting. After the meeting, then they'll hopefully get a recommendation. There shouldn't be a process of refusing youth because the FUP policy just says if you're in foster care, if you're aging out of foster care, there shouldn't be anything that would exclude youth from receiving this voucher. So I don't know if that process of interviewing with CFSA is necessary. And then after that, the application that youth then have to fill out with DC Housing is very long. A lot of that information CFSA already has. So if there's a way that social workers can prepare the packet with the youth, right? We want to educate them, I get it. And then just send it directly to DC Housing so that they don't have to do it by themselves. Yeah, and then after that, they have to interview with DCHA. So the process is just way too long, and it takes a long time.
Got it. Yeah, I think that's right. If they have majority of that information already, and in the packet, sort of, we could just make the process easier overall, and sort of, I think that's fair. I appreciate that. Ms. Taplin, thank you for raising these new non-statutorily required requirements for applicants of the grandparent caregiver program and close relative caregiver program. Wanted to hear from you more, just, how do you think these requirements are adversely affecting the effectiveness of the program? Do you think fewer applicants are applying because of them? And how do delays in application processing due to these requirements affect grandparents and close relative caregivers and the youth that they are caring for?
Well, I think it's in the aggregate. I mean, each one of these things may not seem like they're that big a deal, but as these extra requirements mount up, it's like our client said, they thought they had done what was required. Then there's a second, third, fourth request. Sometimes they have to submit documents all over again that we've assisted them to upload to the portal when they've applied on the portal. It's just all of these things mount up, and then instead of it being a small thing, it's a big thing. And the thing is that our caregivers who suddenly get children in their households on top of, a busy household that they often have already, it's just, there's not a lot of extra time. They don't really have time for more tasks. So while I appreciate that an agency wants to be thorough and, have integrity in their systems, sometimes there's a risk of burdening the caregiver beyond really what is reasonable or what they can handle. So, and I think that the fact that the caregivers usually receive these children into their homes very suddenly, and they need to do things like get copies of birth certificates and other documents that they need before they can even apply for benefits like TANF. So everything seems to be a delay. And so we try to advocate where there seem to be obvious things that could be corrected without, too much difficulty. Why do those things have to be exacerbating a situation that's already, so difficult? So I don't know if that gives you an idea.
Yeah, no, that helps, and it's something we can, talk to the agency about. Sort of how do we decrease the burden on, our grandparents, caregivers, because they're doing something we really need, and we appreciate. I want to ask Michelle, you spoke about the need for true collaboration between CFSA and community organizations such as DC Safe. It's clear meeting together sort of isn't enough. So what would true collaboration look like? Like, what changes to policy, practice, or even culture are necessary to foster true collaboration?
I think what we see on the ground is individual workers who are committed to collaborating with us, information sharing, making sure our clients have what they need. Once we try to move up into the system to have that codified, to have those protocols be clear that we'll have the same experience every time that an issue comes up or a significant case is presented, we do get inconsistent responses. And so the inertia sort of takes over, that you hope to get that good worker again, instead of depending on the system responding the same way every time, that each client gets the same consistent attention around what their needs are, and not hoping they just had a good social worker that day.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's what Ms. Coates was talking about earlier when we talk about sort of same experience. So thank you. I appreciate this panel. If you have not submitted your testimony in written form, please do so to the committee so that it can be a part of the official record. We are now moving on to our next panel. Dion Reeder, Chief Executive Officer, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. Erwin Royster, Director for Community Engagement and Partnerships, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Deborah Shore, Executive Director and Founder of Sasha Bruce. Christy Matthews Jones, DC Girls Coalition. Is there anybody else who knows? Marie or no? Okay, great. All right. We have some of our amazing collaboratives here. Good to see you all. Good afternoon now, officially. Ms. Reeder, we will start with you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I have to make an announcement to you. Deborah Giddens, my fellow colleague in Ward 4, sends her apologies. She wanted to be here with you, but she wanted to let you know she had a lot to do with the contributing of this testimony. So,
oh, good. I did message my team like, "Where's Deborah?"
Yep, she thought she had to be here in person. Unfortunately,
got it. Okay,
so that's what
all
happened.
good.
So I appreciate that. But good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. I am Dion Bussey Reeder, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. Far Southeast is one of the 5 collaboratives in the District of Columbia. I'm here today to address this committee on behalf of all 5 of the collaboratives in the Healthy Family Thriving Community Collaborative Network. Collaborative Solutions for Communities, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. Together, the 5 collaboratives work in tandem with the District of Columbia, Child and Family Services Administration, and several other DC agencies to provide a wide array of services for children, youth, young adults, single adults, seniors, and families living in the District of Columbia. Examples of the work we provide across our network include workforce development, parenting education, support, family stabilization, rapid rehousing, and a range of school-based school truancy prevention, reentry, youth violence prevention and intervention, youth development, domestic violence prevention, and health and wellness for seniors. For over 25 years, this collective has been dedicated to ensuring the safety, permanency, and well-being of children, which is ultimately our goal in the child welfare work. Through the collaboration, providing community-centered support, promoting safety, and protecting the rights of children and families are always our primary objective. My testimony today will focus on what our great city would look like without the collaboratives network. Essential services and program support to families of the District of Columbia. As I stated, we've been doing this for over 25 years. We've been the community convener and a part of the community helping system. Through our families and community supportive services, we provide support to children and abuse that could be possibly abuse and neglected situations. Through our case management and in-home visitation, and I have to emphasize that, we go in the homes. Through our case management, in-home visitations, and participation in parenting classes, and access to career opportunities, and I want to emphasize this, startup businesses, we help our families get to the goals that they want to receive. So if they want to start a business, we'll work with them to identify the networks within our communities to do so. Not just employment, because a lot of our families want to own their own. That's right. What could Washington, D.C. look like without the collaborative supporting families under the CFSA contract? Well, let me tell you. Recent studies have shown it costs approximately $47,608 to place a family of 2 to 3 children in foster care. Currently, Collaborative serves over 5,000 families with direct and indirect services to prevent child abuse and neglect. 5,000 families across the District of Columbia, in most cases, is comprised of a minimum of 4 people. In our current situation, this could be upward to 20 to 25,000 people or more, depending on the composition of the families. Without the services we currently provide to keep families together, a city without our efforts to support families could look like a city paying over $25 million in costs for removing children from families. This does not include the cost of emotional trauma that children and families may experience. As a city, we should consider the impact the collaboratives have had in the reducing of the number of children in the child welfare system. This story will never be told by the families that did not go through the child welfare program and systems, because there's a collaborative providing the necessary support and preventive mechanisms to see families thrive and become successful and productive citizens in the District of Columbia. As we all know, the outcomes for children in foster care are dire, including an increase in mental and physical health concerns, lower performance in schools, lower graduation rates, and higher chances of children being involved in the juvenile justice system. All these areas are additionally associated with a negative financial impact on the city and the potential long-term socioeconomic status of the child. To cut the services of organizations that profoundly help to prevent child abuse, neglect, trauma, and long-term negative outcomes will be a disservice not to only the families of DC, but the city itself. We are all aware that the city is currently struggling with high rates of crime committed by youth. Part of the work of the collaboratives is to prevent the trauma, emotional distress, and overall strain on families that result in youth being involved in crime. The work to improve the state of our youth and reduce the turmoil in the city starts with families entering the collaboratives who focus on support and prevention. I hope as I transition to my next point, I can paint a clear picture. I have painted a clear picture that the collaboratives and partnerships have power and lasting impact. I would like to take a moment to dive just a little further into a collective vision and a more equitable partnership with Child and Family Services. Collectively, CFSA and the collaborative networks has developed and maintained a model clearly demonstrates the ability of community providers to answer the call for families and children entering the child welfare system. The new 211 warm line system is another supportive process that provides residents access to resources, address urgent social services concerns, while the 211 warm line is a great start, and is a quick response to residents' urgent concerns. The level of collaboration between agencies and organizations in this work is actually one of the best processes we've seen lately in the collaborative movement. However, this also requires for staff. It requires a very speedy servant for urgent needs. This also requires experienced staff and adequate pay to address these concerns. Budget cuts that limit community-based services. It also limits our ability to appropriately staff the warm line to provide the quick response that is needed. The budget cuts limits our ability to provide the financial support that many of these families need. When they call through the 211 warm line, they want a financial result immediately. Unfortunately, with budget cuts the way they are, we're not able to provide that need. It has been our experience that other child welfare institutions and entities across the country have viewed the collaborative system within the District of Columbia as a resource to exploit and develop. So as I conclude, Council Member, I would like to conclude by sharing that through our work supporting children and families in Ward 8 specifically, and collectively across the wards, we set firsthand and we see firsthand children cannot be well without their families and a community helping system. Our experiences are backed by a body of evidence that shows that in most cases, children do their best when they remain in their own communities. Unfortunately, we often face financial challenges. We're unable to compete with the government offered pays. We're unable to compete effectively because our resources do not allow us to pay substantial wages to the residents and the staff that deserve it. So I will conclude here. You have my testimony in writing. We appreciate all this committee has done, especially you, Chairwoman, to support the collaboratives, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Erwin Royster.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George and the Committee of the Facilities and Family Services Committee. I'm Erwin Roycer, Director for Community Engagement and Partnership at East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Today, I'm going to provide testimony on the performance of 5 Ward 7 Family Success Centers funded by the Child and Family Services Agency. In 2019, the District of Columbia and the Child and Family Service Agency funded 5 community-based centers that provide prevention services and support families in targeted neighborhoods in Ward 7. They aim to help families thrive by connecting them to resources such as food security, employment, education, childcare, and healthcare, including mental health services. Each center's priorities are determined in partnership with its surrounding communities to identify and fill gaps in serving families. As a part of a larger place-based initiative known as Families First DC, the goal of the initiatives are as follows: empower residents to be actively engaged in identifying and addressing needs that supports the resiliency and stabilization of individuals, families, and communities. Deliver community-driven services that integrate existing government and community resources and meet the unique need of each individual community. Improve community functioning by increasing protective factors and mitigating trauma to build on family and community strengths. In fiscal year 23, the Ward 7 Family Success Centers, which are the Benning Road, Minnesota Avenue Family Success Center, Benning Park, Benning Terrace Family Success Center, Clay Terrace Family Success Center, Mayfair Paradise Family Success Center, and the Starter Terrace 37 Family Success Center, collectively provided support services to 2,821 new families, concrete support programming to 5,049 families, weekly and bi-weekly one-off outreach events to more than 500 families, and made more than 600 referrals to community partners for case management and long-term supportive services. Operating a place-based neighborhood services come with challenges. Residents feel that you are the only one for them, and outsiders from the larger community are not welcome. Neighborhood violence forces you to shut down or discontinue services until threats are neutralized. Additionally, agencies should be in the referral network to make a larger network for folks to link to, such as Medicare, SNAP, the Department of Behavioral Health, and the Department of Human Services, to name a few. Lastly, there needs to be increased funding for the Family Success Centers to operate in a neutral and safe space. This would allow us to serve as a bridge for the broader community to effectively access critical services. We also know that the needs of community are increasing, and additional staff and staff training would allow the Family Success Centers to accommodate the need. The Family Success Centers are critical to providing prevention to high-risk communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Want to check and see if we have. Okay, great. Deborah Shore.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George. This is Donnell Potts, Chief of Programs at Sasha Bruce, in place of Deborah Shore for today.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate the invitation to be here today, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Again, I am Donnell Potts, Chief of Programs at Sasha Bruce Youth Work, a youth and family services agency in the city, which is currently celebrating its 50th anniversary, serving youth and families within the District of Columbia. We have long had as our mission to strengthen youth from under-resourced families and communities, and provide them with supports that help them reach their goals to be contributing members of the world. We work with CFSA closely, as we are a provider in one of the Family Success Centers at Clay Terrace. We also partner with them in respite care at our Sasha Bruce House. And we also just recently opened a therapeutic group home for 6 youth, in which we reference or call the Allen House. Family Success Center at Clay Terrace is functioning well, and we're very enthusiastic in support of this concept. These centers are typically based in a number of public housing communities and are important addition to the city. We have regular activities at our Clay Terrace Center, which are recommended by the advisory group of residents that reside there. One of the things that I'm looking to discuss today is the new Allen House, which currently was conceived by CFSA, working with some of the most difficult youth that have often experienced several placement changes. The Allen House opened in mid-January and is named for Jonathan Allen, who was also a foster care youth and also a Washington commander. Because of our many years of work with youth with CFSA, we know that CFSA has a large job of supporting and caring for youth and children with the greatest adverse childhood experiences and traumatic events that they've experienced. I am supportive of the decision to build this program, which recognizes the value of keeping youth in their community, but living in an environment that provides intensive and therapeutic services within the home in which they live. We know it is possible to help youth find and enhance their resiliency. And we at Sasha Bruce, along with CFSA, are devoted to the Allen House and be in a place where this transformation occurs. Youth will receive services such as educational support, tutoring, vocational and recreational activities and opportunities, mental health services, which will provide an on-site clinician that will be available to work with them, with the youth daily, in addition to psychiatric services within the home. In closing, I want to say that we are encouraged by the partnership we are experiencing with CFSA in regards to the opening of the Allen House. We are all working with youth, young people who can often be very challenging. CFSA has been very collaborative with the Sasha Bruce leadership as we strategize on how to best work with these youth. Their team and approach and shared values and interests in improving the health, safety, and well-being of the youth has been very important. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts today.
Thank you so much. This is my first time hearing about the new Allen House, so it's mid-January, which is really a good development. I can't wait to hear more about that. Next, we're going to have Christy Matthews-Jones.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Lewis George. My name is Christy Matthews-Jones, and I'm the director of the DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition works to elevate and amplify the voices of young women, girls, femmes, gender nonconforming people, and women of color and girls of color of the trans experience in DC. DC is composed of youth-serving organizations that adopts and fights for the implementation of policies and recommendations that centers youth leadership and addresses their needs. Our managing entity is our Youth Advisory Board made up of young girls of color and gender nonconforming people of color in DC. Today, I will be testifying on CFSA mandatory reporting stuff. In Washington, D.C., there has been a history of overreporting to Child Protective Services for Black and Brown communities for issues that aren't related to abuse and neglect, while at the same time, we have severe cases of abuse and neglect arising that are often underreported. Many of the youth that we work with have expressed fear and anger when it came to CFSA being brought in to deal with issues of neglect in their families. Often they felt they could not ask for help because it would lead to harm for them and their siblings through an open investigation. Many of the youth we work with understand the need for government intervention for physical abuse and harm to children, but feel that their expression of need for support has often led to a full investigation for their families. This is why we're suggesting that DC implement a tiered reporting system that will allow additional support in specific cases when appropriate, instead of triggering a full investigation. Many other jurisdictions, including Prince George's County, already do this. Some key elements, which there are more details in my testimony, which I did submit but late, but it's there. So I'm just going to highlight. Is creating a system that distinguishes between low and high risk cases. Low risk cases often referring to neglect, where resources will be helpful. Creating an alternative approach that develops a advisory council made up of youth parents that are directly impacted by the welfare system and survivors of abuse to help deal with issues of neglect and things like that. Creating a community-based hotline where people are given the option to identify if the family needs resources versus a full investigation to help streamline some of those requests. We believe that this will help increase young people's trust in the system, supports for families, and address some of the burdens that CFSA face. We are also suggesting that there be a required training created by the government for all mandatory reporters. We want that training to be anti-racist, anti-homophobic, and anti-transphobic. Right now, there is a training you can take if your job requires you, and there is an online training that is offered by CFSA, but it's not as comprehensive as it should be to make sure that biases are not leading to over-reporting or under-reporting of severe harm. We believe that all this training should be DC-based and all identified mandatory reporters, including people at CFSA, DCPS workers, and any government organization should be required to take this training to address issues of racism, homophobia, and transphobia. Some of the requirements for this training that we would like to see is that it's community-based with anti-racist, anti-homophobic, and anti-transphobic components, that is LGBTQIA+ informed, as well as trauma-informed trainings that will address the ways that BIPOC people and other marginalized communities have historically been harmed by the child welfare system and other carceral systems components. We are asking that the training have space for people who are survivors of CFSA to participate, whether that's children who are now adults or their parents or anyone within the system who can come and help create the training and also participate in sharing their testimonies around how CFSA has either helped or harmed their families. We think the training should happen biannually and be recorded for those who can't attend in person. And we think that we also would like to see a public display of what mandatory reporting is in all schools and handouts to demonstrate the rights and what alternative approaches could be like for harm. It is important that children and youth can rely on the community that when they need. If one of the places they're supposed to rely on causes more harm than good, it will be difficult for youth to feel supported. These recommendations help address some of those issues and help address some of the issues of racism, transphobia, and homophobia. I encourage you also to review the report that is listed in my testimony. It shares how much biases goes to inform mandatory reporting and can lead to increased harm, neglect, and child abuse. We must work together to improve the current system to ensure children are safe and supported as much as we can. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to get started with questions for this round. All right, collaborators, I'm coming to you. Dion and Erwin, thank you for being here representing the larger group as well. In my mind, you guys got all the tea. Because as we look at the district and families that are struggling, these are the families that you are helping particularly. And so with that, my question is to you, what are you all seeing and experiencing with your families that are some, high issues that you're just saying, this is reoccurring? Like every family that's coming my way, we're having problems with education in this regard. Every family that's coming my way, we're having problems with housing in this regard. Like, give me sort of what are those high level things that, 9 times out of 10, a family that's referred to you that comes through your door, these are some of just like the chronic issues that continue to arise as you all see them. And then you have to do some really heavy lifting to try to, help those families in that regard.
So I'll start and then I will turn it over to Erwin. First, they're the top 3 that we see throughout the city. It's not so much that we don't have enough housing. Our families are not making enough to be able to afford the current housing. I think the other piece that we have to tackle as a city are the opportunities that really provide a platform for our families to make upward to $60,000. Case in point, we have a new hospital that's being built in Ward 8. What we're focusing on is how do we get our families trained in those positions that will create a sustainable career wage. That's number two. The third one is definitely access to amenities in our ward, which creates the problem that many of our families have to go outside of their own communities, which means they spend more money in transportation to even go to the grocery store, which is a very, very expensive feat for many of the families. As you know, our families are up with 5 people and more. Many of them multi-generational homes so that they can afford to stay in a 2-bedroom with 8 people or more. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. And I don't think this is something new. I do think we have a lot of work that we have to do, but I have to emphasize that after COVID, we've seen an intense amount of child abuse and neglect among young families, ages between 19 to 25, somebody's 27 with multiple children and one single parent. So that in and of itself is what you're seeing as it pertains to how the issues are becoming more systemic. And the education is definitely there, but the 3 that we see the most, housing, access to real employment opportunities that can provide career wages, and truly how hard it is to shop within your own community and afford to be able to stay within your own community and take part in the amenities that should be there.
Yeah.
I'll speak for that for Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, my colleague Dion is absolutely correct. We see the same thing at the Family Success Centers. We're designed to be the primary prevention arm, I would say, of the collaborative. So we're trying to prevent folks from, as I tell everybody, fall into the river. And so we're going upstream trying to be that safety net, but she's absolutely correct. So some of the services that we provide when we talk about parents and caregiving, we provide parent cafes where parents can come in, can talk to each other about issues around parenting. One of the things that we do is train parents, train this nuclear group of folks to conduct their own cafes. So if you see someone who is in need and you are unable to get access to us right away, you can kind of solve those problems yourselves within the community. We do that also by listening to the community. Every month, we just have listening sessions throughout our communities, throughout our different service areas, finding out what the community need. One such listening session brought up, and I like the fact they talked about the fathers. The fathers felt left out. Or the males felt left out. So as a result, the Family Success Centers got together and said, we need a male support group. It's not enough just to have a family support group. We need a male support group. So that male support group is thriving. When we talk about housing, Dion is absolutely correct. We see folks come to us all the time needing housing assistance. One of our collaboratives, one of our success centers, instead of referring to someone else, they actually do the application for ERAP. They find other resources for that particular family to get out of that particular situation. They also provide assistance for not only rental assistance, but for utility assistance. So I almost have to echo exactly what Dion said. We do see housing. We do see family stabilization as issues. We see employment as issues. But as the Family Success Centers, we're trying to offer some type of service to mitigate families from or assisting families from going directly to the collaboratives.
Yeah. What is your interaction like with the other agencies in the sense of you may refer somebody to ERAP? You may say, hey, get on the inclusionary zoning list, get on the, HPAP and those things. Or, DOES, we need your support here. Oftentimes, especially with families who are coming through the collaborative, and I think this has been a reoccurring theme of like lessening the burden on those we're providing services for because they're already going through a lot. How do you all interact with the other agencies, and how do you ensure that it doesn't feel like sort of like a family, like a pass off? Because what happens is, and this happens to us, people come to my office and say, Councilman Brown, I need help with at this. And my job, I'll say, okay, well, let me connect you with this agency, this agency, this agency. And they'll be like, that's too stressful. I don't want to go through each agency, because it'll be a different, I get a different response. They literally want my constitutional service to walk them through every agency. I imagine this is what that type of service is what they want from you all as well, sort of I want you to walk with me to every agency and don't leave me with the agency. Just stay there with me until the completion happens. So what is that interaction like with you all, with other agencies, and how do you sort of not do the sort of agency pass off thing that sort of happens in district government to ensure that your families actually get the services from the other agencies
Let me
that
tell
you're asking for?
That's the benefit of the collaborative. That is the exact work that we do. We do not pass families off per. We have within our own organization, Far Southeast, we are working with 7 different, and what we do with CFSA, 6 other government agencies. The work of the family support worker, case manager, social worker, as you may call them, is to actually mitigate all of those different steps that a family will have to go through. They are coaching you, so they're making the connections and ensuring that you can walk through the door and do what we call warm handoffs. It would be insane for us to assume that a family coming into our services, that we're expecting them to go to each agency. That's why this work is so important, and it's so important to have experienced individuals that you're paying a decent salary, because that's their responsibility to actually go and walk through those steps so that their family does not feel overwhelmed and burdened by the numerous amount of steps that you have to go through. That's the work of the collaborative. And that's why this network is so critically important, because we have the relationships throughout the government with the agencies and our partners so that the families don't have to go through those steps, but we're teaching them how to advocate for themselves. That's the key to this.
I like warm handoff. I'm going to take that from you as I talk to my staff. Like, we're going to do warm handoff. But I agree with you. That's the critical reason why, you know, the collaborators are so important. One thing I would like the collaborators to do is at the end of the year, like, give us recommendations as to how some of the agencies can improve processes, the agencies you particularly work with, not in a way to be like, oh, agency, you got it wrong, but in a way for us as an overall, because as we talked about earlier, every committee has different agencies within it, yet you have to be involved in you're involved in every agency and every committee that touches it. So
Can I just add one thing, Councilmember? I would be remiss if I did not say that Director Matthews is creating that platform through this whole 211 warm line. We are a part of his committee that we're working from the ground up, looking at the experience of our residents to actually create a system that works best for themselves. So he is actually creating an opportunity for us to collaborate more on an administrative level, a higher level with the other organizations, the other deputy mayors within the District of Columbia, so that we can have these kind of open conversations, so that you don't have a family having 3 case managers for one family of 4.
That's right. That's right. I'm excited about the warm line, and I'm going to lather the director and praise very soon on this piece and his team, because I'm very just pleased with everything thus far. But this budget, everybody's talking about a tight budget, and it's going to be my job to fight for you all.
Please fight.
And for this agency particularly. And so I know you mentioned cuts to collaborative budgets limit your ability to respond to the warm line. That's only concerning because according to the data, only 20% of calls result in a referral to a collaborative, but that's still an amount. And I guess I'm wondering, I'm concerned that with the current budget, you won't have capacity to respond to higher levels of referrals following the full launch of the warm line later this year.
Yes.
Am I correct in stating that?
And we will not have the resources to really provide what the residents are asking for. Through the warm line, you get singles. Collaborative model is really for families, but we will not tell a person no. So even in that model in and of itself, when people are calling, and you have families now that are asking for mortgage assistance, this city's struggling. So we're not talking about people that are just asking for rental assistance or utility assistance. I get every request that comes to my email. So I'm looking at what people are asking for, and these are working class people that are struggling in this city. So we've got to figure this out, because what we're currently receiving is definitely not enough to really to deal with or address the numerous issues our families are having.
Yeah, you're right. Each agency is going to be asked. They're going to have to all make cuts because everybody's going to have to do it. And we're going to have to come back and say, look, we can't afford the cuts for this. And so that's why I wanted to hear that. It will not be on you all. And I'm saying that to the agency as well. I know they will have to do what they have to do. I already talked to the city administrator, and I went to that hearing too. And I was like, look, don't mess with agencies, but I know they're still going to cut from them. And I'm going to have to restore. That said, this is why this testimony is important to get on the record. so that we can substantiate the fight for that funding. I want to ask sort of about what you all, the collaboratives, this sounds weird, collaboratives collaborate.
That's right.
And so I want to ask, and data provided by CFSA, I noticed that there's a large range of sort of case closure rates amongst the collaboratives. Ward 4's, for example, Georgia Avenue Family Collaborative had the highest case closure rate at about 81%. The lowest success rate was 46%, and the average is about 63%. I don't attribute that to any fault of like a collaborative saying like one's more successful than the other. I'm asking you sort of what, when we see these large differences in sort of case closure amongst the collaboratives, do the collaboratives with lower success rate need more resources, or what do you all share amongst yourselves to sort of even out, sort of looking at that number where we have one collaborative case closure rate? What contributes to the differences in those percentages, and how do you all help each other increase your percentages?
The amount of people that come to the collaborative.
Gotcha.
I mean,
That's
the
what I
bottom line,
figured.
right? You have
Right.
more families who are in need east of Anacostia River,
Right.
as well as in Ward 5 than you do in some of the other pockets of the city.
Understood. That's what I assumed it was. When you all, do you all track referrals made by Family Success Centers to other government agencies through Unite Us, the required third-party platform?
So that's exactly what Unite Us does for CFSA and the Family Success Centers. It will track the referrals.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then are you all able to get data, like pull data as a result of that?
So that's been one of the challenges that we're working through right now,
Okay.
is the data. So the Family Success Centers are definitely tracking, and we're comparing that data with what we have in Unite Us to make sure it's correct. This whole system of referrals is still evolving. So I think we're going to get better over time. Unite Us is the second tracking system that we've had. So as we continue to make strides, we're going to get better at collecting that data and sharing the data.
Okay. All right. I'm curious to see the data, just to see sort of, but it also goes along my lines of what I've already asked you for, the informal way of just being like, what agencies do we need to see more responsiveness from, what agencies we need to see improvements in processes that will make it easier for your families to be connected to the services that we need to get them to connected to.
And so one thing I can say, and I mentioned that in my testimony, some of the city agencies we need to have in our Unite Us system so that we can directly refer folks to.
Got it.
We talk about Medicaid, we talk about SNAP. I talked about the Department of Behavioral Health and Department of Health. So those are some things that we would like to see.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And
Ms.
DACO, I have to add, because we're getting a lot of seniors as well.
That's right. Absolutely. Yep. Ms. Matthews-Jones, I wanted to ask you about the tiered reporting system you mentioned in your testimony. Families would receive additional support in certain circumstances instead of triggering a full investigation. I think you said the goal of such a system would be to increase young people's trust in the system. Can you describe how you think a tiered system would build trust, and would the warm line have any role to play in such a tiered system?
Yes, I think the warm line would definitely have a role to play. We have suggested that in the past, like something like that where people can call and get additional resources for families versus opening up an investigation. The reason I think it will create trust amongst young people, because a lot of the young people we've talked to who have experiences with particularly mandated reporting, they share something with a teacher or an adult who was a mandated reporter who then reported the thing, and then weeks later, maybe days later, investigator showed up at their home and said, "We got this report on you from this teacher," and the young person knows it was something that they said, and their parents are being investigated like in a larger way. We had a person who teacher reported, and then the parents were like, they were checking to see if they had groceries in the house. They were checking all these things, and they were like fearful that their siblings were gonna be put out. If we had a tiered approach to reporting, when the teacher or somebody felt like the student was coming to them, for example, saying, "Oh, I can't stay after to make up that test because I have to get home to my siblings who are waiting for me," and the siblings are in elementary school, so that means they're home by themselves. Instead of opening a report on that, you do a tiered approach to see if we can find aftercare for those siblings. And so when the parent is reached out to, it's a conversation around like, we know you don't have aftercare for your younger children. We would like to offer you aftercare. So then the teenager who was just sharing that they had to rush home now feels like they got support for their family versus they got their parent in trouble. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. That makes absolute sense. Mr. Potts, representing Deborah Shore, the new Allen House placement. I'm excited to hear about it. What services are provided and how are things going so far?
I would say things are going well. And what we're really excited about as far as the service array is the fact that we're able to offer a lot of the services that typically we would have to go into the community to get. We're offering those within the program. So we have a behavioral health technician. We also have a clinician that works Monday through Friday that these young people will see daily in regards to they're seeing that face daily, which will create some familiarity in which the clinician that they're working with. We also have contracted psychiatric services that will be available to the young people within the program as well. They also will be housed within the actual facility, or I should say family home or what have you. So there's an array of different services that the young people will be receiving. We're offering different things such as cosmetology, barbering within the home. We actually have a beauty bar on the fourth level of the home, in which young people, we're having people come in to teach the young people these different career paths that they may be interested in. The one thing about the Allen House is that it's a family style environment. It's very home-like. So I invite you to come out and tour and really take a look at what we're doing there. And it's really individualized in a way where it's tell us your story instead of the paperwork that we receive on you. What is it that you're interested in? How can we support you? Yeah. One of the things that I know as a former foster parent is that the best thing that you can do is to provide hope for young people that have experienced rejection, have been told that they can't succeed. And oftentimes where the autonomy has been stripped, where people have always told them what they had to do. You have to do this, you have to do that. What is it that you want to do? So we're really trying to offer a therapeutic approach in which that young person is the primary. You know, you're writing your own story. We're just providing a pen and we're going to walk alongside you. We're going to support you. One of the best things about this model is a no eject, no reject. So young people, when they come in there, they know we're not going to quit on them. You know, so if there's something that occurs that typically would get you discharged from another program, it won't get you discharged from the Allen House. We're here to work with you and support you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will accept that invitation to come and check it out as well. Somewhere after oversight and budget.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Expectations there. Okay, we are going to move on to our next panel. Thank you to this panel. Dana Ebiasa. I know I'm saying that wrong. Melody Webb, Executive Director, Mothers Outreach Network. Maria Jackson, Mom Leader, Mothers Outreach Network. Yasmin Holmes, Mom Leader, Mothers Outreach Network. Allegra Hatem. Dr. Don Sherman, Community of Hope. Dr. Bruce Purnell, Executive Director, the Love More Movement, Inc. Okay, is Dana's on? Okay, Dana Ebiash, I'm sorry for saying your last name wrong. You may begin your testimony.
That's fine. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George. My name is Danny Bialsa, and I'm an advocate for humanity and the optimism of recovery. I'm pleased to testify before you today by utilizing impactful communication to provide awareness. I'm aiming for a call of action to approve the allocation of resources for our DC families. I'm pleased to be a lived experience member and having the opportunity to experience helping CFSA co-design the 211 warm line and community response, which is available to DC families and will offer less CFSA involvement and more family support with the child welfare system that is currently transitioning to the Child Wellbeing Initiative. Through CFSA Lived Experience Advisory Council, I have been given the opportunity to be included in conversations of how things are shifting to a family well-being system. I provide insight based on my lived experience and have been supported through my experiences by my peers. I'll leave you with recent data that was learned in our latest Lex meeting since the soft launch of the 211 Warm Line dated October the 30th, 2023 and December 31st, 2023. Out of 1,509 calls to the Warm Line, housing and utility assistance was identified as a need for 471 DC individuals and families. Of the individuals and families that were referred to the community responders and other community-based organizations, only 37 families had their cases closed successfully. Unsuccessful case closures are in part due to not having funding to assist with housing needs. In total, there were 846 needs identified for DC individuals and families, including food, transit, care, health, and legal needs in the first 60 days of the soft launch. The community-based organizations need funding to assist and to get the job completed for our DC families. Even I found myself needing housing rental assistance due to missing 10 days of work while healing from COVID. There was no available resource funding for my family. Luckily, I was a part of the DC Keeping Families Together and had additional support to get my issue resolved. But what about the thousands of families in the district who does not have this access? What happened to those families? There are many programs in the district with little to no funding to support DC families in need, and no one is holding these landlords accountable for hijacking the rent in the district. I'm asking that some change happens and that funding is allotted to community-based organizations such as the collaborative strengthening community-based organizations so that they can support keeping DC families together. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Melody Webb.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the committee. My name is Melody Webb. I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, a nonprofit advocacy organization. I'm also a Ward 6 resident, Washington native. I'm honored to share the panel with mom leaders of Mothers Outreach Network. Our legal program represents parents in early stages of CPS involvement and with wrongful placement on the Child Protection Register. We also help low-income parents citywide across access low-income tax credits. We further use systemic advocacy, community engagement strategies, and others to empower DC mothers to transform the way government supports communities and providing for the well-being of parents and children, and to transform government income laws, policies, and practices from punitive to empowering. To this end, next month, our organization and partners will launch the End Poverty, Preserve Families Coalition. We also co-convene the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition and sit on the National Hidden Foster Care Coalition's Leadership Committee. I'll address highlights from my soon-to-be submitted testimony on the Warm Line, Poverty, Hidden Foster Care, and the Child Protection Register. For some background regarding poverty and child welfare data over the past several years here in DC, at least 12% of families involved with the agency, and you've heard some of that about in the testimony about the Warm Line, are experiencing housing insecurity. Some 80 to 90% of DC's maltreatment cases involve neglect versus abuse allegations, which we posit are driven by circumstances of poverty. While a little more than 50% of DC's children are Black, over 80% of the children involved in the system are. We have heard testimony today again and again showing that poverty drives involvement with the agency. This is a citywide government societal problem. We don't put all of the problems at the feet of the Child and Family Services Agency. This includes, we heard an informative response from our ombudsperson, Jones Jez, that the truancy issue calls to their office from DCPS often also involve neglect, where the ombudsperson hears the kids are dirty and hungry. This should inspire us to action. To address absenteeism in our schools, let's address poverty at its root, not by punishing parents and increasing CFSA involvement of those parents, but equipping schools to do so. If kids are hungry, let's provide them nourishment. If they're unclothed or dirty, let's provide them vouchers right at the school site without involving CFSA. We also heard from a medical professional about malnourishment cases seen at Children's National Medical Center. This should horrify all of us. Instead of calling CFSA, we should call community providers and give families food, vouchers, or cash. The through line in the testimony you've heard today is about poverty. Neglect under law is defined as harm to a child's health or welfare, which occurs through the failure to provide adequate food, clothing, shelter, education, or medical care. We know kinship caregivers have inadequate resources when they are taking care of these children, but sadly, the problem precedes that. The parents are experiencing the same, and we have tools to prevent agency involvement, and even warm line calls, again, which we hear about, are based on poverty. One solution is a guaranteed income, such as the district child tax credit, with an investment over time that could, like the federal 2021 version, lift children out of poverty. Some 99,000 children were lifted out of poverty when that program was in place on the federal level. So could an expansion of our community-based distribution of concrete resources for families? I call upon the council, with the ombudsperson's support and the agency, to adopt a resolution that poverty and factors thereof should not form the basis of neglect for any child in the city, and we should make every effort to eliminate poverty. This should be followed by statutory changes to remove poverty factors from the definition of neglect. Our principles at Mothers Outreach include diminishing, not expanding, the role of the agency in provision of concrete supports and services, and to shift altogether to less agency involvement in addressing these needs, with funding streams through independent, non-CFA, community-based entities, again, without any CFSA oversight. We pursue a liberatory vision of concrete supports that do not impose upon or risk surveillance of parents by the government, regardless of the agency's name change or mission change. We commend the agency's adoption of a warm line program. We understand that there is a need to address concrete supports for parents. However, we urge creation of, as my colleague Christy Matthews mentioned, a community-based hotline or operation. This would disconnect families in financial distress from the threat of possible CFSA intervention. As one parent hearing about this model of CFSA cross-agency integration mentioned, this sounds like a trap if operated by CFSA. It will be perceived to ensnare parents into the reach of CPS investigations. I also want to just note that even on page 151 of the pre-hearing responses and from the witness today, we heard that there's a need for the warm line. The need that they're hearing is about the need for increased concrete resources. That's page 151 of their responses. I asked the agency, is there a plan to provide concrete resources, cash, food, furniture to families who are requesting it through the warm line? Regarding the informal planning arrangements, really quickly, we've submitted testimony in the past. We oppose this extrajudicial process of these plans, and we have a few questions about those planning and the process. Is there any intention to provide mandatory referrals to legal counsel for parents and caregivers without them requesting it? And what's the nature of the manner in which parents are informed of their ability to request legal help? And what measures will be taken, again, to ensure that parents know that they can request legal help? We urge the council to support a plan to fix this, either adopt a feasibility study for a right to counsel, as they're attempting to do in Los Angeles County, a pilot of a right to counsel program, which is being considered in Iowa and Washington State, or an immediate adoption of a right to counsel similar to that in the New York's practice rule. Again, I want to just also say that, we know that there's a definition that includes poverty factors. We urge adoption of a resolution to address that. And we also just want to really quickly ask about the role of the investigative social worker in informal planning. And whether in the investigative social worker, as stated in a pre-hearing question, if they are to assess the needs of the family and their ability to access resources to meet those needs, how does the agency ascertain whether conditions exist due to consequences of poverty? And so, does this mean that CFSA is planning to make it mandatory for the agency to provide the family with resources to meet their basic needs, if indeed they are making a good faith effort to ensure that neglected allegations or determinations are not conflated with poverty? The Child Protection Register, we really have concerns about whether automatic removals are occurring. We're not sure how the staff is in fact expunging reports from the register. We're still seeing people at our organization asking for legal help. We believe the agency should be automatically expunging the records of, under the very laudable new child protection law, the Educator Background Check Streamlining Amendment Act of 2022. And so again, we urge you to follow our recommendations, including adoption of a resolution to remove poverty factors from consideration and neglect, and to actually make efforts to prevent poverty. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Next, we are going to have Maria Jackson. All right. We'll go to Allegra Hatem.
Hi, my name is Allegra Hatem. I work at Mothers Outreach Network, and I'm reading on behalf of mom in one of our programs, Miss Yasmine Holmes, who's unavailable. She's caring for a young child who has a cold. So yeah, thank you. I will read Ms. Holmes' testimony. Good afternoon. My name is Miss Yasmine Holmes, and I live here in Washington, D.C. I'm a single mom of 4 children. I was born in D.C. and grew up in the foster care system. I'm currently a participant Act, which would increase the amount of time CFSA has to do their investigations. I testified about this bill in November, and it is currently under council review. I do not think that CFSA should have more time to investigate parents. I have experience with CFSA and know people with that experience. When CFSA investigates you, it's torture. They try to find anything they can and call people they have no business calling. I know someone with a case where they called the kid's father and told him that the mother was pregnant by someone else. So then she had to answer questions from him she wasn't prepared to answer. I know someone with a case where the investigator took pictures of their son naked. When you're under investigation, you have to answer the phone every time they call, no matter what you're doing. It is so distressing that in some cases, people need therapy. For me, I was a first-time mom. I was just trying to do everything right, and then I had this person on my back making everything so stressful. I don't think anyone should have to go through that. The investigation process is already so stressful, and I don't think CFSA should have more time to investigate people. I would also like to speak about the Grandparent and Caregiver Subsidy Eligibility Amendment Act, which would make a grandparent or close relative of a child eligible to receive subsidy payments for taking care of the child. I testified about this bill in November, and it is currently under council review. I feel like it's not relatives who need financial help, but also parents of children. Not every parent can work. When my kids were younger, I used to work at a grocery store, but with jobs like that, you don't get a set schedule. Some days you work early and some days you stay late, and the daycare facility complained that I wasn't picking up my kids on time, so I had to stop. The job took a toll on my body and mind, and I could not do it anymore. I left that job and now care for my kids full time. When CFSA first came to me, I had no idea how the process worked. I thought they could see how much money I made and they could just come in and take my kids because I had no other income. If CFSA wants to help families, they would provide financial resources to those who need it. Thank you for your time. Apologies, I think my Wi-Fi cut out at the beginning. I'll be submitting Ms. Holmes' written testimony so you can see anything that might have been cut.
Thank you. Maria Jackson.
Yes, I'm here. I apologize. I admit. Hi, my name, hi to the committee. Hi, my name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying with Mother Outreach Network. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm a mother of 4. I dealt with CPS and CFSA throughout my life. My first concern about hearing is to have access to lawyers for parents. My first concern about is having access to lawyers for parents who've been investigated by CPS. A family should be able to request a lawyer as soon as the case is open. When CPS shows up at your house, people are scared to open the door. They are scared to even talk to CPS. In the future, CPS should make sure all families get a lawyer so they can understand what's going on in the case, or even why they have the case. Next, I would like to speak about CFSA and how they decide to remove the child from their home. For example, I know a family of 4 who were having problems with just one child that acted out. They removed that child. They placed it in foster home. The foster mom had the same problem. She needed time. They placed them in a group home. He hung out with the wrong person. You know, he ended up in jail. So my question is, what is CFSA doing? Our children are out in the streets they're doing the same thing they're doing with their biological mothers. CFSA took them and they're not in school. Nothing's changed. In my eyes, honestly, CFSA became the caregivers. The problem just, for me, the problem just looked like it got worse. And finally, I would like to talk about the kinship caregiver process, which is when CFSA places a child with a relative. Sometimes CFSA does go behind your back. Sometimes the parent knows. Although the goal is to keep the family together, they are actually tearing the families apart. At the same time, the child repeats the same thing he's doing, that person is doing. How is CFSA changing anything when the main goal is to help the child? Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Dr. Dawn Sherman, Community of Hope.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, and the members and staff of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. I am Dr. Dawn Sherman, Vice President of Community Impact and Evaluation at Community of Hope and a Ward 7 resident. Community of Hope provides services to families experiencing homelessness, is a federally qualified health center, and operates the Bellevue Family Success Center at our Conway Health and Resource Center location in Ward 8. The Bellevue Family Success Center is part of a network of 10 family success centers located across Ward 7 and 8, funded by Families First DC. Community of Hope is serving a growing number of families and connected 323 new households to services in the 2022-2023 year. We currently have a program director and 3 family success specialists fully dedicated to this work. The Bellevue Family Success Center is community-led by an advisory council made up of Bellevue residents that guide its priorities. The top needs facing our families are access to housing, food and groceries, and employment supports. Community of Hope connects families with existing community and government resources to address these needs and other immediate concerns through one-time assistance or short-term care coordination for up to 21 days. To ensure community-led decision-making, we continue to gauge Bellevue residents' needs through focus groups and interviews with residents and members of the Community Advisory Council. Residents asked for programming and support for stress management and wellness activities, multi-generational activities and mentorships, and increased digital access and assistance for parents, while the Center's Community Advisory Council noted the need for mental health and emotional wellness. We offered a variety of services in 2023, including supports for teens and families on stress reduction, successful strategies for multi-generational households, and social and emotional learning. To address these needs and continue our work of eliminating health disparities, we support the Bellevue community directly and through subgrants. To address food security, the Bellevue Family Success Center dispersed 129 gift cards totaling more than $6,000. Over 1,700 people attended our 2023 Back to School event, which was a partnership with the Bellevue Neighborhood Library and MPD. And through this event, we distributed more than 2,400 backpacks filled with school supplies. The Family Success Center grant has met a critical need, complementing the wide range of services Community of Hope already provides. We can now help any DC resident, and not just those who are patients in our health services or clients in our homelessness programs. In fact, healthcare providers frequently refer patients to the Family Success Center for additional support. The CFSA funding has allowed us to expand our work, providing access to services for DC residents and create additional and deeper capacity for community involvement and evaluation. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of DC Child and Family Services Administration and its Office of Thriving Families to create and fund programs that promote family success and well-being. And we thank the agency for its continued collaboration in investing in DC's families. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Last, we have Dr. Bruce Purnell.
Right, yeah, love more. Let's keep DC families together, Chairperson George and esteemed members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss the phenomenal progress of keeping DC families together movement. My name is Dr. Bruce Purnell. I proudly serve as the founder and executive director of the Love More movement, 20-year grassroots community-based organization facilitating holistic healing solutions for individuals recovering from past trauma, emotional pain, and toxic stress. Our approach is unique as we view our journeyers, which we call ourselves now. We don't like patients or clients or any of that. So we call ourselves journeyers. We journey into joy. The journeyers as the medicine rather than the patients, clients or cases. Our initiatives such as Healing Station, Seniors Offering Unconditional Love, SOUL, Transformational Life Coaches and Healing Leaders Certification, TRECEP, and the Overground Freeway are a testament to our commitment to healing and transforming our communities. As a fifth-generation Washingtonian, my family's roots go in DC, trace back to the 1830s. The resilience, love, healing, and hope passed down through generations within a culture of trauma and terrorism represent a legacy that our birthrights to our children, and they should be proud of. If we don't realize the narrative outside of trauma, we will not have a language to realize love, healing, and transformation outside of our response to pain, which brings me to Keeping DC Families Together movement. Keeping DC Families Together with intentions of producing pathways to wellness and thriving provided the alignment for our partnership with CFSA. It was a vision, organization, and communities could identify with, embrace, and pathways to real protection and a culture of risk. Our collaboration with CFSA, other community-based organizations, and individuals with real lived experience aims to design, implement, and assess effective strategies to achieve mental wellness. This shift from a welfare-based to a wellness-based approach focuses on healing and transformation, not punishment, for those dealing with the effects of intergenerational poverty. We believe that strong communities form the bedrock of strong families, and strong families lead to thriving children. This paradigm shift requires us to rethink everything, such as narratives, language, mindsets, methodologies, success metrics, and resource allocation. The Keeping DC Families Together movement intends to transform the identity of CFSA from being seen as a regulatory body or social police to a supportive safety net, focusing on family preservation rather than separation. And we know trust has to be built, and that's the whole piece. Like in this shift, like we gotta have a trust building process. We strive to explore every possible solution to keep families together before considering separation as a last resort. This change in CFSA, spearheaded by Director Matthews, is not just theoretical, it's a revolutionary shift, as evident by real-time initiatives within the Keeping DC Families Together universe. This movement is led by a dedicated team involving partners across agencies and community members with direct lived experience, which you heard from today. Such participatory leadership is in line with best practices and social change. Paradigm shift from dependency to independence and surviving to thriving is essential for this initiative to succeed. This transition may be challenging, but it's vital for preserving families and affirming their potential. We refuse to manage a social hospice, with the journeyers being kept as comfortable as possible with no real change. We are being the change as evidenced by the real-time achievements of Keeping DC Families Together movement. In my role with Keeping DC Families Together, I co-direct the Impact Committee, hold space for healing and transformation within the entire movement, with specific focus on lived experience journeyers. I'm also involved with the Lived Experience Advisory Board, Warm Line Committee, and the Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Committee. As evidence of bringing dreams to reality, the Warm Line was once a novel idea and is now operational, offering family support before they reach a point of crisis. In conclusion, our collective responsibility is to ensure that our families and children emerge from the flames as the phoenix, with phenomenal tools, inspiration, and excitement regarding the future. I fully commit to supporting Keeping DC Families Together and believe in its transformative potential. We are the agents of change. We are the butterfly effect in action, refusing to be extras in our own movies and bystanders in our community's narrative. Thank you for your attention, and please answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. A reminder, if you have not submitted your testimony in written form, please submit your testimony in written form to the committee. Ms. Webb, you spoke about how poverty drives involvement with the child welfare system, and poverty is a government-wide problem. I couldn't agree more. Can you talk more about why the current neglect statute does not do enough to consider poverty separate from neglect, and what a neglect system that excludes poverty would look like?
Thank you, Chairman Lewis George. It is in fact a societal problem. Poverty, we have to, as a community, as a DC community, support, those who are in policy positions to ensure that we provide adequate safety nets, and guaranteed income is one solution. In terms of how we could change the statute, I would say we would need to study, some best practices or models, but we would specifically advocate for removal of poverty factors. I mean, quite simply, we would instead, create a mandate that looks somewhat perhaps like the system in Indiana, whereby a child should never enter the system if it is determined that poverty factors are related to their being referred, or their family being referred to the child welfare agency. And in that case, you would instead address with appropriate agency and concrete resources. So I would look at other jurisdictions similar to Indiana, for example, that just make it not possible for this child to enter the system when poverty is a cause. And by poverty, I mean, specifically, things involving like what we heard today, children being malnourished, children in schools, with DCPS, not sure what to do when these children are truant, and also they are lacking sustenance. So we could start by just removing the definition and imposing a mandate that we as the government, that you as the government would find other ways to address what are clearly concrete poverty-related factors in a family's life that lead to their identification by schools or emergency room physicians.
Got it. Okay, thank you. We're going to move to our next panel. I'm going to invite this is our final panel, Marie Cohen, Child Welfare Monitor, Loretta Stewart, Parent Partnership Specialist, the National Center for Children and Families, better known as NCCF, Sharika McCarthy, Kin Network Specialist, the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF, Cheryl Chapman, Executive Director, the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF, and Ralph Belk, Deputy Executive Director, the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. Good afternoon, Ms. Cohen. You may begin your testimony. Yep, red means go.
All right. It's been so long since I've done anything in person, right? It's really exciting to be on a panel with everyone in person. Also, some august people that are very intimidating, but I will persevere. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Marie Cohen. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I'm a former social worker in the child welfare system here in the district and a past member of the Citizen Review Panel and the Child Fatality Review Committee, and I'm the author of the widely read blog Child Welfare Monitor. On October 22nd, 2022, 3-year-old Journey McCoy was pronounced dead on arrival at United Medical Center. Police soon learned that Journey's mother, Sasha McCoy, was known in her neighborhood for being constantly high. When offered a referral to drug treatment, McCoy refused, stating that she was going to get high as soon as possible. 7 months later, Journey's autopsy came back. The cause of death was fentanyl intoxication. McCoy was arrested and charged with first-degree felony murder and cruelty to children. Journey's 3 siblings have been placed in foster care. CFSA knew about Journey before her death. In the previous 5 years, the family had 3 CPS investigations, 1 family assessment, and 2 open in-home cases. The most recent case was open when McCoy's newborn had withdrawal symptoms at birth. That case remained open until 8 months before Journey's death. It was closed even though McCoy resisted the agency's efforts to engage her, according to the case notes. We are not here to save children. That's what I was told on the first day of my training as a child protective services worker at CFSA. And indeed, the agency is in the vanguard of the movement to reduce child welfare's involvement with families. But some families do not provide a safe environment for children. In some of these families, children die. That's what happened to the 16 children whose cases are discussed in my recent report. The report is based on information I received from CFSA on the deaths of children from families that had previous contact with the agency between 2019 and 2021. The information provided was far from complete. There were some cases omitted, and the information was heavily redacted. Nevertheless, there were some important findings. As far as the causes of death, 3 of the children died of blunt force trauma inflicted by an adult, and another 3 died of poisoning by a controlled substance with fentanyl implicated in all 3 cases. The remaining children died from drowning, asphyxia, burns, injuries from a car accident, and unknown causes. 10 of the families were the subject of more than 5 reports to the hotline in the previous 5 years, and 1 family had 24 reports. 3 of the families had experienced a previous child fatality. Allegations for all but 4 of the families included substance abuse. Inadequate supervision, educational neglect, and domestic violence were also in the records of at least half of the families. Most of these families could be described as chronically neglectful. The information received suggests several failures in policy and practice by CFSA. Many reports on these families, prior reports, were screened out by hotline staff, perhaps inappropriately. The Ombudsperson for Children identified inappropriate screen-outs as a concern. Flawed investigations may also have prevented the discovery of dangerous conditions for some of these children. 4 of the deaths occurred while an in-home case was open. 3 other families had 1 or more in-home cases that closed before the death. In-home workers often struggle to complete face-to-face visits with the families because parents evaded these visits. When parents do not cooperate with in-home cases, social workers can involve the court through community papering, but they did not exercise this option or they started too late. In one case, a meeting was scheduled but was canceled after CFSA learned of the child's death of fentanyl poisoning 5 days before the meeting was to occur. I have a few recommendations I'll go through quickly. I think CFSA should improve hotline and investigative performance through training and specialization. I endorse the ombudsperson's recommendation for enhanced training for hotline staff. For abuse cases, investigative workers need training in forensic interviewing techniques. Perhaps reestablishing the special abuse unit for these cases should be considered. CFSA must recognize that in-home cases need to be more intensive and last longer for chronically neglectful families. CFSA should consider reinstating the chronic neglect units, which were eliminated barely a year after they were implemented. The agency must reduce any barriers to the use of community papering, perhaps making court involvement routine after a certain number of missed visits or other instances of non-cooperation. Finally, the council should change the law to mandate release of information on child maltreatment deaths. CFSA's internal fatality committee makes few, if any, substantive recommendations. Advocates, the council, and the public need access to this information. It's often said that we should not make policy based on extreme cases, but I have a different view. Extreme cases are the tip of the iceberg. Every child who dies represents multiple other children who are growing up in fear or pain or without the essential nurturing necessary for normal child development. We must identify and rectify the systemic flaws that prevent discovery of these cases, not just to save maltreated children's lives, but to allow them to flourish and live free of suffering. My written testimony is a lot more detailed, so I hope you'll take a look. Thank you.
Thank you. Loretta Stewart. Don't forget, press the bell. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis George and the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today. My name is Loretta Stewart. I'm a birth parent advocate for NCCF. Birth parent advocates play a crucial role in ensuring successful reunifications for our families. Each day, I assist our birth parents in finding community resources and in utilizing the specialized resources NCCF provides as an agency. I also serve as a parenting coach, teaching birth parents how to be parents or how to improve on their parenting skills. Parenting coach placements are often court mandated, but just as often are recommended by staff for particular families who are in need for extra support in this area. We take groceries out to our birth parents, help them access clothes at our Bethesda boutique for job interviews, and generally show up for them in ways that they do not or would not have been provided in other areas of their lives. I recently attended a celebration for birth parents who had progressed in an employment program, and I was the only one there for them. My most important role as a birth parent advocate is to bridge the gap between the NCCF team and our birth parents. Without such advocates, birth parents would be overlooked and their acute needs go unheard. This is a hands-on, day-to-day work. I see where they live. I both hear and understand what they're saying. I can make sure nothing gets lost in translation between the speaking their language and also because I speak their language and the language of child services. Having this connection makes an enormous difference. I'm a resource specialist in their homes for their homes and their kids. I can help provide other services outside of child services. I also act as a conduit to communicate their needs directly to our team at NCCF. Being a conduit and a translator is crucial in most of these cases, or all of these cases. One in particular involved a birth mom who was supposed to have visits, but these visits were not occurring because she was out of state. We began to facilitate virtual visits, but ran into a bit of a snag where mom felt the visits were too public and interfering with her child's ability to communicate honestly. NCCF and I worked to create a safe place in the home where the visits could take place in a bit more private area. The child no longer had to take calls at a full dinner table or around others who were not a part of their care.
These kind of open communications are essential so the parents can feel as if they're part of their kids' lives and are able to resume care once and if they are reunified. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharika McCarthy. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George and the entire committee for allowing me to testify this afternoon. My name is Sharika McCarthy, and I'm a Kin Network Specialist at the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. Kin Network Specialists are important to the agency because we help children get out of traditional foster care and back with their families. Kinship care allows children to maintain their identities, their relationships, and ultimately prevents disruption at a time in their lives when they are most vulnerable and having the most trouble adjusting to their circumstances. My position is crucial because we help children maintain their sacred family structure. We are the positive side of foster care. We combat the idea that social workers are just here to rip families apart. Kin Network Specialists are rebuilding families every day. The day-to-day for my role looks like using the internet, faces, interviewing, and other means to gather information for any potential relatives and children that are in care. We search for families and we reach out to ask who's willing to become care providers. Part of this is asking delicate questions about their individual relationships with birth parents and the children in care. Once we identify family members willing to take care of these children, our role shifts to helping families become licensed. This can be everything from completing licensing packets to physically making sure their homes meet DC Chapter 60 and Maryland COMAR foster care regulations. On my team, we embody relentless efforts. We will not just give up after a few unsuccessful tries. We follow up until we find someone willing to be able to care and help. We will call every week for months just to ensure that contact is made with a relative. This relentlessness has allowed me to help children and families on many levels. I was able to connect a youth with her grandmother in the state of Florida. This youth was regularly absconding from foster homes prior to being connected with her grandmother and has had great progress adjusting since then. One of my proudest moments was connecting a grandmother and her grandchildren right before Christmas. These three siblings had been lingering in foster care for months, and we pulled out all the stops to ensure that these children were with their family for Christmas. This included delivering smoke detectors directly to the grandmother in time to ensure that her home was compliant with regulations. I was moved to tears to see this family reunite for the holiday. Thank you for your time. Oh, thank you. Cheryl Chapman.
Can I go last?
Yes, you may go last. Ralph, you're up.
Really last?
Yeah, yeah, can you, oh, it's okay. I think
I'm
it's
good.
You're good, Ralph.
Yes,
All right.
I'm good.
Go ahead, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George. My name is Ralph Belk, and I'm honored to have served as a Deputy Executive Director at the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF, for the last 18 years. NCCF is a nationally recognized and accredited child and family services organization incorporated in 1915. Today, NCCF serves nearly 50,000 young people and families annually through 24 programs in the National Capital Region. NCCF is pleased to continue its partnership with CFSA as its primary private provider of family-based foster care services to 220 District of Columbia's children and youth placed in NCCF's care in Maryland, as well as their siblings and families. As you know, NCCF has been CFSA's primary provider since the conception of the temporary safe haven one provider model in the fall of 2017. Over the last 6 years, NCCF continues to evolve our approach and enhance our services to ensure that youth are safe and thriving and are moving towards permanency with families that are prepared to care for them. NCCF is excited to have played a critical role in partnering with CFSA as the agency successfully exited court oversight in 2022. As reported to this committee last April, NCCF has reformed and expanded our strategic and integrated approach by focusing on the extended family and renamed our program the Family Focused Initiative, FFI, with our focus on family engagement and well-being. This integrated approach, implemented in 2022, is yielding positive outcomes for youth and families. The remainder of my testimony highlights many of these outcomes from fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 to date. So in fiscal year 2023, the FFI team served 310 young people in 193 families. Thus far in fiscal year 24, the team has served 241 young people in 133 families. Regarding permanency, we had 69 young people to exit positively to permanent destinations in FY23. And what's good to note is that 48% of those exits went to kin or family reunification. Thus far this year, we've exited 23 young people, and again, 44% achieved permanency with kin or kinship placement. So our work has increased working with birth families and kinship placements. On page 3 of my testimony, I highlighted just our continued performance on the former LaShawn benchmarks. We see that we continue to meet or exceed the clear majority of those benchmarks, both in FY23 as well as this year in FY24. I also highlighted a decrease. The committee last year was curious about CPS reports. And so we're pleased that we had a 4% decrease in CPS reports over FY22. Also excited to report to the committee our decrease in placement disruptions, also an area that both the committee as well as NCCF is continuing to look at. We had a 44% decrease in moves from FY22 to FY23. While this is great progress, there's still an area of focus for us and continuing to look at best practice as it relates to enhancing matching strategies, making the first placement the best placement and the only placement. Also in my testimony, you'll see 2 success stories highlighting our work with families. And you heard 2 of the testimonies that kicked off our hearing this morning from 2 of the families that we worked with. And they really highlight the value of consistent and persistent support to kin and birth families. And these 2 examples do the same. AJ, 13-year-old, came into care in 2018, along with 3 of his minor siblings, history of sexual abuse, educational neglect, and inadequate supervision. The goal after he was removed was for him to return to his grandmother, but she suddenly died. And so he then spiraled out and experienced 8 placements through a span of just 1 year. But fortunately, our team, our kinship team, identified another relative, actually where 2 of his siblings resided. And we're pleased to announce today that that adoption was finalized in December 2023. And that young man is a straight A student and doing well in school. Barbara came into care actually same year, 2018, at age 11. And she actually was placed with her grandfather. And there was a lot of concern that the grandfather couldn't support this young lady at age 11. And so our birth parent team provided an enormous amount of supports through the years to the grandfather. And again, I'm pleased that he has adopted her. And she also is doing well and has become an advocate for herself. Also, finally, in my testimony, I listed out and kind of exemplified some of the challenges of the work. And here you see a summary of losses, client deaths that occurred in just 1 year, January 23 to January 24. And you see that there are 9 of them. And this is a dramatic increase over the years. We've averaged 1 or 2 client deaths a year, but now in 2023 to 2024, 9 of those experiences. And so, of course, this is dramatic and takes a great toll, emotional toll on those that serve those families. So what we've done at NCCF is created a policy where we facilitate clinical debriefings with the team that's involved with a client death within 72 hours of that death. So the staff can talk about that loss and what their feelings of loss. They share their connections to the deceased and discuss additional supports that are needed and next steps with the family and themselves as a team. In addition, the Board of Trustees at NCCF has approved a new leave policy. We call it our work-related trauma leave policy, which grants 2 admin leave days for staff directly involved with a client loss. And just for the last year, looking at those 2 interventions has really helped us to, I think, enhance our staff retention strategies and, of course, help our staff deal with the high intense and emotional work that they perform each and every day. So in conclusion, NCCF team looks forward to our continued and providing, continuing, and strengthening the excellent quality services that the committee and CFSA has come to expect for the children that we have in care placed in Maryland. But as the acuity of need of the district's youth and families continue to increase, we urge the district to continue its investment to ensure the continuation of resource-intensive placements. I welcome your questions and comments and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Executive Director Cheryl Chapman.
Madam Chair, I am the Executive Director of the National Center for Children and Families. But I also am the former associate professor at Howard and trained probably 800 graduate social workers in this region. And I'm the former associate director of child protection, the Children's National, where I provide oversight to over 10,000 cases over that 10-year tenure. But I'm announcing to you today that I'm stepping down as at the helm, right? That's a lot, right? Those
Yeah.
two, and this, I'm stepping down for this 18-year-old veteran of being my deputy to step up. So what I want to do, and I've given you a report, I just want to highlight some points as I transition. First, we've been very, very honored and privileged as an organization, trustees and myself and my team, to be involved in serving the children of the district in child welfare since 1998 with 25 children's child case responsibilities only. And so we've been with the CFSA for a long time, continuously receiving contracts to partner and collaborate and deliver their responsibility for the city. I did give you an attachment that shows you just in the last 12 years, we've had 15 different arrangements, and you'll see that at least 50% of the time we took a reduction. There was one big blip of increase when Director Donald insisted that we have one provider and we consolidated all the other agencies, which was a real incredible feat. And our chair, Nadal, was insisting that we became held accountable to not disrupting and hurting children in that process. That was a public conversation regularly here. So we're pleased that we were able to be the Maryland private agency provider, but there's just a couple of things I want to point out very quickly to you. One, as I hear the testimony today, Billingsley and other Black sociologists are pointing out that Black families live in multiple households. The families that we're serving in the district, the 80s was a migration out to Prince George's County. We have children whose families extend across the border, and we keep acting like their kin is really in Maryland. No, that's the family cultural model that's been researched and discussed. So how do we act like that? We think that as the Maryland provider under the COMA regs, we have a particular responsibility to have an exceptional approach to recognizing the children's original homes and their birth families, as well as their extended families. So we're almost at 50% of our children are in that family extended model. You heard from one and her struggles to get on board. So I want to make that point. I also want to make a point that we are nationally accredited, and there's not a lot of nationally accredited foster care agencies, and we're one of them in the country, and certainly we're one in the local area. And we're also regulated, and we also like to use evidence. So that does make us unique. So we were okay with trying to survive a $1.4 million cut in this current contract because we understand the mayor has priorities, we understand the budget, but I really want to make a point as I exit from your space. We believe, and we do believe in the need for specialized resources, but if foster care, if the less restricted model isn't really well endowed, you're going to have an unrelentless need for those special programs down the road. You're going to create the need. So as we hear about the in-home, the foster care, and the group care or the specialized care, that's got to be a continuing approach to understand prevention, intervention, and then ultimately, how do we help children survive the need to be separated from their birth parents? Because we all agree that's a trauma. I want to say to you, Ralph has already indicated that we have almost 50% of our kids in care. But what I'm trying to say to you is that the numbers have gotten smaller, but not necessarily easy. For example, in the district, we're still 7 years later, still at $38 to reimburse the foster parents. Let's keep it real. They are being reimbursed for caring and rearing children who have, in the case of those who come to us in Maryland, special needs. The Maryland is at 40, what is it, Ralph? 48, and we're still dealing with 38 for reimbursement. So the cost of even helping the kin or resource parent to take and rear the children has not been modified in 7 years. We are pleased to say that we have been with CFSA throughout their transitions. I do want to highlight placement disruption is real, and that speaks to an integrated team approach that we figured out, and it took us some years to figure out because we were driven by all kinds of metrics, but the real metric is how to keep the child stable and then how to get them to their family, to their birth family. And so I think that we've done a good job of that, but that means that the model can't be disrupted so readily over 1% of our budget proposal, because that's where we're stalemating now. And I'm asking you to intervene. I'm asking the world to intervene, because I get to now really say what I think, because I'm stepping down. And I'm being very public about it, because at some point when you work and work and work as a partner and you know what kids need and their families need, and you hear it over and over again in testimony, can we just make it a priority? So I don't know where it needs to go, but we are stymied right now around 1% of the budget, and we have taken a lot of cuts over the years. So we take cuts. We're not greedy. We're not hustlers. We're not commercial. And let's keep it real. So despite this, we have had a stable management tenure here. And as I transition, well done succession plan, 6 months transition. And Ralph is ready to lead and move forward with his competent senior management staff. So I just want to close. Because I could talk to you forever, but I want to close. It is mine and NCCF's fervent wish that these children get the same support and programs across the jurisdictional lines, despite the heightened increase in barriers, which may be financial too, and the benefits of perceived new opportunities. There's got to be some consistency and stability. It can't be a jerk back. It cannot be driven purely by financial strains. We've got CFSA looking at, do we need less leasing? Can we do the birth parent stuff for you instead of you doing it? It's like, no, why can't we not continue to serve the kids? So with sweet sorrow, I pass this baton on with my sincere appreciation for the opportunity I've had to serve so many of the district's children, youth, and families over so many decades. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your tremendous service to our children, to our families, to this city, to building generations of social workers, generation of child practitioners who deeply care, who understand this community, who understand Black people in this community and our story and our struggle and the generational story that exists within our journey in America as well. I appreciate that. And, you know, we talk about priorities all the time. I mean, it is ridiculous how much money gets spent in this city. We have a $19 billion budget, and somehow the families most in need and the communities most in need and the agencies who are doing the most critical work somehow have to scavenge at the end, have to penny pinch at the end. And I'm not blaming the agencies here. It's a decision from the top of where we're going to invest our funds. And there's so many priorities in this city. But if we don't make this agency, these families a priority, none of those other priorities are actually going to happen in this city. And the causal connection has not yet been made or understood yet from a greater perspective.
Well, this retiring CEO is saying, I appeal to you, we are begging that we can't take more cuts without consciously knowing we will destabilize some of the good work we figured out
100%.
with good staff.
Understood.
So I am begging openly.
Understood. We're gonna have to look into some. Everybody has ideas on this council, including me, but this is the time for the lack of big ideas versus a functional working government, and especially in the places and spaces we need it. So, we will be fighting for this budget.
Thank you.
And for the services you all provide. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. We're gonna take a 10-minute break as we prepare for government witnesses. What's that? Well, I was trying to start at 2:10. That's like less than a 10-minute break. That's like a 8-minute break. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Joining us today is Robert L. Matthews, the Director of the Child and Family Services Agency. Thank you, Director, for your service to the district and for being here today. Before you begin, I'm going to administer an oath to you. If you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
All right. Thank you. You may begin your testimony, Director.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Louis George, and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services and committee staff. My name is Robert L. Matthews, Director of DC Child and Family Service Agency, short for CFSA. Thank you for inviting me to testify in today's hearing to discuss CFSA's accomplishments in fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 to date. Our recent accomplishments include diversifying our placement array by establishing the Bridge program in Allen House, continuing to invest in our Keeping DC Families Together initiative, and welcoming the second cohort of the Lived Experience LEX Advisory Committee. Additionally, we have soft launched the 211 Warm Line Community Response and introduced the electronic health record for children in foster care. It is with enthusiasm that I will also highlight what my team and I have identified as CFSA's FY 2024 focus. Through this work, we are charting our path forward as we look toward continuing our transformation from a child welfare agency to a child and family well-being system. As of September 30th, 2023, CFSA was serving 496 children in foster care and 962 in-home with their families. Of the children in foster care at the end of FY 2023, 28% were ages 0 to 5, 24% were ages 6 to 12, 27% were 13 to 17 years old, and 21% were 18 to 20 years old. 81% were Black or African American, 15% were Hispanic, and 1% were white. More than half of the children we serve come from wards 7 and 8. We are finally seeing the rate of children coming into foster care stabilize, but there is an increased need for an all-around support for those who come to our attention. We are continuing to diversify our placement array and finding better ways to ensure that we can provide appropriate placement settings to address the most unique needs of our children and youth. I've said over years that it is not only about the number of beds, but the right type of bed in the appropriate placement setting that will make the difference of children and youth having a positive experience while in foster care. Throughout FY 2023, CFSA made sound investments in our placement array, including establishing the Bridge program and opening Allen House. The Bridge program is a nurturing group home environment that provides immediate short-term placement support, 24-hour board and care, and social service supports, holistic health and education assessments to help inform long-term placement options. The Bridge program has a 6-bed capacity for youth, male and female, between the ages of 13 to 17. The Bridge program opened on September 22nd, 2023, and our first youth was placed on September 25th, 2023. We have had an average of at least 3 youth placed there on any given day. The Allen House is a 6-bedroom therapeutic group home managed by Sasha Bruce. This is a program specifically for CFSA youth, male and female, between the ages of 13 and 17. Allen House is fully up and running on January the 2nd, 2023, and we placed our first youth there on January the 4th, 2023. In FY 2023, there were a total of 124 overnight stays at the CFSA office. 2 youths accounted for 103 of these nights. In FY 2024, 4-to-1, there have been a total of 2 overnight stays from 2 youths, and the reason why I wanted to mark that is the purpose of the Bridge program was to address what we would call the overnight stays in CFSA. Through the Bridge program, we anticipate seeing a decrease in overnight stays at CFSA and increased youth stability through wraparound short-term supports and preparation for long-term placement. Additionally, we were able to minimize the need for emergency placements that go beyond 30 days. We're also making progress in limiting placement disruptions. Even with the more recent additions to our placement array, more work must be done to ensure the placement stability of children and youth in foster care. Our objective is to maintain a diverse range of placement options that cater to the specific needs of every child and youth who enters our care. I am committed to continuing our assessment of our placement array and expanding our placement options further to ensure that we achieve this goal. To successfully implement our transformation from a child welfare agency to a child and family well-being system, we are enhancing coordination among DC government agencies who serve children and families: DCPS, DHS, OUC, DYRS, DBH, DOH, DCHA, DDS, and DACL. We believe that a unified approach to well-being is essential, where families are trusted and their input is valued in decision-making and problem-solving. Through this collaborative approach, children and families will be linked to resources in their communities with the goal of them never having to come to the attention of CFSA unless there is abuse or neglect present. Our initiative aims to create a diverse and caring community in which residents, nonprofit and for-profit organizations, and government agencies work together seamlessly to ensure the well-being of every individual, child, and family in DC. As part of the district's work as a Round 2 Thriving Families Safe for Children jurisdiction, CFSA has taken a thoughtful and collaborative approach to co-designing our system's transformation alongside youth and families with lived expertise engaging with the Child Welfare Agency. CFSA has developed a model where families with lived expertise can engage with our work to keeping DC families together in a number of ways through opportunities that align with each individual's interests and time commitment. The Lived Experience Advisory Council is involved in helping to design, create, inform, and implement programs, services, and supports beneficial for our DC residents. Our intentionality of engaging people with lived expertise through our Thriving Families Safe for Children initiative is because CFSA understands the value that these individuals and their stories bring to the table as trusted advisors, informing us on how to better support children and families in the district. CFSA has widened the door for community involvement and input to help shape what this child and family well-being system could ultimately look like. CFSA partnered with Howard University School of Social Work to develop Leadership, Empowerment, Advocacy, and Development. It's a leadership certificate program for lived expertise. The program consisted of 20 hours of training, including self-directed assignments. One-on-one coaching sessions with Howard PhD students and staff provided each participant an opportunity to individually apply the content learned to their personal leadership goals. 7 individuals completed the program on December 13th of 2022, and we welcomed a new cohort of 11 individuals on November 3rd, 2023. This initiative will aid the district in making clear an interdependence of all who play critical roles in keeping children safe and families strong. CFSA is excited to lead this charge for one of the best child welfare systems in the nation. On October 30th, 2023, CFSA successfully partnered with Office of Unified Communications and the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaboratives to begin operations of the 211 Warm Line and Community Response Model in a soft launch format. As part of the soft launch, 4 dedicated call agents and 1 supervisor are triaging social service related calls that come into 211, providing accurate and timely information to callers, and making referrals to community responders and other community-based organizations as needed. As of the end of Q1, there were 1,509 calls made to 211, with 1,412 of those calls successfully reaching an agent. From these interactions, a total of 676 service requests were generated. The callers' needs range from housing and shelter to food assistance, income support, employment, and utilities, with housing and shelter identified as the most prevalent need in almost half of all service requests. CFSA sees 211 Warm Line and Community Response Model as integral to creating a child and family wellbeing system in the District of Columbia. By FY 2025, CFSA aims to publicly launch the 211 Warm Line and Community Response Model to serve as a comprehensive, unified social services resource and referral call center for all district residents. In FY 2023, we streamlined our health records electronically, including managing appointments, providing prescriptions, and improving privacy and security for patients. This move also enables safer, more reliable prescribing, reduces costs, enables timely data and patient record sharing with other medical providers, and improves efficiency for Medicaid billing and compliance measures. In efforts to keep DC families together, we work with the Children's Justice Act, CJA, and the Council to pass the Educator Background Check Streaming Amendment Act of 2023, DC Law 24-317, which requires the district to delete or expunge qualifying reports of child abuse or neglect from the Child Protection Register beginning October 1, 2023. The CPR expungement statute is amended to a three-tiered approach where an individual's name can be expunged after 1, 3, or 5 years for certain substantiated and inconclusive reports of child abuse and neglect. More serious substantiations, such as serious physical abuse, child fatality, sexual abuse, sex trafficking, can never be expunged. This law recognizes people who have made positive changes and provides record-clearing relief to thousands of DC residents who can obtain jobs requiring a child protection clearance. In FY 24, CFSA's priorities include co-design and implementation of the 211 warm line and community response model in collaboration with people with lived experiences, community-based organizations, and DC government agencies to link individuals, families, and communities to appropriate resources and supports to keep DC families together. 2, to enhance support for older youth in foster care across all domains of housing, financial wellness, behavioral health support, and education to ensure their well-being and successful transition to adulthood. Enhance the well-being, number 3, enhance the well-being of the workforce by prioritizing psychological safety, accountability, and staff retention to boost overall team and organizational well-being. And 4, continue to build a modern data system known as STAND, Stronger Together Against Abuse and Neglect in DC, to improve CFSA's data collection, analysis, data integrity, and public transparency through the development of a modernized child information system. The future of CFSA is bright. We have prioritized transparency, which allows the community to learn about recent policy updates and provide feedback. All of these efforts are aimed at building public awareness and trust. We hope to transform the child welfare system into a child and family well-being system in collaboration with CFSA staff, providers, community and government partners, resource parents, and families. Only by working together and staying focused on keeping DC families together can we move the agency forward. In conclusion, I speak on behalf of CFSA staff when I thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for continuing to make our agency an administration priority. And I would also like to extend gratitude to the Council of the District of Columbia for your continuous support of our efforts to improve the lives of the district's most vulnerable children and families. Your partnership is invaluable, and I look forward to building upon it through FY 2024 and beyond. With that, I conclude my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Director Matthews. I first want to say, Director, congratulations on a successful launch of the Warm Line in October. Over 2,000 calls in just first 90 days is an incredible start. I know how much work and comprehensive planning you and your team put into this project over the last several years. I truly believe this resource has the potential to be a turning point for the district. Not only are we going to be able to connect more families to resources without involvement of CFSA, but we're going to get on an on-the-ground look of what families' biggest needs are, so we as policymakers can adjust our laws and budgets accordingly. When I first met with you, when I first got assigned to Facility Family Services, this was a vision of yours, and I just think it's worth noting that you were able to make it happen. And from oversight hearing last year, you said, we're going to do this, and you got it done. And I just think that type of progress is important to see happening, and I just want to commend you on that. The other area I want to thank you and your team for working hard on is utilizing Every Family Unification Program voucher, or FUP. I was so glad to see that so much progress was made since spring of last year when we discussed the underutilization of those FUP vouchers. And I am incredibly happy to see where we are and grateful that your team went to work on it and really made improvements in that area. So thank you so much for how much incredible work you've done. And in those two areas particularly, I was really excited to see in the pre-hearing responses. We're going to do 12-minute rounds. I want to note that I've been joined by my esteemed colleague, Ward 5 Council Member Zachary Parker, who is with me. And so I will do a round and then Councilman Parker will do subsequent rounds. Director, okay, I'm going to start with the subject area that's on everybody's mind and everybody's talking about it, and everybody on the council is going to do some type of policy around it. So now is the time for us to talk through and pierce this out. Because no agency wants to take what is going to inevitably come, and that is education neglect, truancy, absenteeism, and where we are. So we're going to start with there. I want to start by diving into education neglect. As I said in my opening statement, the system is not working and district residents are talking about a lot. So I just want to start with the definition of educational neglect. So in pre-hearing responses, when asked to explain the decision-making process for determining whether an educational neglect report is accepted or screened out, CFSA said the following: an allegation of educational neglect is identified when 1, a student has missed an excessive amount of school, 2, as a direct result of action or inaction by the parent or caregiver, and 3, these absences have had an impact on their educational attainment. Director, based on that answer, is that a full and accurate definition of educational neglect?
I would say that's probably not the technical definition as it is written in statute. That's probably more of a definition of how we apply the statute in terms of when we receive a report from the schools to make that determination whether educational neglect has if it exists in that home.
Okay. Because everybody's trying to look for a definition. I think they asked in the other agencies oversight hearings sort of, and I said, well, the best answer I got was CFSA really breaking down, sort of just going through your criteria. I want to walk through those for a second. Which is number 1, right? So a student has missed an excessive amount of school. I know mandatory reporting laws require a report to be filed when a child has 10 or more days of unexcused absences within a school year. So my question is 10 days, is that our definition of excessive amount of school? Is it 10 days, the definition for excessive amount of school? Can fewer than 10 days be considered an excessive amount, or can a number more than 10 days not be considered an excessive amount in light of the circumstances?
So 10 days is the number of days that's outlined in the law that requires schools to report. So one could conclude that 10 days is an excessive amount of days that a student would miss.
Okay.
I would also like to add that it may not be that they've missed an entire day in terms of how they calculate unexcused absences, but based on the law, it definitely triggers a referral to my agency after 10 days missed.
So if in you all's assessment, if someone meets that threshold for, which is threshold 1, missed an excessive amount of school, 10 days or more would meet that threshold?
Could you repeat that again? Sorry.
So if I was defining sort of excessive amount of school and to meet criteria 1, is if someone has missed 10 days of school, is that meet your definition sort of when you're doing these assessments of excessive amount of school?
So in terms of our criteria, it's 10 unexcused absences. And so what we do with that referral is to, again, we reach out to the parent to determine, are these absences excused, but you just not provided the documentation to the school? And oftentimes that's the case. Or the case could be that the child has been at home, the child has been sick, the parent did not take the child to the doctor, so they didn't get the excuse. So that wasn't provided to the school, to where I don't know if the school may then switch it from unexcused to excused. So part of it, honestly, has been a lot of communication or lack thereof between either that parent or the school. The parent usually does provide us information as to why the child has not gone to school. And based on our assessment of that, we're kind of the bridge that helps to link that parent to the schools. And I'm sure we'll get more into that, but that's kind of how
How it
the
is.
beginning, the process.
So that
works.
that goes to like prong number 2, which is as a direct result of action or inaction by the parent or caregiver, which I think is what I'm getting to is going through these elements, because I'm getting to, I think it's a high threshold, but I need people to parse it out so people can understand it. So that prong, direct result of action or inaction by the parent or caregiver, what does that look like? So if a parent, say I drop my child off at middle school and they leave, right? And they choose not to go into school, but I drop them off every day. I guess that wouldn't meet the direct result of action or inaction by a parent. How do you consider direct result of action or inaction by a parent within that factor?
Sure. So as an example, if we receive a referral or a report that a child's missed school, our job first is to understand the cause, the reason behind it, the why. And let's just say from gathering that information, we may make recommendations to the parent. Let's say if it's transportation. Well, here's what needs to happen in regards to transportation. Well, what if it's safety? Then we have to have a safety talk, which is what we're hearing more about for the past couple of months. If it's the child being sick, what we mean by inaction is if we make recommendations or the school has made recommendations, if the parent has not acted on those recommendations, right?
Okay.
Then that means that they're not making considerable efforts
Got you.
to address the issue.
Okay.
And when that is present, those are elements that lead to neglect, because you then know that without these actions happening, the child will continue to miss school. And part of that also is to determine, do they have the resources depending on whatever the cause is? So it's really nuanced and it's individualized, but inaction means that there are recommendations that we feel that if put in place, this child can go to school regularly. If the parent does not act is one thing, but if the parent doesn't have the ability or capacity, that's another.
That's another.
Yeah.
Got you. And then element 3 of that is these absences have had an impact on their educational attainment. How do you define that piece of educational attainment? I mean, they had 10 absences but they're getting a C. They're getting all C's maybe. What do you define as impact on educational attainment?
That probably can vary depending on the family. So for instance, you mentioned C's. Well, C's is a passing grade. The question is what we look at in terms of a child's, I would say, historic performance. If we see that at one point where the child was going regularly to school, and let's say there were A's and B's, and at some period they've been absent from school, and we see that there's been a decline in their academic performance, there's an impact there. And what it's showing is that possibly because they've not been present, that now their grades have begun to slip. And so we do, we get access to grades, we get access to attendance and all of that to really look at it from a really holistic investigative perspective to determine, have the absences in any way impacted their performance and to what degree?
And so performance is grades, test scores.
Behavior and all, yes.
And behavior in class, all of those together. Okay. I really appreciated CFSA's thorough answers to my questions, asking for examples of reports that were substantiated and not substantiated. I think your team depicted the nuances of educational neglect very well. One of the circumstances and examples that really stuck out to me was a parent's willingness to engage with CFSA and DCPS. Can you talk more about how the parent engagement plays a role in this process, and how does CFSA and DCPS encourage parental and caregiver engagement, and what obstacles do the agency face in getting parents to engage?
So I'm gonna tell you something I learned in the past month and a half, because I wanted to really better understand some of our successful engagement with parents. And it was as simple as our educational triage team, before we make contact, we send a text. Now, you may ask, well, why is a text important? Can you imagine a parent getting a call that says 202, something, something, something known as a government? I'm not going to pick up. Sending a text to say, hey, this is Robert, CFSA, we got this, we got that, I'm going to call you. Well, then the parent in their mind thinking, I need to pick up this call because I need to understand what are the concerns. So our engagement has begun that way. And so as we begin to talk with the parents, we don't come to them from an approach of like, there's trouble. What we do come and say is that there's a concern because your kid has missed school.
Okay.
We remind them too of the importance of kids needing to be in school. We also ask them, well, what has been your communication with the school itself?
Mhm.
Here's how many absences that you've reported to our agency. Are you aware of that? Because part of that is they might be aware, and it could be, as you mentioned earlier, Chairperson,
Mhm.
if they've dropped the child off, did the child actually go themselves or they leave voluntarily? So those are some nuances. When we gather information, we then link back to the school and we provide to say, after our engagement and our triage, here's what we've come up with. When you see a screen out, and I'm sure we're going to get to that,
Yeah.
a screen out doesn't mean that we screen it out based on what's in the report. We
Okay.
screen it out after we made the connection from the parent to the school. So there's work that's done
Got it.
before it's called a screen out. We can call it screen out, we can call it close, a case, or whatever you want to call it, but in our language, it's called a screen out. But what it doesn't articulate is the work that goes on to engage that family and to build that bridge between that family and the school.
Got it. Okay. And that's what the part I was trying to understand is in the pre-responses when discussing the reports of sort of educational neglect that are screened out. CFSA cited examples of reports submitted by schools due to statutory reporting requirements only, in which there are no concerns among school personnel about their students' academic performance. It seems to me that a report based only on a number of absences with no concerns sort of is a waste of time and resources, both of DCPS and CFSA. So I guess, Director, do you think the statutory reporting requirements for educational neglect need to be changed? If so, do you have any thoughts on what those changes should look like?
So we've been over the past year going through a process with the Children's Law Center, with the Office of Attorney General to look at just the neglect statute overall. Educational neglect does have a portion in that. I listened earlier to the Mother's Outreach when they mentioned about poverty. Actually, all of that's a part of the overview and reform that we're putting in because we don't want any elements of poverty in there. Now, sidebar that. There are some discussions that we have continued to have with DME that I think we still need to iron out as to what that will look like. What you heard from the prior testimony, and I heard very clearly, and from research, actually I heard from the ombudsperson. She used to work in Tennessee, so did I. In Tennessee, the Department of Children's Services is not involved in any educational neglect. I just want to make that very clear. In Maryland, there is no educational neglect. Their child protection is not involved. That's because what research shows is that the relationship between the teacher and the parent is the most essential and important. And so to me, when a child protection agency gets involved is when we do have elements to where a parent may not be doing his or her responsibility as a parent to ensure the child goes to school. So I just think we have to look as a system, the roles and responsibilities of our agencies. CFSA is always going to be at the table to help, and as we have been, but my own take is that we've been doing this since 2012. And since 2012, it's been noted that we've not really seen that much progress in terms of chronic absenteeism. So that's because we're still operating the same way. And so I am a person that looks at data. I'm a person that looks at processes and realize that, yes, something different does need to happen. To what degree, I think, we still need to discuss that as a whole system, because I do think it's going to take the whole system to get kids back in school.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to an educator that I do know who may have some questions to follow up there or may have a different set of questions. I think one of the concerns with that is putting too much on teachers, and educators feel like they have too much going on and they feel like they're educators, not social workers. And so as we look at this system, how are we going to balance that? As I turn to educator Zach Parker.
Good to see you again, Director. I will start with truancy. It was on my list, given where the conversation landed. And in full transparency, I am actively working on legislation to blow up the entire system, because I agree with you, it's not working. And I know that may be met with some angst by some of your colleagues in the system. Questions that are top of mind for me is, should this work live with CFSA? I don't think it should. How are we holding parents and students accountable when they don't show up to school? Right now, nothing happens. A large number of families are being screened out per your testimony, and that's what the data shows. And ultimately, the Attorney General's office has said we will not prosecute under any circumstances a family who's not making their kid go to school. So what are we going to do about that? And another question is around, how do we incentivize more families to actually ensure their young person goes to school? We could talk about penalties, but we also should be looking at the other way. So a few questions here. How many FTEs are assigned to the educational neglect unit within CFSA?
I think off the top of my head, we have about 10. I think there are 9 family support workers that are part of the educational neglect triage unit, and there's 1 supervisor that supervises that work.
Out of those 9, are they all social workers?
Not all of them, no.
Can you give me a breakdown? And it's fine if you have to guesstimate.
I guess when you say social workers, let me be clear that what you
And
may
I'll-
have,
and I'll make
is
transparent what I'm getting
Okay.
at. So one of the pushbacks some would make is the reason this shouldn't live with OSSI, for instance, is because, well, CFSA has social workers. OSSI doesn't have social workers, and that's why they can't do this. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of the folk that are actually doing the work in CFSA. How many of them actually have that background?
You have a number of FSWs that may have a social work degree. They just may not have a license. So of course, to have a license, that's when you carry the title as social worker. But you may have some of our FSWs who actually do have a social work degree, but not the license.
So arguably, they still have that skill set.
Yes.
As a follow-up, can you share with us a breakdown of those 9 individuals? How many have degrees?
Sure.
How many are licensed?
Sure.
That's going to be important later down the line for
Absolutely.
us. One of the reasons cited in your pre-hearing answers for a large number of cases that get screened out is, quote, students were reported to CFSA via the portal and the recommended school-based interventions were not completed. What feedback is CFSA providing the schools and or OSSI to improve the cycle as it seems exists?
Sure. I'll talk about what has been in existence and a new aspect of the portal that we added based on much of that feedback. So the way feedback works is once they submit a referral through the portal, they will get an automatic response to determine to say, yes, we've received that report. The second part of that is they will receive another email stating who it would be assigned to once we screen it in, so that that's the individual that they could work with if they by chance had any questions. Concluding either the triage process and if it triggered an investigation, the third one would let them know that the investigation or the triage portion has been closed out. What we have just added probably a little over a month ago or a month and a half is we had issues raised where the principals wanted to know how many reports from their school. And that's important because what you may have in a school is you may have a attendance coordinator or a teacher themselves call, and there was no communication within the school for the principal to know. So we've added a field to where whomever is reporting from that school can add the principal's contact information so that they too can receive the same information that the reporter, because based on the law, our obligation is to speak back to whom reported.
And when I'm clear on those 3 steps, that third step will let the school know whether or not that investigation is moving forward. Assuming it doesn't, is feedback included there for the school to say this was screened out because X, Y, and Z?
Not through that automatic response. The reason why we provide the name of the individual is for the reporter to be able to contact that person for information. I do want to say what we've been talking about internally and what I've probably come to learn when there have been issues raised and said we're not hearing back from CFSA. I think because I had to ask to dig deeper. It's really the type of information they may want to know. And so what we're determining is if there's an open investigation, which, you know, I'm a stark, you know, I just have a very high bar in terms of when there's an active investigation, we have to do our course of action just like the police would. And so there's information that we have to keep until we know what's happening. But aside from that, I think what schools do want to know is, well, what services are being put in place? I think that's something we can share. I can probably say that's not something we've shared in the past. So that's something that, you know, more recent, we can share those things. But in terms of like the who, what, how is not something we particularly share with individuals outside of that investigation.
Understood. I'm not hearing a lot of feedback, and just given the sheer number of referrals you all are getting, it may not be the most practical. But what I'm concerned about is if you have that individual at the school that is referring students left and right to CFSA, there is not quite a feedback loop for them to realize that, oh, this doesn't rise to your definition of educational neglect.
They will receive that.
They do get that.
Receive that through one of the three, like for instance, if after we do the triage or it's an investigation, they will receive when it's completed, when it's done, and things of that nature. I don't know if you're asking, are they provided details of the investigation, but they do know if it's been closed or not.
And they are, it's explained why it's being closed. Not
That
just
part
this is closed.
No, that would be more in our internal investigative closure summary as to the why it was closed.
I think that's important because I would imagine a percentage of the referrals are made in error or based on the conversation you were having with Councilmember Lewis George, people's perception of what educational neglect is. And if you're saying this doesn't meet our definition, I think it will be important to educate folk about that so they can stop making those referrals.
And let me add this as well, Councilmember, because this is the part too that really is not widely spoken about, is most schools that report kids missing 10 or more days do so because the law says for them to do it. When we contact a school, oftentimes they will say, we don't have concerns, but we do have compliance that we have to meet because of the law. What we have to do is determine, even if you are reporting because of the number of absences, we still have to investigate whether that's true or not.
And that's one of the things I'm looking at as well, because 10 absences in the first 2 months is very different than 10 absences over the course of the year.
Absolutely.
And I think that needs to be revisited. Out of your understanding of CFSA-like agencies across the country, which of them investigate educational neglect and or manage educational neglect issues like DC?
I don't.
Let me rephrase that. Are there any other states?
Our neighboring state doesn't.
Are there any other states that you're aware of where the CFSA-like agency is involved in mitigating truancy?
No.
Got it. On page 92 of your pre-hearing responses, related to truancy, you said there are concerns with the accuracy of the documentation often made by schools. Again, what is the feedback loop there, even if it's at OSCE, so that we can educate school leaders and or teachers about how they should be documenting these concerns so that we're not just churning referrals?
So if there's inaccurate information on that particular referral, actually the worker is contacting the reporter. So it's not that they won't get an email, they're going to get a call to state, you know, here's what we're seeing reported, but they're contacting the person that made the report. So they will know if there's information either missing or we need to follow up on something.
Okay, I'm going to pivot to some other things, but I just want to underscore this for people that are watching. Nearly 6,000 referrals to CFSA, if I remember the numbers correctly. Roughly 5,800 of them are screened out. The vast majority of referrals are screened out. and nothing is happening. And so that student is, even if we said half of them may be referrals made in error, at least half are instances where we should genuinely be concerned. And I just, to your earlier point, what we're doing is not working. It's not working on the reporting side. It's not working on the investigative side. It's not working regarding accountability. And like many things, I feel like parents and students have realized, oh, I don't have to go to school and nothing's going to happen. And when I was going to school, I at least felt like there were real consequences if I did not go to school. So I feel like I'm preaching to the choir there. I want to transition to the 211 warm line. You touted that as one of the biggest accomplishments of the agency over the last year. Can you, as you are transitioning to fully standing up the warm line in terms of, I guess, advertising and making sure the public is aware of it, what are some of the lessons learned that you have? And when do we anticipate that line being fully operational?
Sure, thank you for the question. So some of the lessons learned really is what we tried to put in place initially in the beginning, including people with lived experience to help us think about what operationally it should look like, stating that it's not a crisis line, stating that it should not mimic the hotline, stating that they do want people to contact them to follow up to see if any resource that was provided, that they were linked to that particular service. All of those pieces and lessons learned are things we thought about on the front end before we got to the soft launch. We wanted to do a soft launch because anything of this magnitude, you want to be able to learn along the way, track, monitor to see what other data points and elements we can pull out, which we're learning over the first quarter before it kind of goes to this full-blown launch that we'll do in 2025, October 1st. 2025? Yeah, well, this year actually, sorry. October 1st this year. But part of that too is as we see the needs, and you've heard them talk about like housing and concrete needs in terms of like, people needing support for like utility and rental assistance. These are social service needs.
Yes.
That's the important part of what, we've learned, that there's this intersection between us as the neglect agency versus we're seeing the poverty that exists in our community, to where if those needs go unmet, we will see them. And so what we hope will happen is that we will inform the district on the type of infrastructure and support that will need to be in place to support them on the front end up, more further upstream. So they don't even have to come to not just CFSA's attention, but as we work with DHS, DBH, DOH, and others, that's the goal. I will say that the potential of where it is and what it's to become, its mission and purpose, probably will supersede what we initially thought, because the needs are great. They're not even complex, they're just great. There was a person that spoke earlier and talked about how between CFSA and NCCF Help, I know that case personally, and I can tell you probably offline of what it took to work with her and the complexity and the bureaucracy that exists. I know we talked about housing, we talked about licensing. There's bureaucracy there.
Yes.
It's not necessarily negligence of any one agency, but there's so many processes in place. And to me, the 211 warm line hopefully will go from a person having to make 6 calls to maybe having to make 1 or 2, because we want to be the central hub to help them.
I love that. I'm over time. I wanted you to be able to brag on the agency a little bit, because you all get beat up a lot. You get a lot of complaints, and I think there's a lot to tout that you all are doing right. If just very quickly, what is the date that you expect to turn the spigot? And
October 1.
October 1. Got it. All right.
I gave him some latitude as an educator, but you give this one an inch. Okay. I want to close up education neglect for a second. And I want to compare school year 2022 to 2023 to the previous year. And to help us look at these numbers, we'll show a few graphics that depict the data that we sort of gotten from OSSE. And so if you look at the graphic, which is about to come up on your screen, I think. There it is, great. If you look at it, if you compare, if you compare school year 2022 to 2023 in the previous year, so from school year 2021 to 2022 to school year 2022 to 23, the number of students between the ages of 5 and 13 who had at least 10 full day unexcused absences dropped 5 percentage points from 38% to 33%. Yet, despite this drop in absenteeism, the number of reports for educational neglect increased 19 percentage points from school year 2021 to 2022 to school year 22-23. To me, that shows there is a disconnect between the amount of absenteeism and the number of reports we're getting. What do you make of that, Director?
Well, from what I know is that there are some schools that do very well with reporting. And again, I want to emphasize what I mentioned earlier, that oftentimes they're reporting based on the law. There are other schools, to be, transparent, and I don't think this is necessarily a secret or not, but may not report, maybe because they may try to self-solve some of that stuff internally. I'm not really sure, honestly. But what we do see, like, especially during either where it's winter break, especially as they break for summer, we get a huge batch, like almost sometimes between 700 referrals at one time. What that could mean, which is what we believe, is that sometimes maybe absences have added up and maybe you did not report in real time.
That's what I'm thinking. That was my question. I'm like, are teachers filing more reports solely because of that 10-day requirement, and are they waiting until?
And to be fair, I want to, for teachers, and you rightfully mentioned, with all they have to grapple with in the classroom, this is an administrative task. And, to try to do all of that in real time and do their lesson plans and things of that nature, I think it can be very cumbersome to where, absences can lapse even more without reporting that in real time based on the law.
Yeah. And I think the reason why is when we looked at the number, which one of the numbers that was just clear to us is that 50% of the accepted reports for students with more than 26, there were 50% of the accepted reports were for students with more than 26 unexcused absences, which means teachers are waiting. I mean, I think that's just the reality. And then for you all, and despite receiving more reports in school year 22-23, CFSA accepted 7% fewer of those reports. But I think, and that was my question around, like, why are teachers filing more reports solely because of that 10-day reporting requirement, if that's what that data shows. In addition, despite accepting fewer reports in school year 22-23, CFSA substantiated almost the same number of reports in school year 22-23, resulting in CFSA substantiating 23% more of its accepted reports. Why is CFSA substantiating such a greater percentage of accepted reports?
In terms of educational neglect, well, let me say this, because what I don't know from this data is that we might be substantiating for something other than. It could be a combination of. So educational neglect could be one part, and it could be a totally different allegation.
Yeah, I think so. For me, when I was looking at the data, for me, it was like we have less absenteeism, but more reports for educational neglect, fewer reports accepted, and more reports being substantiated. And so to me, those numbers are sort of kind of all over the place, but we are not seeing a reduction in absenteeism result in a reduction in educational neglect. And that leads me to believe that, one, neglect is not why kids are absent from school, and two, the current educational neglect system is not effective in getting kids in school. He's like, that's what you said. I didn't say it. And so my question sort of, what are your thoughts on that, on this data, what explains these patterns?
I will say this, because I've been doing this work a long time. And when I mean this work is child welfare. I've heard from a number of individuals, especially since how we have it modeled here in DC, in terms of, there has to be more neglect. We have the most highly trained social workers in the country. I'm not saying that, just as passing, we do. And so their job is to know how to investigate whether abuse and neglect occurs in a home or in an environment. And for those that we do substantiate, trust me, there's enough evidence to show that it's occurred. What the data shows me, though, in terms of the number of referrals and you have a low rate of substantiations, is that it's not neglect. It's something else.
Right.
And the something else, which I've said publicly, the something else is not child welfare related. It is a social support related type of resource that's needed for that family. And that's just commonly known. In many ways, that takes that investigator outside of their trained role to do certain things, but we do it because we're the agency that's tasked to in terms of trying to link them to services. And I want to say that there are schools that do the same, but more broadly, this is not a neglect. This is not a neglect overwhelmingly for parents, but it is to where parents need support.
Right.
So that's what
Yeah. I think one of the things that, and this is good that you have this unit, but this is the unit that is sort of making people like, no, we should put it in CFSA. CFSA, you discuss how the Engage and Connect unit, ECU, implements preventative measures to address educational neglect. And this is a pre-hearing response question 71. CFSA says ECU assist schools with family wellness checks and responds to referrals with barriers to attendance that includes transportation, housing insecurity, navigating immunization needs, among others. This work of this unit seems to be useful, but I'm concerned not enough families sort of struggling with attendance have access to these services. And maybe this unit, the Engage and Connect unit, is the one that needs to be placed somewhere within our ecosystem of education, as we all are looking to where. When you discuss ECU, what are the preventive measures for educational neglect that ECU is engaging in when you say preventative measures, and what does assisting schools with family wellness checks mean?
So I'll say two things probably on the back end, that the Engage and Connect unit was really birthed when the district had the opera funds during the pandemic to stand up additional supports for the school. And so what we did find in terms of success with that unit is once we triaged the report, and if that triage worker was not able to make contact with the parent, then we would utilize a worker within this unit to actually go out to try to locate the parent and the child.
Got it.
And so that really helped in terms of like, when you say like a wellness check, is really to determine, do we have the right address? Is it a different address? Did they move?
Okay.
Their job is to figure that out. And once you find that parent, is then, okay, now we have this report from CFSA. What is the reason why the child has not been going to school, and connect that way? So they're the ones I would say kind of the ones out there on the street trying to locate families and children.
And then when you say assist schools with the family wellness check, that looks like that person from ECU going with the school, or just by themselves?
No, they're
and then
going by
reporting to
themselves.
school.
They're going by themselves. So because the school has already sent in a report stating that this child has been absent from school, we've determined through our triage, we've tried to do maybe like 3 days of contacting the parent. We've been unsuccessful. If we've been unsuccessful, then the CCU unit would go out to actually try to, because it could be, is it the wrong number? Is it the right address, wrong address? Things
Got
like
it.
that.
Got it. And is a submitted report for educational neglect required for a family to be connected with the Engage and Connect unit?
Yes. I'm going to say yes, but just to be clear, this unit no longer exists in this capacity. The task, however, does still exist within CFSA, but it's with our family support workers within our investigative unit. So we still are able to go out and to engage and locate parents when we need to.
Got it. Okay. This is helpful information and data that we can take back as everybody. I told you, everybody in the council is working on this. So be engaged with every office.
Absolutely.
Because they're going to do it, but I'm here to be with us and make sure we're doing. I want to move on to staffing and vacancies. In general, pre-hearing responses, CFSA said one of the agency's 4 priorities in fiscal year 24 is to enhance the well-being of the workforce by prioritizing psychological safety, accountability, staff retention to boost overall team and organizational well-being. One of the ways CFSA does this is through analysis of data from exit interviews. What is the exit interview data showing? What are the top reasons CFSA employees, particularly social workers, are leaving the agency? Is it burnout?
Okay, I can answer a couple of ways. If you had asked me this some months ago, things would look a little different in terms of why social workers are leaving. Of course, burnout and being overwhelmed is one of those. Probably 5 months ago, it would have been workers not feeling supported by their management. It was also based on, I won't say that one. Yes, so those would be the reasons why they would leave the agency. What we have found, since there have been some changes made at a management level, is it's somewhat stabilized, but still there are vacancies that exist. We've provided some new leadership that really has helped to provide the support they need. And we've seen at a small number of workers coming back.
Okay.
So if I'm going to be transparent about that, honestly, what we came up with through an investigation where there were maybe like 4 or 5 managers that were creating a toxic environment.
Gotcha.
And so, tough decisions were required, and we made them. We made some management changes, and I've heard from workers themselves that say it's like night and day.
Okay.
So that makes a difference in the culture with the agency.
Yeah. My biggest concern was CPS,
Yes.
because that one is where vacancies rose 81% from fiscal year 22 to 23. And I know you all said you're going to continue recruitment, but that one was a little bit worrisome to me. As we talk about recruitment efforts, I want to know, like, what does this look like? Because right now, I know social workers, there's a nationwide shortage of DC social worker, and it's even harder to find qualified people here in DC. And I looked at your pre-hearing responses. There's a 23% vacancy rate among social workers and supervisory social workers. I'm interested how that statistic compares to years in past. But also I'm just curious, like, what is the real recruitment effort looking like? I mean, what is it looking like, and what do we need to do more of to get get more of the social workers there?
I'm gonna give you a transparent
And I went to the city administrator already and was like, look.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a transparent answer with that. You mentioned that there is a nationwide shortage. Well, actually, it's not a shortage of social workers. They're just choosing to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
We'll start there. Our Child Protective Services Administration, Hotline Investigations is our hardest hit area in terms of vacancies. So when you ask over the years, in 2019, we're at 7%. We're currently at 26%. So that's huge in terms of social workers and supervisors. What that means is I am operating with a much smaller staffing ratio on that side with the same or higher volume of work.
That's right.
Okay. And so even when I hear, like earlier, people, saying, oh, this work, well, I can say, yes, a worker probably didn't call you back because they probably now have an inflated caseload because of the vacancies. I'm not saying anything that I don't think anyone knows. Mm-hmm. It is a fact. I've recently talked to our staff to figure out what more we can do. We are at all the universities and colleges, even not just here in the district, across the country. We are at all the job fairs. We have our open house. We've worked with the social work board to hire bachelor's level license for the first time. We didn't get the yield that we wanted on that. So we have really looked at every possible remedy to address vacancies. I have now come to the conclusion that we may not get back to the staffing levels that we need. Now, if we're not going to do that, that means one or two things have to happen. Either I have to look within our agency to reset expectations and standards for the district in terms of child protection. Because if I don't, I'm not gonna have a workforce to do the work.
Mhm.
And I've spoken directly to the social workers. They, they are dedicated to this work. I believe they come to work to really do a good job, but everyone has a tipping point. And so I now have to figure out, what does child protection look like in the district? Because what I can't be held to is the same expectation with 4 divisions when I'm operating with 1.
Mhm.
Can't do it. So what that may look like, I will hopefully know in some months, because I want to work with some community leaders to talk about that. I mean, it's a real issue that nationally now is happening. What I will not, however, there are certain parts of child protection that I believe we have to keep. We have to show up. We have to be on the scene as quick as possible. We cannot, put that particular expectation aside. But we are having a hit on how quickly we can close investigations. If I could sidebar, because I did hear the young lady mention earlier, like they don't want CFSA to have more time in investigations. I want to be clear that one of the reasons why we need to have investigations longer is because we need information, whether it's from the pediatrician or MPD, for that information to determine what has happened.
Mhm.
And sometimes that doesn't happen in 30 days. So it's not that it's going to be a trap that the more time we have, we're going to find more things. That is not the case. We need more time to make sure we have a credible, comprehensive investigation. Aside from that, we've done what I think we can do. What I am looking to is, what investigative activities could we reroute to other workers who are not clinical workers?
Mhm.
We're going to be looking at that over the course of the next 3 to 4 months, because there has to be some of the weight taken off of social workers to do this work in this environment.
I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilman Parker, for another round.
I wanted to come back to the educational neglect and simply say, respectfully, your definition is subjective, because I'm of the mind, if you miss 20 days of school, that is educational neglect. And so one of the things that we are looking at is making it clear in statute that keeping your kid home, even if they are well fed and clothed, is in fact educational neglect. I get the discrepancy between where the code is today and the statute versus my definition, but I think many would agree the harm posed to young people that are at home playing video games, for instance, is significant. I also wanted to come back to the 211 warm line. I know you're partnering with OUC on that line. OUC has had its share of challenges, namely with vacancies. At a time where you're planning to ramp up significantly, how are you all planning for managing the warm line when they are often understaffed as an agency themselves?
So first, OUC has really been a good partner with us. I think as we ramp up, what we're looking at is the data to determine, do we have the right accompaniment of staff to man the warm line? So those are like decisions we're going to be making over the course of the next couple of months to see any additional staff. Although we might use similar systems in terms of, residents calling in, there is a set of separate trainings between our call agents and like 311 that I know that they operate. So, and then of course, again, these call agents on the warm line side are employees of CFSA. So
Got it.
we manage them.
Got it. So they're not OUC workers
No,
that are just
we're just
taking-
co-located at
I got
OUC.
you. Okay, that is helpful to know. And something else you mentioned, it came up in another agency hearing, is that you all, it sounds like, are taking the time to genuinely connect people to services versus just reporting out what services are available and hoping they do their own due diligence. Right now, when you only have about 400 calls, that may be possible. I would imagine when you have 3,000 plus calls, that may be harder to do, but that is really important. And so I wanted to congratulate you on that. That is not what we're hearing from another agency, where we're hearing reports that people in crisis are just getting addresses and phone numbers for other folk that they can then reach out to. I wanted to come to the diversion from foster care, which continues to be a focus. How many youth are being diverted into kinship programs instead of the formal foster care today?
None.
You would say none.
Yes, because we don't divert.
How many youth were placed in kinship settings this last fiscal year?
On the foster care side?
Yes.
Hold on just a second.
One of the concerns, while you're looking for that, one of the concerns I know came up and resonates with me is that, yes, we want to keep young people with their families, but if they're not formally in the system, there are certain services and supports they are not entitled to, whether it's mental health supports or what have you. And so this is a number as a committee that I believe we just need to keep an eye on.
Sure. I just want to make sure I get the looking for the.
Okay. I'm gonna allow your team to find that and bring it to you. So the director needs the number.
I think
of youth that are in kinship settings. You got a room full of people.
Yes.
Y'all should be scrambling.
They are. Trust me, they're scrambling. So the reason why I asked that, council member, is because when you say kinship care for us,
Yes.
that is the kids that are.
I'm sorry. The number of youth placed with families, that's what I mean by kinship.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that the first question was around. No. Where is it? Or where is it in here? Okay, I don't want to say that unless I kind of know that. In terms of like when kids are formally removed and placed with kin, it means they go through a whole licensing process. I thought that I didn't think that's what you meant, because when you mentioned diversion, which, you know, it's informal family planning, which that's different than the formal side of the kinship. So I was just trying to make sure I understood what you were asking.
Understood.
Yeah.
And so am I hearing the number is 29?
I'm not gonna say that until I see it.
Understood. Okay, so I'll come back to this. So let's go to public safety. How do you coordinate right now as an agency with other public safety agencies, namely the Office of the Attorney General and the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice?
Sure. So actually, I have one of the deputy attorney generals that is a part of my executive team from OAG that meets. We meet weekly to discuss issues where the children in foster care, where the kids receiving in-home services, as well as kids. I'm also on a, I would say, a group where when we look at critical incidents of juveniles to determine if there's been any CFSA involvement in history, and if so, to what degree, what has been successful, what has not been successful, to really understand what service delivery could look like.
And I'm going to preface this by saying, I think you all are leading some transformational work, shifting to a well-being agency, trying to keep families connected. I think the data and the research is clear that it's better for a kid to be in their family unit versus entering formally into the system. That said, we have a juvenile crime crisis in the district. To what extent is the agency helping our public safety agencies evaluate whether removal from the home is appropriate? So hypothetically speaking, a juvenile, let's say, is involved in a carjacking or a homicide, something violent. Granted, it may not be the first step, but I'm trying to grasp what role does CFSA play with the OAG and or any other agencies to say, we should launch a formal investigation into this juvenile who has committed these crimes.
Sure. Oftentimes there is an investigation that we launch. I think what happens because of, I'm not just going to say law, but there's so many different ways. So for instance, it could be that the youth's behavior, as you mentioned, it could be a carjacking or a different type of offense, is the action of that youth. The parent, what you may find over time, has been really trying to navigate the system for help. And from that, it seems that many of the voluntary programs that are in place, PASS, ACE, and others in STEP, right? These are programs that are voluntary. So if you do have a youth who's committed an offense, it's not as if it's a requirement for them to participate. But when you see in the data for youth that may have participated in PASS, for instance, at DHS, they're really good outcomes. But they're also voluntary.
They're voluntary.
They're voluntary. So our role when we look at that and we show that the parent really has tried different services, well, I can't substantiate the parent because they made diligent efforts to try. And it's our role and mandate is it's when it's the behavior of the parent. We're talking about behavior of a child, which is totally different. And to your point,
Well,
let's
what
say,
if it's the environment? Maybe the parent is doing everything they can, but maybe it's where you live or the house or the context in which that juvenile is living is not conducive for them being a productive member of society. I hate to say it that way. I guess what I'm getting at is let me ask, is there a one-to-one comparison between juveniles that commit crimes and the investigations that you all are conducting?
When you say one-to-one,
in other words, for every juvenile in the city that is committed in a violent crime, does CFSA automatically launch an investigation?
No.
And to me, I think we should. Now, granted, that will add to your caseload, but I would be wanting to know what is going on in this home environment that allows little Johnny to be outside at 2 o'clock in the morning and he's 8 years old or 12 years old with a machine gun. There's clearly something wrong. And that, granted, it's not your fault.
Yeah.
But I think by investigating, we may unearth some things that clearly is not happening on the accountability side.
I think if I could respond to that, what I will say to that is, it is my understanding, and I guess depend on how far in the deep end the youth goes. For instance, core social services, there are workers in other agencies that can figure out what's going on in the home or in that environment. I think what the system is attempting to do is to figure out how to better coordinate those services. But I will also continue to say, which I've said, publicly, that having these services and showing that when they participate, there are good outcomes is not going to help if we don't in some way compel youth to be required.
That's right.
They have to be required because I have said, how many youth do you think are going to raise their hand and say, yes, I'm going to do it? Some may. But guess what? For those that do not, then what?
But I'm also we're talking 8-year-olds with machine guns,
Absolutely.
10-year-olds. At some point, we need to investigate, like there's something truly broken in the system. But I see my clock ticking. When you say other agencies, what agencies are you referring to? DHS?
Oh, that could be DHS. That could be core social services as well.
And you think it would be that type of investigation would be better served in DHS versus CFSA?
I don't want to say that, but yeah, I don't.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to say that. What I will say is that
If
perhaps
someone were to say for every juvenile crime in the district, there will be an investigation, where should that, in your professional
well, if it's
opinion,
if it's going to be a
live?
juvenile investigation, that should be DYS.
Yeah.
In terms of social workers going to the home and doing the type of analysis that I suspect CFSA
So
does.
I'm always going to operate beginning with my mandate. So for instance, I could say that an investigation overall would be helpful and useful to understand the root cause of why. I can't say that my agency, because of its legal mandate, should do that for juveniles because that's not what we do. Although our practice of investigation could be helpful, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
How we investigate maybe.
Chairperson, if I have 30 more seconds. I hear you, and I'm not I guess what I'm genuinely asking, what other agencies have comparable investigatory skills as CFSA? Is it DHS?
Core Social Services, Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. That's who should be doing, that's who can and should, I think, if I'm honest. But and one of the reasons why I say this also is because when we look at, I'm going to go back to the vacancy for a minute because I think it's important for me to highlight because as my colleagues are going to be looking at more responsibilities to dog out, I want to make clear where we are at CFSA and the strides we are making. So if you look at CFSA, one of the agency's 4 pillars performance states, no more than 10% of investigators and social workers should have caseloads greater than 12. But according to the data provided in fiscal year 23, 24% of investigators, social workers had a caseload of greater than 12. And in fiscal year 24, 50% had a caseload greater than 12. CFSA also states that its policy is that no individual investigator shall have a caseload greater than 15 cases. In fiscal year 23, 10 investigators, social workers had a caseload greater than 15. And in fiscal year 24, 19 had a caseload greater than 15. And then further in fiscal year 24, the average caseload is 12.8 and the highest caseload was 30.71, double the permitted maximum. Director, that's not good, but you were honest and transparent about what the reality is of what you're working with and these things. It cannot be the same quality of case management is occurring, whether a caseload is 7 or sort of 17. I want to be honest, how are the high caseloads impacting social workers, particularly in regard to morale and ability to do their jobs well, and how are families being impacted by these high caseloads? And as we look at it as a city, given what your social workers are working with now in caseloads, if we added anything else to CFSA with the current social workers we have, I'm afraid everybody gonna walk away. And I'll be frank and honest with you. So I wanted you to just address, what this is looking like on your social workers who are fighting the good fight because they care.
Sure, and thank you for that question. I want to mention a couple of things to that. One of the things as we have been experiencing these vacancies, and I have said this publicly, I've talked to our workers, actually the quality we continue to meet and maintain. So we have a quality service review in terms of called acceptable investigations. And part of that threshold is to ensure that, let's say, the closed investigations in January, we will do an entire quality review on that. 80% of them or more closed with acceptability. That means with quality.
Gotcha.
Now, what that does mean, because what I have said is that I do not want us to in any way close an investigation when it's not safe to do so. What that means is that they will have investigations somewhat teeter up, as you can see in the data, to where they have more cases. Because it would be easy to close an investigation, but guess what? We may see them come right back. And so I still want our investigators to close them, but with acceptability. If that means that we will have investigations open longer, I'm willing to take that hit versus closing them out when we know a child may not be safe. So that's kind of the balance we're having to deal with now. In terms of like the morale actually is better. And I say better based on, the environment. Better because, again, at least from what they tell me, they're not in that toxic environment.
Gotcha.
They don't feel like, oh, now I have to come and I'm going to, be felt a certain kind of way. I'm not going to go through a whole kind of initiation like I'm in some type of fraternity or sorority.
Got it.
So that does not exist anymore. So that makes the job more bearable, yet they still have the workload. to deal with. And
Gotcha.
that's what we're contending with right now.
Got it. Is there anything the council can do, policy or budget wise, to help CFSA fill vacancies, particularly for social workers?
I don't think right now, because honestly, what I really want to attempt to see is what administrative or investigative activities I can take off of an investigator so that another worker who's not clinically licensed can do. I want to give that an opportunity first to balance out the work. You know, and I have ideas about how we possibly can do that, but I also want to be very careful that we don't assign duties and tasks to another worker where they have to make a clinical decision.
Right.
So I'm going to go through that exercise in the next 3 or 4 months and come back.
All right. I'll be waiting for your response to that. Because I do think we have to step up in this area. We just have to do it. I want to go to kinship care. The ombudsperson for children had some recommendations. The ombudsman for children recommended CFSA implement a comprehensive assessment of relative caregiver needs prior to placement of children in their care. I agree with that. What is the agency's position and plan for implementing a comprehensive needs assessment before case closure?
So just to put in context, I think what the ombudsperson was speaking of are those families that are in the category of an informal family planning arrangement.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. So in that instance, here are a couple of things, because I know that was talked about extensively. What I agree to and believe that should happen is that before we engage in that arrangement, that we have an assessment of that family. I think, and what I've always asked for, when you're talking about comprehensive, what are you asking for? I did hear earlier in one testimony, they want clearances. Well, I'm not going to agree. I am not going to agree to run a clearance on a family when we've assessed that this child is safe. If a child is not safe, we're going to separate and remove that child. That's a much higher standard. You run a clearance on someone who has no knowledge of the child. They may not even be related to the child. That's what the whole licensing foster care process is for. A lower standard is if, and actually it was mentioned, I wrote everything down. It was said a contingency plan. What a contingency plan is that when a family comes to our attention, a mother or father, we ask them in the beginning, if by chance something happens to you or this child has to be separated or removed, who are the relative supports that you know that we could contact? You even heard the ombudsperson, Patrina, say, they don't want, I'm quoting, they do not want to see their grandchildren in foster care. Now, but before we can determine that, we have to determine, is the child safe or not?
All right.
The contingency plan allows us to contact that relative that the parent offered to us if something happens to them. So as the person mentioned, the parent was deceased. Is that a reason to bring that child into foster care? Or can we look at the contingency plan that the parent provided us to contact those relatives to say, hey, Ms. Smith, something happened, which you all know. What do we need to do to help facilitate this child coming in with you, or provide the options? They did not want kinship foster care in that particular example. If that's the case, and what I will say that's different here than before is the issue that people are having is that when we facilitate an informal planning arrangement, we do close out because we're not formally involved. What they're wanting is for someone and an entity to have with the family to follow up to see those things happen. So here's where I'm saying what we will do, because I still do not believe that in an informal family planning arrangement, when the family makes a plan, CFSA cannot be formally involved because there's no neglect petition. What we can do, as you've heard from the wonderful collaboratives, they can be the entity that we can refer those families to now that we have a community response model, because all of this had to happen in phases, to where those families, we can refer them to say, hey, we are linking them to neighborhood legal services if they need to get legal custody. Neighborhood legal services knows how to, which we actually contract and fund for families to get that legal advice that we cannot give. And they will walk them through that process. Our own informal family planning form, which clearly they have not read, has a litany of checklists that we have to go down. Do you need this? Do you need that? Do you need this? Those are those more immediate needs. We also could have an at-risk FTM that provides a long-term plan for how you care for that child. So where it may be true that after relatives make that decision, and yes, they do think it's short-term because it might be until there's a longer-term plan devised, which can be in the at-risk FTM, they come back to say, oh, we have these issues. What I'm saying is that they now, once we refer them to collaboratives, the collaboratives can help them navigate that and for those services. CFSA is involved when we legally remove a child from the care of their parent. And if we don't substantiate, there's nowhere in our apparatus formally, for those families to sit where we walk them through. That's the whole reason community-based organizations exist. So what I'm saying today is that we have community-based organizations and that infrastructure that can provide that support, which we haven't before. And that's the way I want to work it out. I just don't think CFSA needs to be involved in that. And nor are we legally obliged to do so.
Yeah, I hear you on this. I guess I just have trouble with this because I think parent consent does not mean the person chooses is not a danger to the child. And I don't know how we know that if you all aren't the ones doing like a formal check with like going through that formal process of doing a background check on somebody. Because like my cousin could say, oh, she can go with cousin A, and cousin A also don't got no sense. You know what I mean? Like in real life, I mean, this has happened. My family has been kin care before. So I'm
Totally
saying this from a
understand.
place of reality here, right? Like my mom just loves taking everybody's children, especially when I was young, as a temporary support to the families. That was a whole thing we deal with throughout life. But I just felt like at the time, my cousin, whose children she was caring for, my cousin would have said, oh, you can just give him to my brother. And the brother, in my opinion, was worse off in that particular circumstances. And so like her making that statement to me, and then her brother also had some issues. I just think that whoever the parent chooses, their choice alone doesn't mitigate the fact that that person could be a danger to the child. And I think we should be doing an extra step there in figuring out if that person is a danger to the child.
So let me respond to that. I think everything you said is somewhat common in African-American families. Couple of things though. One, when I think of a clearance, and this is, again, much of how we do things in this arena, we've discussed with people who lived experience. You'll be asking an agency, one, to run a clearance on somebody we don't even have authorization to do because we don't have custody of that child. The FBI agreement that we have to do FBI fingerprinting is based on when we remove a child because they're unsafe. We can't run a check and clearance on somebody because we're not placing that kid with that relative, because we have not removed that kid. Our assessment does probably everything you want us to do, with the exception of running a clearance. We do ask questions. We do make an assessment. We'll probably do a walkthrough of the home and things of that nature. And here's the other part, if it is a father or relative in another jurisdiction, we do the same practice. We will contact that jurisdiction's child protection to do the safety part of it, because that's an agreement that we all have with states. So those parts are done. The part that I know that they want us to do is the clearance part. And that part is different because we do not have legal custody of that child to run a clearance on a person. And I've heard from people who lived the experience, they're like, as you mentioned, there are family members that could have what I call a very checkered past. But I also think that what we do oftentimes is not give enough credit to the parents whose rights are still intact. I don't have a right to tell that parent what to do with their child unless we've assessed that the child is unsafe. Then that's when CFSA will say, okay, well, we're going to take this child If there are any relatives, we can license formally. But the whole reason why keeping DC families together is because we've been so intrusive in trying to tell and dictate families what they should do. If our social workers are licensed and provide the clinical judgment to say, we've assessed this child is safe. And when you look at the examples of informal family planning, it had to do with a mother who had a mental health breakdown. We contacted the fathers came and got their kids. It was another where, again, the parent was deceased. We contacted the relatives from a contingency plan. None of those examples require a child to come into foster care. And if you listen to the testimony early, every answer they had was foster care, foster care, foster care. And guess what? We just have totally two different ideologies. And what it shows from decades of work in child welfare, we have over 400,000 kids in foster care nationally. Half of them are Black kids and brown kids. How much more, how much longer are we going to continue to surveil and remove these kids when the public and the parents are telling us, stop doing it?
I get it, but I think it's the contention is that we know we know the reality of like as we families who are in poverty, who have been in poverty and the generations of poverty and what it takes to get out of generational poverty is so hard. You know what I mean? Like it is difficult to get out of generational poverty. And there are just certain things that happen in families that are saddled with generational poverty. That's just real.
Yes.
I mean, and I'm saying it as a family who has dealt with generational poverty and one step away from, you know, my family lived in public housing, you know what I mean? Like, so it's real. And it's just that there's some characteristics that happen, you know, as a result of that almost lead to like not ideal circumstances. I mean, it's just like the same generational emotional trauma and cycles that continue over and over. And then that goes to the poverty conversation that we had before. I guess when CFSA is assessing whether or not there is a safety threat to a child in these circumstances, is the agency assessing whether or not there is or would be a threat in the home of the parent or in the home of the caregiver?
Well, it has to be with the parent who's the custodian of the child.
Who's the custodian of the child. And if all safety threats have been ruled out, okay, because the instances would be if a child, somebody's deceased or had a mental breakdown, et cetera.
And I think, and I've said this actually in the past, I'm not so sure what one of the public, I'm not sure that, I think they're confusing the difference between an informal family plan and safety plan. I've said that because when you look at those where there's been an informal family plan arrangement and we do the data, we've not had subsequent calls from those families. That's because that policy is very clear. The other part of that, which I think what I've heard is, which I can say that I totally agree with, which is what I'm trying to fix is, if their issue is that when that happens, the family needs the support, which I agree they need.
That's right.
That's where I'm saying the collaboratives can step in, and that's not CFSA. So I agree to that and totally am on board with that, because what may happen is 3 weeks later, circumstances may change. And that's what happens. The immediate we deal with, and they're like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 3 weeks later, something may happen. And what I'm saying is that the community-based organization infrastructure should be the entity, not the formal government providing that. That's why we fund the collaboratives.
Do collaboratives have the ability to do background checks and environmental safety assessments?
Not the background checks.
Okay.
No. That background checks, that's an agreement with the FBI to do the fingerprinting, and they don't really allow that for many jurisdictions. We're one of very few that can do that.
Okay. Councilman Parker.
What capacity do the collaboratives have to provide mental health services for those young people in informal care?
I can't speak to the mental health piece because if I speak freely, I think if it's mental health, the collaborative's role is to ensure that they connect them to Department of Behavioral Health Services for mental health. I don't think they would be the ones to provide the mental health in-house.
So one of the sticking reasons for me why I think it should live with CFSA is for the mental health support. I noted in your pre-hearing responses on page 98, in fiscal year 23, the average time was 21 days between the evaluation and the delivery of therapy. In fiscal year 24, so far, you got it down to 4 days. So that is huge. That's great. And that was one of the criticisms last year, if I recall correctly, that it was taking such a long time to connect young people to mental health support.
Yes.
For young people in informal care, they wouldn't be entitled to those mental health services. Should they be in touch with the collaboratives, as you suggest? So I'm just throwing that out as one of the resources and supports that only a CFSA could provide. And I hear you touting DBH. And DBH has a lot on its plate in terms of its workload for the city, that I don't know if that's a realistic solution for our young people that probably need the care.
Well, just to point out the data you reference, of course, that's for like children in foster care. We have an internal clinical unit that provides therapy. We're able to link them very quickly because it's internal.
Yes.
We have the capacity to do that. I think what you're speaking to, which and I'll say this because what I've been trying to do is course correct a lot of things that are remnants from the LaShawn lawsuit. There are a lot of things we had to build internally at CFSA in order to, get families connected. I'm also going to say publicly, I don't necessarily think those were the right things to do, because what happens is now the expectation that we're going to be able to provide it all. And what that has done, it has really expanded CFSA's role in traditionally what a child protection agency does. Now, with that being said, as we continue looking at prevention, I would say my job, which I work very well with Dr. Bazran, is to ensure that if we do have in-home families, which are not in foster care, and we have more kids there, I think it was 962 from the data, is that how do we connect them to the government resources? Because that's how the system is set up. We have not found necessarily, even on the in-home side, because we do quality service reviews too, is how we get them through Access Helpline and get them to a core service agency. And now I know they're going to a managed care model. We don't yet know what that's going to look like. So I don't know what the managed care model is going to look like, but I know that so long as me and Dr. Bazran have each other on speed dial. Every week we're calling about a family that needs access to services. But we do have to develop a system where that's more seamless, to where it's not the principals getting involved and making sure people do that. But on the informal side, I do think that that is a infrastructure that has to be built to where they can get access just as quick as those kids in foster care.
And that, yes, I don't disagree with that. I think we're saying a lot of the same thing, but we know that doesn't exist today. And so part of the concern is those young people receiving services. Speaking of DBH, this is a total aside. I was in their hearing, and it struck me, I was dismayed that young people at DRS facilities aren't receiving mental health support. We have those supports for people at the jail and other places as they're coming out, namely adults. But again, we see we're falling through the cracks when it comes to our young people. So anyway, just touting a lot of what you're already saying. A few other questions, and then I'm going to wrap up. I wanted to come to the benefits cliff and social benefits programs. As you know, Councilmember Lewis George and I introduced legislation that would increase the stipend for individuals in the grandparent caregiver and close relative caregiver program. And the question is, to what extent, if at all, is your agency working with participants in that program to ensure that they don't lose benefits, Social Security, TANF, other housing benefits, because of them receiving the stipend?
So interesting enough, Councilman Parker, one of the things you asked us to follow up on was kind of this waiver, which we looked into. And what we found was somewhat of the opposite, because this is what we have found to happen with some. Once we get the TANF determination letter, which helps to determine what our subsidy would be, let's say that they qualify, they're eligible, we disperse those funds. What happens is a year later, when they have to recertify for their TANF benefits, their TANF benefits then become in jeopardy because they're receiving a subsidy from CFSA because they concluded in that house. So that,
and that's what I'm referencing.
That's what you're referencing.
So
Okay.
the concern is, yes, great, we're giving them more money, or we're endeavoring to give them more money. But then the benefits cliff is that they are then losing other necessary supports. It is my understanding that DHS is the agency that can whisper with the federal government to say, protect these individuals. And I just wanted to see if that is something you all are working at to ensure that people that are receiving those benefits aren't losing TANF, SNAP, and other necessary supports.
we've definitely had the discussions. I can't necessarily say we have been able to prevent a recipient receiving the subsidy. I don't think we've been able to prevent them from losing their TANF benefits because of course, how TANF benefits are dispersed, and of course, the federal guidelines that govern, household income and things of that nature. Because clearly, once they receive our subsidy, they're recertified on the TANF side. It takes them over household income, and so what would need to happen, if it's possible, is probably a special waiver from the federal government that would allow the district to do that. So those are talks that I think.
And DHS is that agency. And so it will require you all working together on that. There's been some discrepancy with DHS, I will say admittedly, of their willingness to engage on those waivers. But I think for the reason that you mentioned, it's very important.
Sure. And I will continue to follow up with that part.
Okay. It was something you said earlier that really struck me, just around like what you're seeing is a lot of people in need of social services, and it's coming through from the Warm Line, it's coming through in the investigation work that you all are leading, and that resonates. And I hope more than anything, what people take away, and what I know Councilmember Lewis George and I both know, is that a lot of our societal ills stem from how we orient economically as a society. And so I'm not going to ask you to weigh in there, but I'm very clear that, and I mentioned it earlier, I think you're leading transformational work. I think you get beat up a lot about it. There's clearly room to grow as an agency, but I appreciate the work where we're trying to keep Black and brown families together. And many of those families are being defined as neglectful in some respects because they are living in poverty. What we're seeing play out in the district in terms of violence, in some respects, is a result of poverty. What's playing out academically is in some respects connected to poverty, and the list can go on. I don't think everybody in this building gets it. And so we can continue to spin our wheels, but until we really get clear around how our economic systems uphold racist systems and subjugate certain people in our city and our society as second-class citizens, I think we're going to keep coming back here time and time again. One last question here. How do you monitor the progress of your 11 family success centers? I know that's in large part of your preventative work, but what does success look like?
Sure. So we actually have program specialists that evenly split the success centers. So it's more like, we have 11 now, so in Ward 5, so it's probably like 6 and 5. And so they meet with the success centers on a regular cadence. We look at a number of data points. We have monthly reports that I can review when there are issues. And this is what I want to say too, if I could, just a minute, just in terms of the Family Success Centers. They do a lot of great work, from a neighborhood model. They involve people in their neighborhood around what those programs and services look like. As much as the gun violence we've been seeing, there have been a number of Family Success Centers where actually the victim and those families come to that Family Success Center. So they really have stood in the gap, and we do work well, on the public safety side. So how we monitor them is through a number of ways. Of course, through our monitoring department, through the specialists that are assigned to them. And again, we meet regularly in terms of any issues that may arise that they may have to see if we can remedy some of those. But I'm extremely proud of when we made the decision to have that model, because now it's being emulated across the country in some of the most dire areas.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly part of that transformational work. I'm not going to use all my time, but I'll give you the last word. So the 211 warm line was a highlight for this last year. As you're looking ahead, what's on the horizon for the agency that you want to win big on?
Great question. I want to announce softly that CFSA, you all will get an invitation to a press conference March the 11th, if you haven't received it thus far. I don't want to get ahead of that, but we will be engaged in a partnership with the Doris Duke Foundation. And they have selected 4 jurisdictions in the country. I'm thinking my deputy says, should I tell them or not? But anyway, what that will look like is called opt-in. And so as we've been talking about families who are plagued with, poverty-stricken issues, it will allow the district to offer cash money to families. This will be a 3-year initiative. I do not yet know what the scope in terms of the money or the selection of families, but it will be a way for us to study and evaluate that if families have more money in their pocket, could we see some of these issues alleviated? It took a lot of work to work with the Doris Duke Foundation, who has a huge endowment and is willing to invest in these 4 jurisdictions. And I'm happy that they chose DC to have their national press conference. I think it's going to be a big deal for the district. I think it's going to be a game changer in terms of helping inform the district that, think about the pandemic.
Yes.
When families were given some of the pandemic relief funds, it cut poverty in half. You didn't see as many calls come to the hotline. So the myth that families will take this money and do whatever, I think parents will make the right decision.
That's right.
So I do think as a district, this will help inform us on what parents need and will further develop what this will look like. And this is going to be transformational, because what they want to do is to show the evidence that would help even move the feds of how we can incentivize and actually fund it on our own.
I love that.
Yeah.
It sounds like a guaranteed income pilot.
Yes.
I know we don't like to use those words, because,
It is.
but that is great. And the work that DMPED is leading, giving a guaranteed income for moms in wards 5, 7, and 8, unearth exactly what you're talking about, that they did in fact use the money for rent and food and supports for their families. And so thank you, Director, for all you're doing. And Council Member, I'm going to yield back all 1 minute and 20 seconds of my time.
That's overage. So you're yielding back negative 1 minute and 21 seconds. Thank you. But thank you for being here. All right. I want to get back to informal planning. Let me ask you, what, if any, resources are available to caregivers and kids placed under an informal planning? Because to me, if I'm honest with you, it sounds to me like an informal planning arrangement is a way for youth to be placed apart from their parent without CFSA being required to provide resources to kids or a stipend on the non-parent caregiver. And that doesn't feel right.
Yes, if I thought honestly that's what that did, I do not think it would be something I would endorse or agree with.
Okay.
One of the things in terms of like services that are offered, I was going to actually read you off like all the services that has to be discussed with the family before doing that. It can be the grandparent or close relative caregiver program. It can be any kind of flex fund to where we need. They may need homemaker service. They may need clothes. They may need food. They may need transportation short term. It could be that they need legal support, which we get through neighborhood legal services. It's a plethora of services that we have. I think what gets misunderstood about informal family planning, because as they mentioned, I didn't say her name, but oh, there it is, just diversion and hidden foster care. Very horrible words to say. Very untrue words to say if they really knew what it meant. But I have a belief that my child protection agency is created to keep kids safe.
Mhm.
That is our foundational statutory obligation. I think where the field is evolving is that in not all cases does it warrant or require the agency to effectuate a removal of a child from a parent. That is where the friction is with what our philosophy is and where theirs philosophy is. There are many parts of this where I have agreed we should do. If there's an informal family planning arrangement and it's not a placement, we should provide support. I'm saying that we should provide support, both immediate and if they need it later. What I'm saying today is if they need it later, that should be provided by a community-based organization, not CFSA. That is the whole part. So if the concern,
But I feel like they wouldn't agree to it then. You know what I mean? Like if I'm thinking about the woman who testified earlier.
yes, I'm not bad.
You know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about?
She didn't want to even be involved with us.
Right. So that and her husband and her both took on the girls.
Yes, and I will say
And-
this, I looked into that, and sometimes there are extenuating circumstances from the licensing process. So I will, you know, as I told you, I will never go into detail in terms of a individual case, but what I can tell you is that there were other circumstances that were present. Because as soon as I heard it, my people at UC get on it, and I wanted information to know what happened in that.
Okay.
Yeah. And with that, because I think part of it too was this Maryland and DC kind of thing. What happens is that Maryland operates from a different set of licensing regulations that's different than DC.
Okay.
That is complex. And so I can understand how that can be confusing. By their example, what could have happened was perhaps at the time, the Maryland agency did not have the social workers to be assigned to, or we had to assign them to someone, which would be us. But we cannot do the work in Maryland until such chance we could transfer to where they had that capacity. So there are different nuances to that. I do think overall, perhaps if they felt both agencies were not as communicative, we can do that. But it is a very complex process when you have cross-border, and we do have a border agreement with Maryland, but there's still some very complex issues to work out.
Is there a way for a family to get, and I'm asking you,
Sure.
like, I get what you're saying. You're saying, so if they're in an informal planning arrangement, for example, and now that there's a term for it, I think probably that's where my family was back in the day. Remember, my great-grandmother raised all 13 of her grandkids. She had 2 kids, both of her kids and their spouses died. So she had to take 7 from her daughter, 5 from her son. That was 13 grandkids total. She did not want them to go into foster care or consider neglect. And so instead of doing that, she just took all 13 of her grandkids in. And
made it work.
And made it work.
As best as she could.
As best as she could.
Yes.
With older siblings, you know, taking on some of the burden, younger siblings, you know, et cetera. It's in that instance, it was sort of, it was informal.
That's exactly
It's
what that
informal
was.
to the parents deceased, great-grandmother steps up and says, none of my grandkids are going into the foster system. If she needed though, resources, right? Like I think, because that's what people are getting at. We would have wanted her to have access to resources, and maybe those resources exist. How would she get access to resources outside of, so she sort of,
and that's what I'm saying.
And so I think this is an example. I think I'm getting what you're saying here, is that you would say my great-grandmother probably could have gone to a collaborative, and the collaborative could have helped, and the collaborative would have helped her connect to resources, because she probably needed a bigger house. But, you know, T Street got big houses. So, you know, so it was all 13 and 13th and T Street. It was how it worked. But she probably needed more access. She just probably needed more resources to be able to raise those 13 grandkids. And she didn't want to bother CFSA because she didn't want CFSA to potentially take her grandkids. How would she get resources other than you all giving her resources? And I think that's the resource gap that people are saying, because she may need more space. She may need furniture. She probably needed 3 more beds than she expected, 5
Yes.
bunk
And-
beds if
and-
necessary.
And I think that's the part, that's what the collaboratives do.
Okay, so you're saying that exists with the collaboratives.
That's what they do. Yes.
And then the other bridge to
Now,
that is the
I'm gonna say
collaboratives
that's what
probably
they
have a
do.
big burden. Because if a
Yes.
family says that we need all new furniture,
Yes.
then they don't have no money to get. I mean, they have
And
money,
no-
but
and
they
no-
probably
and-
don't have enough money to give
and
the
nor would
furniture
we.
they need.
And nor would we in that case. So, I mean,
I got you.
each circumstance is different, but this example you just gave is very common to where, you know, the collaboratives can do all of that.
Mhm.
But when you take that into account of the families overall that they have to serve, it really becomes more of a resource issue. It's not that the resource doesn't exist, it's
That's
the
all right.
capacity.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I see what you're saying here. And as far as legal supports go, what legal are there? You're saying National Legal Services helps support
Neighborhood legal services.
Neighborhood Legal Services help support with the legal aspect of
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a limited number of individuals who fall under informal planning services. I think is what you said earlier, which was
Yes.
29.
In FY23, it was 4, and in FY24 first quarter were 2.
Okay, got you. All right. Moving on. I want to, Councilmember Parker spoke about the warm line. Has CFSA seen a reduction in hotline calls or unnecessary calls yet, or is it too early to tell?
I think it's too early to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too early to tell. Yeah.
A call to the warm line, I think, is a demonstration of a parent or caregiver reaching out for help, which seems like, you know, to me, the opposite of neglect. 92% of callers called on behalf of themselves, which is, I think, the opposite of the hotline where callers are always reporting someone else. So if a parent or caregiver has documented instances of asking for help, but they continue to struggle and a report of neglect is submitted against them, can a call to the warm line be taken into account during a neglect investigation, meaning the call counts against a substantiated finding of neglect?
If I'm understanding your question, where does the call originate? Are you saying the call originates to the warm line or to the hotline?
So yeah, I'm saying,
Okay.
what I like about it is that the difference is what we're seeing is 92% of the callers right now are calling on behalf of themselves. So
Correct.
just the hotline is
Yeah, what someone else
it's someone else calling on home. So if you are a parent who has called the warm line and asked for help, and then someone calls on you
Mhm.
and says, you know, you're neglecting, I was asking if sort of does the call count against help sort of in a substantiated finding of neglect?
Not necessarily, because what we have shown is that where families call on behalf of themselves, we've seen in the warm line too, where there are others calling on behalf of a family because they need help. They have, however, they've gotten information on the function of the warm line, knowing that it's not the hotline, but they know this family could benefit from help. And so what we've been able to do when we find that's the case is reach out to the family, you know, to say that, I know you probably don't know, but someone did call, and we are here to ask, is there any help or support you need? It's not a hotline. It's not a hotline referral. We don't even mention that at all. We come first with, you know, is there any help that you may need? And so, yes.
Got it. In pre-hearing responses, when talking about the 80% of calls that 80% of the calls that did not require referral, CFSA said the 211 warm line call agent may have assisted the caller by outlining the process and providing contact information for shelter intake or other district programs such as the ERAP program. It is a great, a caller can get information about it's great that they can get information about ERAP, but my concern is, what can the caller do with the information when ERAP is closed? So director, if ERAP is closed, how does the call taker support a caller needing assistance with housing? Yeah.
That is a great question. And we literally talked to our lived expertise committee about that. And because we told them that it's a couple of things. One, what happens when you know intake is closed? What they said would be in a whole world of difference is if you just be honest with them, tell them it's closed, because the person is actually calling to get the support.
Yeah.
But what has happened in the past when they call, they get the runaround. What they've asked us to do is just be transparent and say, the support is not there right now, but intake will open another time. So that's the feedback they gave us to give to residents when they call about that.
Yeah. And the one thing that it's not your job to do is to sort of ensure the district has the adequate resources for district residents in need. I do think when we look at the effectiveness of the warm line, I think we'll be some of it could be limited by or dependent on availability of the district's safety net resources. And in that regard, we'll have that information, or at least have that data to be able to start to sift through. I want to go to housing. I talked to you already about being grateful for how hard you all worked in utilizing those vouchers. In pre-hearing responses, CFSA said starting October 1st, the agency has been implementing a new process to provide a written transition housing plan to aging out youth. Can you talk more about this process? Why was this process started? Are there any results yet of how this is improving housing stability for youth aging out youth?
Sure. So the housing plan was a direct result of the passing of the Pocket Act.
Okay.
And so what that required for CFSA to do is to ensure that youth, I believe starting at age 19 or 20, have a housing plan. And so we talk with those young people in their, what we call their youth transition planning meetings, pretty much every point that they may have with the social worker. And we try to identify what would housing look like, or how do we prepare them if they exit without, if they exit, what does that look like? And so we do have a template for it. We ensure that it's complete. We ensure they involve the youth's or the young person's voice in that process. Because what we want to ensure, and I did hear Najiba earlier about she said that there really shouldn't be this process in place that all youth should get, a voucher. I think everyone knows how I feel about that.
We do.
Because 3 to 5 years later, they're coming back. What people don't understand is giving a youth a voucher without those independent living skills where they help teach financial planning, the voucher does not pay full rent. Do they have a job? Can they pay their utilities? They could be in 1 month and out the next.
Yeah.
You have to ensure that youth are properly prepared. So I do not have the philosophy just because the vouchers may be available by the feds to give them out, because I always see that you can do more harm than good. And so my goal is, while we have them, engage them in the services that we have available through our Older Youth Empowerment Administration. Just met with them this week. Very excited that it's a FY 2024 priority to how we're going to better engage youth to ensure they have these housing plans in place so that no youth exits to homelessness.
Got it. I think one of the things that have come up is you all talked about CFC said recent federal policy programmatic changes have extended FUP and the Fostering Youth to Independence initiative for additional 2 years.
Yes.
For a total of 5 years.
Mhm.
And that's if certain criteria or exemptions are
School or work.
met. Okay, what are those?
School or work.
School or work. Okay. And are any youth, did CFSA assist any youth in applying for the extension, and are any youth approved for an extension?
We have not yet applied for the FYI vouchers yet, because we can still, through DCHA, provide them a FUP voucher. That's a whole complicated discussion. Because the district has not yet, the district as a whole hasn't fully utilized all of its FUP vouchers. So they have to utilize 90% before the feds will release FYI vouchers to the state.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. And so DCHA still has capacity. So we're still able to get those, although we don't have our own allocation. We just applied through DCHA for those. And once the district meets their 90% threshold, then
you all could.
then we'll be able to do it. Yes.
Okay. And then in pre-hearing responses, the Department of Housing and Urban Development originally awarded CFSA 48 vouchers for FUP. In fiscal year 22, one family was allocated a voucher due to the risk of homelessness with 3 children in the home in an open CFSA case. You all also said the FUP vouchers have been utilized. To confirm, does that mean only one of the 48 FUP vouchers was utilized by a family at risk of homelessness, and the 47 other vouchers were utilized by youth?
No, what I can do, give you a breakdown. Excuse me. Usually our FUP vouchers were used specifically, well, I'm not gonna say specifically, they were used for both youth and families. Once the FYI came on board, we knew that we could utilize the FYI specifically for youth, and we were gonna use all the FUP for family vouchers. And that's for when housing was a barrier for reunification and things of that nature. So not all the FUP vouchers have been used specifically for youth. It's a combination of youth and family.
Got you. I
Mhm.
get what you're saying. And so then the same, you all indicated, I guess, are we in the same threshold issue that CFSA and DCHA collaboratively applied to HUD for additional FUP vouchers in May 2023, but hadn't heard back yet?
Correct.
And have you heard back since sort of pre-hearing responses have been submitted?
No, we actually met with
Okay.
the new director of DCHA to get a response on that, and HUD has not responded as of yet.
Okay. I want to move on to mental health. Appreciating your team's engagement on this issue with me and the council members during this committee joint hearing with Councilmember Henderson and the Committee of the Health in December. According to pre responses in fiscal year 23, the average time between mental health evaluations and delivery was 21 days. 3 weeks is a long time. Is this 21-day period between evaluation and receipt of services for both services provided by CFSA in-house and by DBH or provider?
No, so the 21 days is really from the time of there's a process where we assess whether a youth that comes to our attention is already connected to a core service, connected to a mental health provider. Then we will allow that to continue so that it doesn't necessarily disrupt that therapeutic experience. If they're not, and there's assessed that there's a need, we link them with the CFSA internal therapy unit. And so it really means from the time assessed that there's a need to the time of the youth being seen. So it's almost like from assessing from referral to link and to getting to receiving this kind of the first service. And what impacts that at times is really if there's a missed appointment. It means that you have to do read again. So it's not necessarily a thing of, trying to figure out. Most times that the first appointment may be missed and it has to be rescheduled.
Got it. Okay, so that's the main factor that's contributing to why it's taking that longer.
Yes, because you have to coordinate with the foster parent and what their schedule is, and sometimes if the birth parent too has to attend a group therapy session, so it just depends.
Okay. One thing, according to the pre-hearing responses, CFSA made 11 referrals for evidence-based specialized services to MBI Health Services in fiscal year 23. However, CFSA also said in fiscal year 24, CFSA's contract with MBI was concluded, and if needed, CFSA would collaborate with DBH to transition youth to long-term therapy. Given the needs for specialized services still exist, does CFSA plan on finding a different provider for these specialized services? Can DBH provide all the services that MBI was providing?
So if there are specialized services that a youth and foster care needs that our internal therapy unit does not provide, we do have specialized contracts with certain providers to provide that. And that could be either, because there may be a modality that DBH may not even provide.
Got it.
Something specific, but we will do a special contract with the provider to ensure they receive it.
Understood.
Yeah.
In pre-hearing responses, CFSA said the agency does not track the mental health services that in-home families receive from DBH. That's concerning to me because it seems that data would be extremely helpful in determining the effectiveness of those services and preventing families from being further involved in the child welfare system. Why is CFSA not collecting this data?
Yeah, that is an ongoing what I call legacy issue with our current child information system, simply because of the difference between children and families in foster care, which is kind of what we do, versus families that are in home that technically are voluntary in nature. And so what our goal is with the development of our new child information system is to be able to, enter that information and collect it. So that's where we put more of our resources and focus to ensure we are able to get that in the new system.
My ask director is if you can commit to working with DBH to begin collecting this data.
Okay.
We talked about dual jacketed youth a little bit. Meaning youth who are involved with both child welfare and juvenile justice systems. In pre-hearing responses, CFSA describes its collaboration with DORs, including both agencies' participation in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, who from CFSA participates in the CJCC meetings.
We have a combination. I have the deputy of out-of-home and in-home that I know participates regularly. I think I may have the administrator of the older youth empowerment. When my schedule permits, I'm also sometimes there as well.
Okay.
We do, I think, anyone over there? No one over there? Oh, Aaron Cullen from the Office of Attorney General as well.
Yeah, I used to work
represents
for
CFSA.
Aaron back in the day.
Okay.
When I was on that side.
Right.
I was surprised to see only 8 youth counted as dual jacketed youth involved with both CFSA and DURS in fiscal year 23. Is that a definition reason, or like that's reality, or sort of what definition does CFSA use to count youth involved with both agencies?
Right. What you will find is that because actually both between CFSA and DYS, I mean, their population is a lot smaller than the number of kids that we serve. But in terms of dually jacketed, you find a small numbers because if a youth was found to have an offense and it gets all the way adjudicated, then that kind of meets that definition. And if that child is also in foster care, we just haven't found to where even when you do that data reconciliation, this is something we knew before they did it, that I knew we didn't have that many dually jacketed youth, particularly in our care. That doesn't mean that you may not have youth who are involved. That's a totally different.
Oh.
You understand?
Yes.
That's totally different. Totally different. And I say that because what we may find on the in-home side, we may find, and I don't know, we may find more youth involved, but when we're talking about children directly in foster care, that number is significantly low.
Okay, so if I'm right, then youth are not counted as dual jacket under sort of your CFSA's definition include youth at risk of entering both systems, youth who move from one system to the next. So first DYRS, then CFSA. And youth who were involved in the juvenile justice systems in Virginia or Maryland. Have you all considered altering or expanding the definition of dual jacketed to encompass more youth? And
I am still, and I'm going to look over here first. Have they provided the audit as of yet? Not yet. So I'm actually interested in reading the audit that has been going on for quite some time to really make a determination of if there's a need to expand that definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
And right now, how are records of dual jacketed youth kept? Do agencies have access to all the same records in one place? I'm sure that would be ideal, but probably not. And how does, for example, DRS access CFSA's physical case files or social workers' own files?
I do not believe that DYS has access. I do know, I believe there may be some MOA that exists to where we can share information because between both of our agencies, there are confidentiality laws that exist. But I do think our MOA allows us to share information, which is why we can do a reconciliation of the data. And I believe that if by chance there are, like you said, the 8, that the workers from each agency can talk about what the service delivery look like, because ultimately what happens is, what I do know is that we decide in terms of placement, is it CFSA's placement resources that we find that may be more beneficial that could stabilize, or is it the DYS? And we've always had those discussions and oftentimes had to look, between both agencies, which one might be the better choice.
Got it. Okay. I look forward to seeing like what the audit shows and how that'll impact. Once a youth leaves care, what type of follow-up does CFSA do? In other words, is CFSA tracking the outcomes of youth who exit care?
So we have an aftercare program for youth that exit care. Again, it's voluntary if they so choose to participate in it. There are a number of different services that are provided. I believe there's a stipend that's provided for those youth in aftercare. And I think in terms of us tracking outcomes, I do not think we do it to what I think most people think that child welfare agencies do, because once they turn 21 and they're outside of our care, there's really no way to track where they are post emancipation from our system. I think there's opportunity. And I would have to look. There's a survey called the NIDED that the federal government requires us to complete that could provide some information. But other than that, if they participate in the aftercare program, we're able to have better knowledge as to the status of those young people after they exit our care.
How long does aftercare last?
Up until the age of 23, 23, yeah.
Okay. And so because I guess because it's voluntary, there's really no hard data on outcomes overall besides what the federal government is attempting to do. So you wouldn't know sort of like how many youth who exit care end up experiencing homelessness.
What I will know is that prior to exiting, how many have exited without what we call a placement or housing.
Gotcha.
We would know that.
You would know that.
I wouldn't know necessarily. I think don't get me wrong, probably in the last fiscal year, maybe 2. And that's because either they were in abscondence or we could not, locate where the youth were.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. I mean, we can just give out, maybe do voluntary surveys. I mean, I'm sure you all attempted those in the past. I don't know how much of a financial lift they are.
I don't know the financial lift. I think it's a matter of locating them. I think that's the big part, because if we're not formally involved, so we have no idea unless they participate in aftercare services where they would be.
Okay. That was just an area of improvement. Another area, CFSA's community pop-up briefings are a great way for members of the community to hear from and engage directly with CFSA. For example, last week's briefing included a comprehensive presentation of the status of the warm line. However, we've heard some criticisms that the briefings aren't the most accessible to everyone. How can someone sign up to attend the briefings? Are they invitation only? And what engagement does CFSA do with community members and stakeholders to increase attendance from people not affiliated with CFSA?
Great question. First, it starts with we have a huge distribution list. I'm looking at my comms director. I don't know how many are on there. 300? Okay, so reaching a lot of people. Now, whether they RSVP or sign in is a different question, but we have a large distribution list of individuals, organizations that every time we schedule a community pop-up briefing, that we send that out. I think it's an Eventbrite type of situation. I am open to providing that information in the best way possible, because my whole reasoning for doing it when I got in the director's role is I wanted to keep the community abreast of the different changes policy-wise internally with CFSA. So I'm very open to other ways if
How can people sign up for that list?
let's say today, they can contact Tanya Trice.
Got it.
Tanya, TANYA.TRICE@dc.gov. She's my wonderful chief of staff, and she will get you connected.
She is wonderful. I'm not gonna. You did great in terms
Did
of
I?
the staff. They hard to find in this government, okay? But you did great.
Thank you.
As you know. Okay, so that's just open for that. So
Sure.
people want to sign up.
Absolutely.
And more people want to get invitations. So just
Would love that.
throwing it out there to do
Mhm.
some of that. Talking about education for a little bit in a different context than was talked about earlier. I see CFSA collects some information on academic performance for youth in care, such as GPA. What other kinds of academic performance data does the CFSA have access to under information sharing agreements with DCPS and charter schools? And how is that data used for developing educational plans and goals for individual youth?
So I think to the extent we collect the data that you mentioned, I don't think we have like full access, because there are times we actually have to call, we have what we call educational specialists
Okay.
that are assigned to children in foster care, and mainly is to ensure that, when we talk about attendance, when we talk about how they come to us, and, even research shows that children that are removed from their homes come in already, from a deficient perspective in terms academically. So we really do try to.
Does everyone get assigned education specialists?
School age, yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
School age gets
From
assigned.
on up until, they're in college and whatnot. So they do get an ed specialist. And we try to look individually at what the students may need to determine like what intervention. And you've seen what some of those are.
Do they each get a specialist, and do they each get an education assessment?
They get a specialist, yes. In terms of an assessment, depends, because we have a number of youth who may have IEPs. We don't duplicate that. We work with the schools
They
to
already
look at.
have an existing
Yes,
IP, we don't
some
create.
do. Mhm.
Okay. In your pre-game responses, you also said 118 of 127 youth referred for school transportation received the requested transportation. I'm glad to see that number so high. I'm wondering or concerned that it does not capture youth's full transportation needs. We hear about persistent transportation issues with youth wanting to access after-school tutoring, extracurricular activities, which we encourage, and childcare. Does that number of 128 requests include only transportation to school for the school day, or does it include any transportation to school, to a school facility or function? And are you all experiencing any challenges to providing school transportation?
It provides transportation from the house to the school, back to the house. Are we experiencing any challenges with transportation? Yes, because depending on where the child resides, which most of the kids that we provide that service to live in Maryland. And so we have a vendor, yeah, and so we have to, it can be, I do not want to be in the transportation business, I can tell you that. It's a very complex logistical nightmare because at times, yeah. So those are the challenges because most of the kids are, they may be coming from Maryland because if they're in DC, we really work with OSC to ensure that, you know, they receive the transportation they need.
Got it. It needs to be figured out, kids, because in that regard, because kids in Maryland can't get to tutoring. I want to ask about tutoring. CFSA said it does not have a budget allocated for tutoring in fiscal year 24 because the agency transitioned foster care youth to school-based programs. I'm concerned because I hear you are continually struggling to access school-based tutoring programs. So, Director, what is CFSA's responsibility to ensure youth in care can access school-based programs? Given that there's no dedicated budget, how does CFSA pay for separate services when school-based tutoring programs are not available?
Sure. So of course, you know, we utilize the high impact tutoring, and I know that's not in every school, but what we made sure to do is that, you know, our kids in foster care want to have access to it, and how that's implemented from each school is different because what they try to do, at least from what I've been shown, is they try to customize it to that particular school, that particular student. For instance, the student may need one-on-one, or they may do it in a group. There are times to where they need access to tutoring outside of the HIT program with DCPS. And those are things that we do on a case-by-case basis to ensure that those youth have that support. And it's really from some of our community-based organizations. So we didn't think we needed a specific budget for it once DCPS invested with high-impact tutoring. And I spoke directly with Dr. Grant, the state superintendent, to ensure that we get a priority, which she agreed to, and we have. But you do have a very small outlier of youth to where there may not be high impact tutoring in those schools, to where we will do kind of a runoff to another provider. Yeah.
Understood. Can we just keep monitoring that?
Sure.
To see if that's something that we, as we move forward, especially in budget. Placements. In regards to placements, according to your pre-hand responses, in fiscal year 23, 59% of youth with 5 or more placement changes were ages 15, 16, and 17. Youth in that same age group made up only 28% of the youth with 3 to 4 placements, and only 8% of youth with 2 placements. That means if a youth is age 15, 16, or 17, is not placed on the first time, there's an almost 50% chance they will not be placed until after at least 5 other placements. What does CFSA believe the reasons are behind these youth in this specific age group needing so many placements, and what can be done to address those reasons?
So the placement matching process can be a challenging one, especially for that age group. What I know, and I've actually been directly involved with some youth, to where they decline the placement. And a lot of people have no idea that when you decline one placement, you have to look for another. That's one scenario. Another scenario is that when they do go to one placement, you have to where there's a discussion between the resource parent and the youth on the house rules. And you have youth, like it or not, that may not abide by those house rules, and then there's an escalation. That's a disruption. That means we have to find another placement. So there are a variety of factors that go into really trying to identify the appropriate placement for youth, even asking them, what would an ideal placement look like for you? We try to find that, but, and I've been doing this work a long time, we are in a different day and age to where you have a lot of youth who don't necessarily want to follow all of the rules. And when that happens, there is this disagreement in that household, which then may require that youth to have to be placed somewhere else because things can transpire very quickly. So part of my goal, which I mentioned in terms of like the Allen House and the Bridge program, I don't want them to be facilities, which they're not, but they are larger family-like homes to where they might need a different type. They may need their own room because they want their own stuff. They don't, I mean, so we're trying to think creatively, but, you know, to be transparent, doing those do cost a lot. It costs a lot to set up an Allen House, and it costs a lot to put up a Bridge program. So we are looking to how successful those things are to see, could we, you know, do more of that? But it does come at a cost. It does come at a cost. Yes.
I got you, understood. DC foster parents are lagging behind Maryland regarding foster and kin parent reimbursement stipends for care of children who are removed from birth parents. $30 a day, $38 in DC a day versus $48.35 in Maryland. The DC rate does not address the actual cost of rearing children with special needs, like the youth who National Center for Children and Families places in Maryland. Will CFSA make an adjustment to line up its rates to the actual documented cost of caring for children and youth in this region, and if so, when?
I would have to see one because depending on Maryland, I'm not sure, there are different rates for different what we would call levels of care. So our $38 is what we call a traditional rate for a traditional resource parent. If, for instance, if we have what we call a professional parent or we have what we call a soy parent, those rates are higher because they might provide a more specialized kind of placement for the youth. So it really depends on the youth's need to determine where we place that youth. And depending on what placement setting it is, there could be a different rate than what we call the traditional one. So I don't know if Maryland, I didn't know, but I will look. I didn't know if Maryland's traditional is higher than ours. I will look into that.
Okay. You mentioned the Pocket Act, and CFSA said the agency is currently in the process of identifying a consultant who will assist the agency in finding a financial vendor to conserve the funds required to be preserved under the Act. CFSA said the solicitation date to identify a consultant closed on January 12th, 2024. What is the status? Has CFSA identified the consultant? When will work to solicit the vendor begin, and what are the reasons sort of for the delay in implementation?
Sure.
And why is the consultant necessary?
Sure. So this would be our second solicitation that we've put out. The first time, I believe there were 2 that responded to it based on the feedback from the evaluation team. Those entities did not have the expertise in terms of understanding Social Security benefits and working in that way to set up these individual accounts. Since then, we've put out a second solicitation, which you just spoke to, and no one responded. So now, from a contracts and procurement perspective, we're able to do more of a sole source. As a status, we have engaged 2 potential contractors that will be evaluated to see if they meet the scope of the work that was laid out in the RFP. Because to your question is, CFSA does not have that level of expertise in-house to know how to set that up. And so what was envisioned was an individual who understands Social Security administration, all of those regulations, and how to set up these individual accounts. That person will help set up those accounts as well as set up what does that financial literacy look like, which we probably could also look at some of the things we do in-house. So my hope is that we will project it to have someone in place by May.
All right, we will follow up there. Lastly, home visiting collaboratives and family success centers. They have more responsibilities now, more requirements now. They'll inevitably gonna need more funding. We're not gonna be able to sort of like keep them where they are. And I know this is gonna be the most difficult decisions you're gonna have to make, as everybody has to make your proposal to the EOM, and then it come back down to us. What is your plan right now for sort of how we're going to support our collaboratives and family success centers with the resources they need?
My plan is to, as best as I can, to ensure that we have the infrastructure that we've built on. It is not my intention that we're going backward. As you've said previously in this hearing, and our partners can hear, and I have messaged to them, out of my years, this is the toughest budget formulation process that I've had to undergo. And I do not know what that outcome is, but my job is to advocate for what I know that we need, and in advocating for that, to talk about what the impact will be if we don't have it. So that's been my posture.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been my posture.
Got it. Home visiting particularly is just something that's so important. I think more people, we probably need to be doing more of that. We have younger families. You got, and the way your grandma would say, you got kids having kids.
Yes.
Right? That's the way they would say it.
Mhm.
That's when I say they need more support, is reality that they need more support. So I know our collaborators are doing the best they can, but I think that's the area where we actually need to beef up as a city, because that contributes to all the rest of the issues that I think we're seeing.
Mhm.
And at every public safety meeting, they were like, some y'all need to lock these parents up. I'm like, oh my God. And it's not just random people, like some people by family said it too. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? But I think what they're asking is, can we get parenting coaches home visiting to more young families and to more parents? And I don't know how we do that as a city, because the only way we would be able to do it now is you all are able to refer people to a collaborative. But can if there was somebody who said, I want parental coaching, can anybody just go and ask a collaborative?
Yes, they don't have to
help
come
them?
through CFSA.
They don't have to come through CFSA.
Because the collaborators in their contracts are able to work with walk-in families.
Okay.
And as they assess, they will refer them to what we call parent education and support programs, which are those parenting classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. And so, yeah, that's why, I think collaboratives are such a main resource for everybody. And then we're also putting sort of some of the kin caregivers, giving them resources to it. You get what I'm saying? Like collaborators are taking a lot of referrals and getting a lot of stuff. So we're just going to have to figure out how we resource them adequately in different parts of the city, which I know I'm preaching to a choir here. All right. I think that's all my questions. 1 second before let me check. Yeah, and we covered a lot of the testimony. If you want, Director, we heard public witness testimony. We heard concerns about the new non-statutory required application requirements for parent caregivers and close relatives. That testimony, we didn't address that. What is your reaction to concerns these requirements are necessarily and overly burdensome? And why did CFSA start to implement these requirements? And what are your thoughts?
When they say I guess I was trying to understand which requirements they were.
I guess they were talking about some of the required application requirements.
Oh, you know what? I think they may be speaking to now some of the difficulty with how we have the website now with the Kinship Navigator program. And primarily that's been the way that residents or current recipients of the subsidy have been recertifying, and that requires uploading documents and things of that nature. To that point, one, we have an entirely new team. Number two, over the course of the last month and a half, we've actually had special sessions, and I know 3 to my memory, where we've invited individuals, and we've gone to like Plaza West and other places to work with them individually on how to utilize the website. What we found is that a lot of them were not tech savvy and are not tech savvy. And so the website has been somewhat of a challenge versus, what we did pre-pandemic. You come in the office, everything is paper, paper pushing. So that's the challenge I think they're speaking of, to where it requires the documents to be uploaded in the system in order for us to kind of process that more timely. And that has required a bit more staff time to do that versus, someone coming in with a complete, or what they believe is a complete packet, to then begin processing all of that.
Okay. All right. So I think the overall message there is to try to, where the requirements can be lessened or less of a burden, to look at how we can lessen the burden. That was both what we heard both from the grandparent caregiver program, and then some of the conversation we heard from witnesses around housing. Like, if we have some of the information, can we pre-fill out the information to make those processes easier? So where we can look at making a process easier, let's do that. That's the overall theme.
Sure.
All right. All right, Director, I want to give you final word. Anything you want to reemphasize or leave us with based on witness testimony you heard today, or based on some of the themes that you heard from myself and Councilman Parker?
Sure. Well, first, let me thank you, Chairperson, for, I know many may not like coming to a performance oversight, but it does give, I think, the public an opportunity to hear the happenings of my particular agency. And I will always say that CFSA is not a perfect agency. I will never say that we are. I do think there are things we do well, and I can also articulate and say there are things that we can do better, and I think we strive to do that every day. I want to thank my fabulous team, not just the team that's here with me physically today. There's some watching in the office, which we were before, that helped prepare me, that helped put all of this together, because I don't want people thinking that I'm up here just, answering questions. I think I have probably one of the most talented, gifted teams in DC government, and I want to acknowledge their contribution to this process. The other thing I will say is that as we are embarking on developing this child and family wellbeing system, it is transformational. We know that there's this intersection between neglect and poverty, and we're trying to find that sweet spot. What we're trying to show is that there are families that do not have certain basic resources to properly care for their kids. And when they don't have them, they can end up at our front door. My role and pivot and shift has been to figure out how we can support them further upstream. And this is not, and it is, and hopefully to prevent foster care, but I've always made clear that we will always have a foster care agency. There will still be kids that will be in harm's way. We still have a mandate to keep them safe. And when they're not safe in the care of their parent, we know what our job is to do. But we also have a job to do everything humanly possible, when safe enough to do so, to keep those families together, where we don't have to be so intrusive and involved with that family's life. That is what I want my legacy to be. That is where I'm leading this agency. I believe that's what we're trying to lead the district to do. Luckily, I have great partners at the other agencies in the DMHHS cluster that agree with this shift, that are working with CFSA on this, and realize that there's a better way that we can coordinate services here in the district for our residents to be not just surviving, but to thrive. It's time for our families to thrive. We've been surviving for a long time, but I borrowed that from Dr. Bruce Purnell with the Love More movement. It's time for us to thrive. So I leave you with that. I do thank you and the council for your support in the work of this agency on behalf of the district.
Thank you so much. And as we enter budget, DMHHS cluster, be loud as possible in the conversations that you all are going to have. All the agency directors, I need y'all to be loud and proud and try to get as much funding as you all can and have to minimize the least cuts. Do your best, and then we'll follow up with our best as a result. I want to thank Sebastian Wyman from my team, who maintains this portfolio and does an incredible job. I wouldn't be able to do this without him. And Will Perkins, who is my committee director as well. With that, the time is 4:53 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.